President of AUAP, Dr. Andy Pusca, President of Board, Danubis International University, Romania, and Dr. Anup Swarup, sir, along with Dr. Peter Laurel, to please come forward for the lighting of the lamp.
गणनायकाय गणदेवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणवन्दिताय गणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय चन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुखाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुखमनसे गुरुपूज्यताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरुवे गुणगुरुवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुसर्वसराराध्याय गुरुपुत्र परित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीतगोत्राय गीततत्त्वाय धीमहि गौरगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय
Thank you very much, sirs, and thank you, Nupur. Before we move ahead, I would like to request Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, sir, Dr. Mohammad Sabur Khan, Dr. Andy Pusca, and Dr. Anup Swarup, sir, to please take their seats on the stage. It is my privilege to now invite Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, the first Vice President of the AUAP, an esteemed founder and Chancellor of Jagran Lake City University, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Dr. Subur Khan, the President of AUAP, Dr. Peter P. Laurel, former President AUAP, Dr. Andy Puska, Second Vice President of AUAP, Dr. Anup Sarup, Secretary General of AUAP, Mr. Vijay Kalantri, Honorary Consul of Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Jan X. Tang, Program Specialist in Higher Education from UNESCO, New Delhi, Mr. Kamal Murarka, First Secretary, Embassy of Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Valmir Habib, Cultural Attaché of Embassy of Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Dr. D.P. Singh, the Chancellor, Tata Institute of Social Science and former Chairman, UGC, Professor Dr. Vinay Kumar Pathak, President, AIU, and distinguished delegates of the AUAP community assembled here from different parts of the world, almost covering 15 countries. A very warm welcome to each one of you to the 17th Annual General Conference hosted by Jagran Social Welfare Society here in the beautiful city of Bhopal, India. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we gathered here to share our knowledge, insight, and experience in higher education and values of life. First, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to the AUAP for choosing Jagran Lake City University as the host for this prestigious international event. We are truly delighted to host this important conference, and we are committed to making your experience both productive and memorable. The theme of conference, the paradigm shift in higher education, values for life, resonates deeply with our current global challenges and opportunities. As educators, leaders, and innovators, we have a critical role in shaping the future of education. We are fortunate to have expansional lineup of speakers and panelists who will share their experience and expertise and perspectives. Their insight will not only inspire us, but will also challenge us to think critically about the future of education in our respective regions. I encourage all of you to engage actively in this section, share your both thoughts, ask questions. This conference is a platform of collaboration and learning, and your participation is vital. It's indeed a pleasure to tell you all that Association of Asia Pacific Universities, which is present almost in 35 countries now, has made its footprints in India for the first time. And I welcome all the delegates from various parts of the world in the city of Bhopal, in the portal of Jagran Lake City University. Most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It is now my honor to invite Dr. Mohammad Sabur Khan, President of AUAP and the founder and chairman of Daffodil International University, Bangladesh, to deliver the opening address.
Very good morning to everyone, and welcome to all of the distinguished guests to the 17th AUAP General Conference. And I must thank first, before going to speak few words, to our Chancellor Hari Mohan Gupta, who host this event, and of course, Jagran Lake University, the team member, who also worked very hard for bringing us, welcoming us, and organizing this wonderful event in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. I must again congratulate to our President-elect. You know that our President-elect 2025-26, Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta. So I think we need to big claps for him. And at the same time, I love to introduce our first Vice President, who is also sitting here, Mr. Stephen David Morgan, I think from the Macau, and of course, the second Vice President, Mr. Joseph, Professor Joseph, is from INTI, Malaysia, INTI University. So again, I must again thanks to the Hari Mohan Gupta, who was the former first Vice President, now the President-elect 2025 and 2026, for his wonderful performance and at the same time, his continuing support to AUAP. And again, my dear friend, Andy Puska, I think who is also the president of Danivas International University, Romania. He is also one of the great contributor of our AUAP. So, lastly, Anup Swarup, I think you know him very well, better than me, but I'm sure that from the day one, while I myself is or interact with AUAP, I introduced with Professor Anup Swarup, and luckily now he is leading as the Secretary General of AUAP. So, again, my gratitude, thank you to all of the leader of the AUAP, and at the same time, all of the distinguished guest name is already announced by our Chancellor Hari Mohan Gupta, so I don't like to repeat. So my gratitude and my thanks to all of you, those who are already present in front of us, and giving us the confidence and encouragement for uplifting the AUAP networking among us. As we believe that 60% of the population of the whole world is dominating by the Asia and the Pacific. And more than 6,000 universities representing this Asia and Pacific. And you know that 1987, AUAP is already established by some visionary leader. One of the key intention to establish the AUAP was to bridging the gap and to bringing all of the best practices and to share each other so that we can learn from one best practices to the other best practices. While we visited Jagaron Lake University, and of course, a lot of our friends, our colleagues, I think this is the first time they visited Bhopal. So usually, this is the tradition. And this is one of the key intention of the AUAP, so that we can come, we can visit, we can interact with each other to know all of the best practices and all of the other good resources what exactly they established. I'm sure that more than 25 years, Jagaron Lake University is already running on its goodwill and contribution to the education sector. So what good practices Jagaron Lake University is doing, I think if we are not coming to the Bhopal, if we are not visiting Jagaron Lake University, maybe we also not aware what contribution, not only the Hari Mohan Gupta, I think his wonderful team is performing. So I must say that I know Hari Mohan Gupta is more than 8 years, but if I'm not coming to the Bhopal, I never maybe observe one of the book written by him, the 100 Tricks and Tips for the Executive Managers. So where he already tried to wrote what he's based on his experience, based on his knowledge. As a leader, you know that a lot of cases the people are seeing the success. Of course, sometimes people see the failure also. But the leader know the pain and leader know all of the pros and cons and what obstacle and what problem they are facing to establish such a wonderful university. So by this way, I think this is one of the intention of AUAP, to know each other. So last year we organized our general conference in Siam University, Thailand. At the same time, you know, the various countries, because almost more than 35 countries is representing the AUAP. So I hope that through this AUAP networking and our new leadership, and of course the people, those who are in front of us, if we are trying to bridging the gap and trying to follow the best practices and trying to know each other, I'm sure that we can uplift our own organization and uplift our own academic activities and contribution also. As I must say that the books what Hari Mohan Gupta wrote, so if we go through his books, I'm sure that a lot of the good point we can also learn from his practices or from his experience. So maybe Anup Swarup, as our Secretary General, is here. I think from this 70th Annual General Conference, can you just start the Chancellor experiences, which can be also maybe in one quarter, we can bring some of the Chancellor and just interact with the online, because nowadays it will be impossible for visiting one place to another place due to cause of lot of limitation. So maybe through online, if we organize one of this webinar, where we can invite all of the students. I think if you organize this webinar, I think we can accommodate few 100,000 people also through YouTube and through other channel. So if AUAP is started and taking an initiative from this 17th AUAP General Conference from Bhopal, organized by Jagran Lake University. So as outgoing president, my humble request, let's start it and take this initiative so that we can proudly say that all of the successful chancellor, we can get their voice, get their interaction, know the student also, because we should invite to the, or not only the member, we should invite to the faculty, we should invite to the student, we should invite to the admin also. So by this way, because to make a successful of the university, the only administration is not enough, only faculty is not enough, that both of the stakeholders need to interact with each other. I think student success is one of the key factors. That's why always AUAP love to say that if your student is not successful, that means whatever we are telling that the university is 25 years, 30 years, doesn't matter. The matter is the testimonial how your student is really get the placement and do the properly in the career placement. So I hope that from this AUAP, from this annual general conference, we'll try to start this initiative, because every time we are trying to find out some of the good practices which can be spread to the other networking. So anyway, I don't like to go long. Rather, I will again thank you to all of the participants, and let's keep our networking active so that we can learn each other, because of course, as all of we believe that God will not allow us to live as we can expect. We have the time limitation. We cannot cross the time. And this time also God segmented in various ways. Early life, childhood life, young life, old retired life. So this very short span of time we are here to contribute to the society. So if we can share each other, and which is I'm sure that God is also love to interact, and that is why, the Lord of the leader always God sending to this beautiful world to give us this lesson, to give us the direction. So through this AUAP networking, I hope that we'll try to share each other so that we can uplift and we can earn a lot of knowledge and contribute to our own way and our society. So thank you very much. Again, wish all of you good luck.
Thank you very much, sir, for your motivating words. As we move forward in today's program, it is my distinct honor to introduce Professor Dr. Anup Swarup, Secretary General of the AUAP. Professor Dr. Anup Swarup is a globally renowned futurist, educationist, and peace activist with over 40 years of experience. A recipient of the Hiroshima Peace Award and the Presidential Award of India, he served as a United Nations representative with UNSC New York, appointed by UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. He has been the founding Vice Chancellor of Jagran Lake City University and Shobhit University and Chairperson of the Center for Global Non-Killing, Hawaii. He is honored with several distinctions, such as the highest award of recognition by Soka University, Tokyo in 2016, honorary doctorate by George Washington University of Peace, Fellow of Royal Society of Arts, London, a Global Environment Outlook Reviewer with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2007, and he was also awarded with the Amrita Devi Bishnoi Medal in 2013, among others. He is a member of International Institute of Strategic Studies, London, Indian Institute of Public Administration, and the All India Management Association. I would now like to call upon Sir to kindly set the context and tell us about the AUAP.
Very good morning. And in Hindi, as we say, आप सबका अभिनंदन स्वागत. I wanted to stop her in her tracks, but I was stopped by the Chancellor, Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta. You're all, I am not new to you, and I am not new to the university and to Bhopal. So I don't need an introduction. Thank you in any case. You're very generous. Let me come straight because I have given a very difficult task. The Honorable Chief Minister might take a little time and I have to keep you engaged. So that is the most challenging work for anyone. So on the stage, of course, Sauda, you made a great point. The Chancellor, Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, he is also the incumbent president. For the first time, anyone from India is going to be the president of AUAP. A big hand to him. And the entire credit is that for the first time in India, AUAP is organizing its annual conference. Our friend Andy Puska, I have no words really because he has been the heart and soul of AUAP for many, many years. Thank you so much for being with us. As in India we know, Vasudev Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family. And AUAP actually inspires me personally because it is the most dynamic region of the world. There are 7,000 universities. 7,000 is a very big, and I was trying to find out, I don't think any other association has got such a vast ambit. 7,000 universities in the region. And it's a growing region, most dynamic, economically also, politically also. So I'm really pleased that we all who are present here represent such a growing, dynamic institution and the region as such. I was just wondering that what about AUAP, what it represents? There are 4 important pillars: access, equity, quality, excellence. This is what AUAP in very brief, very short terms represents. I should tell you that AUAP has organized, this is the 17th conference, but there have been many, many meetings. Each year, virtually a meeting is there every 15 days. And it ranges from, faculty exchange, it ranges from artificial intelligence. We have been discussing about digitization amongst the universities, and the list goes on. But you might be wondering, how and why UNESCO had set it up. And I've got my friend here from UNESCO. It was set up in 1995 on the 28th of July. Now, we are going to celebrate the 30th year of its founding. UNESCO, as you all know, is vested with the most important responsibility of higher education in the UN system. I have myself worked with the United Nations, and I've always felt, and I've worked with the UNESCO also. So I felt that this organization has got so much to give to the whole world, both in terms of experience, sharing, quality, and also in terms of, new knowledge. But let us see, what are the challenges in higher education? These challenges are growing day by day. As in one of the conferences in China, just about a fortnight back, we were discussing, and in my keynote I mentioned that the threat of artificial intelligence, digitization, is going to take over the whole world like a tsunami. It has already taken us. So I am based now in Melbourne in Australia. So in one of the universities there, Deakin University, I was invited. And they were wondering whether they should allow artificial intelligence to be used by the student community. And that discussion went on and on. Ultimately, we took a very, I would say, thoughtful decision. And the decision was, yes, we should allow AI. Still in India, many universities feel that we should not be allowing artificial intelligence to be used. ChatGPT, Copilot, and the list goes on. You can have the students make their essays, make their project work, but the challenge for the teacher is how to go forward. So, in most of the Western world, the thinking is that teacher's role is more of a mentor. So, let the students do whatever they want, because you cannot stop. You cannot close your doors and windows, but let them work. And when they work, let them use ChatGPT, ChatGPT 4 or 5, as it goes on. And digitization is something which is all happening. Now, at this, let me tell you a little briefing about AUAP also. AUAP is housed near Bangkok, about 250 miles, at Nakhon Ratchasima. There is the Suriname University of Technology, a huge campus, the most important, the biggest university in Thailand, 2,000 acres. And they have done a lot of work for AUAP. I should also say that the preamble of AUAP reads, and I read it for you all, believe that regional cooperation amongst universities can contribute substantially to improvement of national systems of higher education, for the economic and social development, for human resource development, for mutual understanding and respect amongst people, and further believing that such a cooperation can be highly effective and manageable on a regional scale, conscious that the diversity of the institutions and the systems of higher education of Asia and Pacific constitutes a resource that can be drawn upon to the advantage of all concerned, and believe that an association of the universities of the region can enhance mutual cooperation amongst individual institutions to enrich their role in teaching, research, and service, and thus in promoting justice, human dignity, progress, and peace. Believing also that in these matters, the efforts of a regional association will complement those of international, sub-regional, and national bodies concerned with higher education. Hereby, we decide to establish the Association of the Universities of Asia Pacific. That is the preamble, and I felt it's important that I again keep reminding ourselves and to all of you, the distinguished delegates, about this. Now, the objectives, especially the main objectives of AUAP. Number one is to promote culture of quality and innovation in higher education, research, and services to the community. To preserve and enhance the values and cultural diversity of Asia and the Pacific, and also other regions of the world towards better understanding and cooperation for socio-economic development and for universal peace. To engage with stakeholders of higher education and other organizations to further the objectives of AUAP. To cooperate, where appropriate, with other organizations whose objectives are similar to that of AUAP. I can mention that today we have got a session, tomorrow we have a session on MOU signing, partnerships amongst the universities. We have received number of requests to promote, and the last and very important objective is to promote universal peace and international understanding through education. Now, I can quickly mention what have been our priorities all the way from 2024 to 2026. Our fundamental focus would be to enhance international and general conferences. We have held earlier general conferences in China, Bangladesh, Europe, Indonesia, Malaysia, Middle East, Philippines, Thailand, and also USA. We have undertaken Center for Global Non-Killing Programs to promote peace through education. Faculty Development Program and Faculty Exchange Program are already on. Our Faculty Exchange Program are very popular. And this initiative, the credit goes to Mr. Sabur Khan. He started, and the first one was to be in Daffodil University in Dhaka. General Assembly meetings have been held religiously every year. Even during COVID, we had an online General Assembly meeting. global leadership programs, and this is held at the United Nations in New York, and where we have the industry higher echelons who participate very actively. Then we promote industry-academia collaboration in a big way. So we have a lot of keynote speeches, addresses by industry leaders coming to the university leadership. We have got many international collaboration. It ranges from International Association of University Presidents, IAUP, and many other organizations in Africa, the Arab world, and also in Southeast Asia. International medical conferences. Also, we have held recently the one, a few months back, we held one in Daegu in South Korea. Internationalization of higher education is one very important and key feature when it comes to the universities. And we have developed a project module where we would like to institute internationalization in all the universities in the region. And this has been taken as a priority. And when I talk of internationalization, let me mention that one of the most important steps that have been taken at Association of Universities of Asia Pacific, and that is the quality assurance module. And that model is also shortly known as HAPPY model. I think the credit for this naming goes to two important individuals. One is Mr. Abhishek Mohan Gupta, and second is, you can guess, Mr. Sandeep Shastri, Professor Sandeep Shastri is sitting here. They have done a lot of hard work along with, under the patronage of the Chancellor, Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta. And we have developed this model to overtake the Times higher education model and the QS rankings. Because we always felt that we are the stakeholders. And as a stakeholder, if we take a ranking and accreditation model which suits us best, especially to this region, to the Asia Pacific region, this will serve our interest much, much more than the Times rankings. So I would, this August gathering, the very distinguished participants, the leaders, university, the chancellors, the vice chancellors, I will request that please adopt the quality assurance model developed by AUAP and also the internationalization model developed by AUAP. Then I should mention we have got a very important learning and sharing platform. You know, learning and sharing goes hand in hand, and we learn from each other's experiences by the best practices, by case studies. Apart from that, there are a couple of many other important things I'll just quickly mention. One is the Leadership Development Program for presidents, rectors, chancellors, pro-chancellors, administrators, and even students. We have got research funds. We have been promoting research, and we have held an award ceremony for the best paper. I will encourage the universities in the region, and the circular for especially the members would be there very soon again for this year's 2025, I would say, because 2024 the awards are already given. Then we have got student activities and competitions. There is a student academic olympiad, student sports and cultural activities, student development programs, student English debate competition, because it was very strongly felt because mainly from China and other Southeast Asian countries that their students are not so proficient in English, and English has become a medium of exchange when it comes to international organizations. Then we have got student English speech competition, student exchange program, the youth development program. Youth are the harbingers of a modern society. So we felt that youth have to be, trained, they have to be developed. Then there are many seminars, trainings, fora which go on. But most important again is the Zoom forum. It's a tool for administrators to practice, to engage, to experience, and there are new challenges. So this is a forum I would request for all the distinguished participants to participate. And let me mention that these forums are open to all, not only to the AUAP members, they are open to everybody in the region, all the universities. So I'm really happy that there is a lot which we have achieved, lot which we are going to achieve, new milestones are to be covered. I think I am inspired by something which you might see on the screen, igniting minds and changing lives. That is the theme of Jagran Lake City University. But there is another very important theme, and there is a Sanskrit shlok, and the credit goes to Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, the Chancellor. Nai granen sadrish pravitmahi vidyate. It actually means that on earth there is nothing more pure than knowledge. And this applies not only to India, but to the entire world. Not only to the Asia-Pacific region, but the whole earth, our own spaceship earth. So that is about AUAP. But I would again like to end with a note from one of the most foremost thinkers from 18th century, Swami Vivekananda. He said, and you might already be aware, but I keep repeating it. And that says, arise, awake and stop not until your goal is reached. Utho, jago, ruko mat, jab tak apne lakshya ki prapti na karo. So this is what applies even to the Association of the Universities of Asia Pacific, apart from any individual. So welcome to AUAP. I'm sure the next 2 days are going to be very dynamic, where you will learn a lot and you will teach a lot. And along with learning goes also unlearning and relearning. So there is a lot which we can share, which we can give it to all, to each other. And India, I'm really happy. And we have got the former chairman of UGC, Professor D.P. Singh, and the credit goes to him. He always felt that we can make India as a Vishwa Guru. To make India as a Vishwa Guru, we have to bring everybody to India. Why can't India be the home for learning for all the students across the world? And I was also the chairman of one of the committees of University Grants Commission, where we developed a paper, a base model as to how we can make India as a Vishwa Guru. I'm really happy that this is one small steps, and the credit goes to you. We have got very, very distinguished individuals here, so I'm not taking their individual names, but I know that they have got so much to share, and they came here, they are spending their time with all of us, so I personally thank them without taking their individual names. With these words, let me thank you all. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enriching words. The AUAP is a non-government organization holding the highest formal consultation rights with UNESCO. Its primary purpose is to be the main platform for interaction and collaboration among members and the voice of universities and colleges in the Asia and the Pacific. In light of this, we are honored to have Mr. Jian-C Teng as the next speaker, who is the Program Specialist for Education at the UNESCO Regional Office for South Asia. He is responsible for digital learning, literacy, STEM, technical and vocational education, and higher education priorities. He supports South Asian countries in the recognition of qualifications under the UNESCO conventions and quality assurance mechanisms in institutional and national levels. He advises countries on managing the digital transformation of education systems in tandem with the climate crisis and skilling imperatives. He most recently led ICT for Lifelong Learning at the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning in Hamburg, Germany from 2021 to 24, looking into AI, extended reality, blockchain and lifelong learning, leveraging technology for literacy, and conducting capacity building programs for digital skills of educators. Prior to that, at UNESCO Bangkok, he worked with Asia Pacific governments to review and develop national digital learning policies, manage the Digital Citizenship Research Program, and develop technology innovation projects. He has worked closely with international organizations and private sector partners on digital competencies, gender equality, and skills development. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jian Siteng to the stage for his address.
Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Hari Mohan Gupta, Dr. Mohammed Sabir Khan, Dr. Peter Laurel, Dr. Anurup Soap. Good morning to all of you, distinguished university leaders, chancellors, vice chancellors, and esteemed colleagues. I will learn from my previous speakers and echo their words in welcoming all of you to the 17th General Conference of the AUAP. And it's an absolute pleasure for UNESCO to be invited and to share a few thoughts and ideas about the very important theme of the paradigm shift in higher education, values for life. It is both a privilege and a responsibility for UNESCO to address this distinguished gathering of higher education leaders today because we are undoubtedly at a critical juncture in human history, faced with polycrises that demand nothing short of transformative action. It's not too much of an exaggeration to say that climate change threatens the very survival of our planet. Social and economic inequalities are widening even as technological innovations accelerate. I think it's not too much to say that the COVID-19 pandemic really exposed and exacerbated systemic weaknesses in our institutions. And these challenges, alongside the erosion of democratic governance and the polarization of societies, compel us to rethink how education, and higher education in particular, can shape a better future. So I therefore applaud the AUAP for the timeliness and relevance of this year's theme, because it resonates deeply not only with the mission of UNESCO, but as well as the needs of the hour. As Professor Anurup already mentioned, UNESCO is the only United Nations agency with a mandate in higher education. Our mission is, among other things, to work with countries to ensure high-quality higher education opportunities are available to everyone. It places a special focus on inclusion, the recognition of qualifications, and quality assurance, particularly in developing countries. Now, I think it's a bit challenging to talk about what we need without really understanding what has been said in the past. And I'm really thankful for the previous speakers to highlight India's role, as well as the Asia-Pacific's role historically in this area of education and higher education. So if you'll allow me, let me take a step back to revisit UNESCO's foundational vision for education that can provide some context about why values-based education is particularly important in this day and age. So nearly 5 decades ago, the FOR report, Learning to Be, laid the groundwork for values-based education, emphasizing lifelong learning and education as a cornerstone of human and social development. So the buzzwords that you hear today about lifelong learning, reskilling, upskilling, even the values-based education that's the theme of today's conference, is not something new. I think it speaks about its importance, its core importance to the vision of education that we hope to deliver and to make accessible to everyone in our communities, in our countries, in the region. So decades later, in 1996, the Delors report, Learning, the Treasure Within, expanded this vision articulated in the FOR report by identifying the 4 pillars of education: learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, and learning to be. And the last pillar of learning to be implies a new vision of education that goes beyond an instrumental view of education. The fundamental principle is that education must contribute to the overall development of each individual, mind and body, intelligence, not just knowledge and skills for employment and for work, but also the sensitivities, aesthetics, personal responsibility, and spiritual values that are key to mutual understanding and peaceful coexistence. So now we shift to the world today, right? 2024. UNESCO just recently, in the post-pandemic context, released a new report called Reimagining Our Futures Together, a New Social Contract. And it urged the redefinition of education as a social contract, a collective commitment to cooperate for the shared benefit of humanity and the planet. So not so much, human-centered, but recognizing that we live together in and as part of the world. And again, I think that's nothing new, actually, especially in the Indian tradition and with the indigenous knowledge systems of India and also of the region. This idea of coexistence and shared benefit of humanity and planet is something that we need to revive and to make important again. So we articulate or we argue as UNESCO that the learners have to be at the center, but at the same time they need to recognize the interconnectedness of social, economic, and environmental well-being. Fundamentally, these reports remind us that education must really transcend the acquisition of knowledge and skills to nurture the values and attitudes essential for building peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable societies. Just for context, given that I'm located in New Delhi and we represent the South Asia region, I think in South Asia, this vision is particularly urgent. And, why? Some of you may ask. The region is home to nearly a quarter of the world's population, and its education systems bear the weight of immense diversity and disparity. At the same time, when you look at the entire Asia Pacific, some countries boast world-class universities and growing investments in research, while millions of children and youth remain out of school. We also should not and cannot ignore the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, which have life-changing impacts on us every day. As those of you who were on my flight yesterday from Delhi to Bhopal, climate change-induced air pollution and human, caused industry, farm, and vehicle emissions all come together to destroy education infrastructure and disrupt learning of millions of children, youth, and adults through floods, heat waves, and air pollution. And you know that in New Delhi yesterday, there was an official, or actually on Monday, yes. All primary schools in Delhi were shut and had to go to online learning. So it's no small issue to say that what we are doing to the planet is fundamentally hurting us and hurting the lives of our children and our education and the education system and the running of education systems. So let's offer perhaps one theme or one vision of global citizenship education that UNESCO has long advocated for and that arguably can help this paradigm shift in higher education. So global citizenship education is at the core of Sustainable Development Goal 4, Target 4.7, and it aims to position learners to tackle the global challenges with solutions that require global thinking combined with global action. Global citizenship education equips learners with the knowledge, skills, and values to engage meaningfully with the world around them and act for the common good. It encompasses 3 key domains of learning: cognitive, social, emotional, and behavioral. and aims to empower learners of all ages to assume more socially responsible and active roles, both locally and globally, to build peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, secure, and sustainable societies. And how does it aim to do that in practice? One of them is to promote a sense of belonging beyond the country's borders and geographies, increase learners' knowledge of the world so that they have the ability to interact successfully and empathetically with people from other cultures, as we are doing today, may I add, and develop intercultural competencies as well. We also see learners as creating a lasting impact on their worldviews as they move in and around their communities, regions, and the world. And most importantly, inculcate an ability to take informed decisions, to act responsibility for environmental integrity, economic viability, and a just society for both the people of current and future generations. Again, just bringing it back to the South Asian context, I think global citizenship education holds immense potential because of the region's rich history of intercultural exchange, from the ancient Silk Road to the spread of religions. Yet, contemporary challenges such as ethnic conflict, religious intolerance, and border disputes really underscore the need for how higher education and education systems overall can foster empathy, respect for diversity, and dialogue. So, moving on, what is the role of higher education institutions to position themselves for this change? They are uniquely positioned, you are uniquely positioned to be catalysts for the change necessary to deal with these crises. Fundamentally, UNESCO sees universities as becoming anchors of resilience in your communities. As part of addressing these challenges through research, teaching, and local engagement, excuse me, which are the traditional three missions of universities. The social contract we envision is one that empowers universities to lead the way in sustainable development, not as isolated entities, but as interconnected hubs of knowledge and action, just like what this network of the AUAP represents. More concretely, we see universities as incubators of innovation, for research, where universities can address regional challenges through cutting-edge research. For example, taking climate change as an issue of global importance, universities could look at water management in the Ganges or Brahmaputra basin or the Mekong Delta, for example, or issues of mangrove preservation and restoration, which is a global issue, and transform the knowledge and conceptual understanding of values-based education to concrete actions based on a sense of shared responsibility. We also see partnerships between academia, industry, and government as driving innovation in all of these aspects. Secondly, universities can also act as beacons of inclusion and equity under the teaching mission. So scholarships, mentorship programs, outreach initiatives can help underrepresented groups access higher education and thrive within it. In particular, if you look at global citizenship education, that can be embedded as principles across courses, as mandatory courses on sustainable development, peace studies, or human rights, while promoting cultural exchanges through partnerships across borders. The AUAP is a great vehicle that has great potential to actualize concrete examples of this global citizenship education among its member universities. Thirdly, universities as leading centers of interdisciplinary learning. Complex problems such as climate change and public health, as my friend Professor Jay mentioned earlier this morning, require solutions that span multiple fields. For example, universities can foster collaborations between students, engineers, social scientists, and environmentalists to develop holistic approaches based on evidence that are community-led and locally owned, such that the solutions are not created in a vacuum, but are solutions to local problems. Finally, universities can act as hubs for intercultural dialogue and mutual understanding as part of its third mission of public engagement and social service. In a region as diverse as the Asia Pacific, universities have been and should continue to create spaces for dialogue, debate, critical reflection across and between individuals, communities, and the wider society, such that the values of inclusion and tolerance are promoted. Moving on to my last point, which is briefly to share how UNESCO promotes the internationalization of education at a global level. In November 2019, the UNESCO Global Conference at its 40th session adopted the first Global Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications concerning higher education, where it seeks to establish universal principles for fair, transparent, and non-discriminatory recognition of higher education qualifications and qualifications that give access to higher education, further studies, and employment. It also contains provisions on non-traditional learning modes which connect to the digital transformation of society, while facilitating recognition of qualifications, prior learning, and study periods earned remotely. In addition, it contains a section that promotes the recognition of refugees' qualifications, even in cases where documentary evidence is lacking. Regionally as well, we have an Asia-Pacific Regional Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications in Higher Education, also known as the Tokyo Convention. And that provides a mechanism for countries in the Asia-Pacific region to facilitate the recognition of higher education qualifications within our region and to promote dialogue and capacity building, again, that is more relevant to the needs of our region. We recognize that the road to transformation is not without obstacles, and we face significant challenges from resource constraints to mindsets, traditional mindsets, and resistance to change. But what we see is really key is that partnerships to foster access to education are absolutely critical. To ensure that education is a public good, governments, private or public universities, and the private sector must collaborate to ensure sustainable funding models. We must also look towards the technological developments that have seen misinformation and digital divides threaten social cohesion and peaceful coexistence. Universities are really key to counter these trends through research and teaching of AI and media literacy competencies that can promote common values and critical thinking in today's technology-driven world and ensure more equitable access to technology. Lastly, resilience must be built into every aspect of education through preparing for climate-induced disruptions, supporting mental health, and creating flexible learning environments that adapt to changing needs. So finally, I'm just going to end here to say that as university leaders, UNESCO is ready to work with you to shape the future, to meet the needs of our present world. And your institutions are not just centers of learning, they are engines of transformation for global citizenship and lifelong learning. We want to work with you to foster a culture of inclusivity that leaves no one behind and build partnerships at the local, national, and international level to amplify your impact. Together, we can forge a new social contract for education, one that reflects the values of equity, sustainability, and shared humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teng. May I now request Mr. Abhishek Mohan Gupta, Pro-Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, to please present a memento to Mr. Teng as a token of our gratitude.
Thank you, sir. We will now be beginning the keynote session. Our first keynote speaker is Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, first Vice President of AUAP. Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta is a multifaceted personality, a journalist, an industrialist, an educationist, and a philanthropist. He is the Chairman, Jagran Social Welfare Society, Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal, Pro Vice Chairman, Delhi Public School at Bhopal, Indore, Kolar Road, Bhopal, Rao, and 4 Shiksha Kendras at Bhopal and Indore. He is also member, Advisory Governing Body, Shrewsbury International School, India. These educational institutions have taught more than 15,000 students overall and 1,500 underprivileged students in Shiksha Kendra free of cost. He has been awarded with the Karamveer Chakra, an award jointly instituted by International Confederation of NGOs and the United Nations for his exemplary contribution through Shiksha Kendra. In 2020, he was featured amongst 21 education leaders who have transformed the Indian education sector in the last 2 decades. Mr. Gupta was elected as the first Vice President of AUAP during the election at the 15th AUAP General Assembly meeting held in Dhaka in November 2022. Today, he will be addressing us on the theme, The Paradigm Shift in Higher Education, Values for Life. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta.
Good morning to each one of you. I start with, we are the world, we are the children. This lyrical hymn summarizes the quintessence of the idea I wish to present today. As the 21st century is in the hem of completing 25 years, one notices paradigm shift in the focus and priorities of higher education from a focus on values for life. We are today back to what ancient Indian wisdom was grounded in, values for life. Can you change the slide, please? The image you see now carries a fascinating conversation. A grandson has an interesting query with his grandfather. What should I become when I grow up? The grandfather replies, summarized the years of distilled wisdom and experience he represented. Try to become a good human being. There is a big opportunity and a very little competition. Do I hear a chuckle around the hall? Yes. As we meet in this pristine setting of the city of Bhopal, it is my unique privilege to draw the attention of the intellectual galaxy gathered here from across the world to the contours of this paradigm shift being witnessed in the higher education. A celebrated poet from the South India, Kurvum, has said some years ago, become anything but first become a good human being. One may be a brilliant engineer, a skilled doctor, an accomplished technocrat, an experienced bureaucrat, a knowledgeable educator, and most accomplished of professional skills. Yet, that often fades into this insignificance in one of its not a good human being to become. Friends, I raise this question today as the important conference. Should the broader canvas of the higher education involve inculcating values of life rather than merely focusing on values of skills for living? Slide 4, please. If we delve in the deep Indian knowledge system, one realizes that the core of the learning philosophy in education was the concept of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, a firm belief in the oneness of creation. Indian philosophers saw the world as one of the large family, there could be no more profound value for life that is holistic. Principal ancient Indian wisdom encouraged education to focus equally on the development of the mind, body, and soul. The core value of commitment to the truth prima facie, primary to self-discipline according to the greatest heights, status to self-reliance, inculcating a part of the core of one's being the essence of the humility and respect were the quintessential key values of the life that education was required to instill in the young minds. As someone involved with the process of building educational institutions that foster the right values in the learners, I have come to realize that the path of the concernment, of the path of the contentment, the strength of the value of life that the education system is able to instill in the shaping of the attitude and approach of the young minds, where our students return to me after having achieved success in their careers and accolades. With the achievements, they emphasized that the true learning that they cherished were the life lessons, sharing, caring, discipline, empathy, tolerance, respect, patience, and equanimity that has helped them shape their lives and careers. As we complete the quarter of this current century, would it be useful for us to revisit this important focus of the values of life that are an integral part of the ancient traditional across the world? Slide 5, please. We may build the most modern of information, supercomputers, highways, of the most skilled robots, or even the most sophisticated of gadgets. Does the focus need to be also thrown on training the minds to focus on the larger value of human solidarity, empathy within the community, social bridging, and bonding, and the skill relating to understanding fellow human being? In a world stuck with the disunity, disharmony, dissatisfaction, and discord, should we also manage higher education institutions, focus attention on not merely the skill of living, but the values of life? We at Jagran Lake City University and all other institutions run by Jagran Social Welfare Society have made this our core philosophy. Slide 6, please. Higher education across the world needs to focus on a new DNA that becomes an integral part of the stakeholder of the education system. A DNA that represents A, dignity of life, B, nurturing emotional intelligence, and C, awareness, that is 360. Let me expand on this new DNA. D stands for dignity of life, understanding and appreciating that the opportunity of the life that a lifetime on this earth gives all of us, making the best use of the life to secure fulfillment and containment need to be a goal. Dignity of not just our life, but the lives of all others creatures of the divine earth and the present on this earth need to be an idea we cherish. Can our education system focus more on ingraining this dignity of life amongst all learners? Secondly, nurturing emotional intelligence in the rat race of progress that one notices modern times. Individuals appear always on the move, often not knowing why they are going, where they are going, and what goal does it serve. The emotional quotient of so critical to ensure balance and equanimity in the life appears to have become a very low order priority today. And finally, an awareness that is 360 degrees. We are so caught up in our small professional world and super specializations that we often fail to appreciate the large reality that surrounds each one of us and that global framework we are all part of. This 360 degrees awareness would definitely make a new generation of learners equipped to appreciate the mind-boggling diversity that human life represents and fascinating multitude of experience, expectations, and endeavor permit me to few more minutes to elaborate on this DNA I have just spoken about. In today's world, a student enters the portals of the higher education and gets submerged deeply in professional learning and tends to forget the basic requirements of becoming a good human being, which is so very essential. They do not realize they are the world and an integral part of it. Slide 7, please. The need of our in today's fragmented world is to bring to the center stage a distinctive model of whole person's education that can foster learning with the values for life. Let us revisit the framework virtues of Salopian model of four florets, which guides us to its students to thrive in life, work, and relationship. The four florets of the world-famous Shrewsbury International School of UK and its distinctive model of whole person education places a premium on the value for the life are relevant in instilling these values in life. The four florets for individual flourishing club integrated into the education systems are intellective, expressive, active, and reflective. Intellective focuses upon educating the mind, inculcating wisdom and pursuit of truth. It trains the mind for critical thinking, develops love, learning, develops intellectual curiosity. 2. Active focuses on experimental learning, volunteering, participation, sports, and leadership. 3. Reflective focuses on spirituality, mental development, cultural understanding, social intelligence, self-mastery, direction, and setting purpose. Whereas expressive focuses on developing on communication skills, articulacy, creativity, and innovation, performance, doing and making, and the art. I suggest these vital components must be incorporated in higher education learning systems to make future citizens of the world much more enriched with the values of life besides the professionalism in their careers. This will support them in their life with love and respect for human oneness along with the modern and forward-looking outlook. Slide 8, please. Finally, developing an awareness that is 360. Today, our learners need to be a jack of all trades, but master of one. In this world of super specialization, do we ignore and forget the large picture? A holistic awareness makes a complete human being. A complete human being contributes to our integral growth of society and its well-being. In a globalized world, our learners would have the chance to explore a wide range of opportunities. Their diverse skill sets, multi-track exposure, and 360-degree learning will place them at a distinct advantage. Let me now return to where I began by focusing on the sense of connectedness in this world we live. I began by saying, we are the world, we are the children. How do we ensure that our institutions and all our stakeholders integrate into this connectedness while we all are part of knowledge society, are contributing to enhancing the quality and content of which at what is around us? We also have a commitment to building a more loving and caring human society. It is in this context that I focus on a contribution to inculcating the value of life in this new generation. The mind, body, and soul must be equipped to focus on a people, their passion, and their priorities. Let us join hands and achieve this noble endeavor in the 21st century learners, as we all are part of God's great big family, and it is true, we will make a better day, just you and me, we can. And that is what AUAP brings to you on your table today. Across so many countries in Asia Pacific, present in 35 or more countries, the various university comes together today and represent their ideas and roles and learn from each other. They extend their loving hand and hand holding with their culture and community, and which provides us love and caring and binding and understanding them. And that is what the AUAP platform is. And that is what I personally is focusing upon, the values of life, forgetting the fragmented world, joining it together once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wisdom and perspectives. Our second keynote speaker is Dr. Mohammad Sabur Khan. Dr. Khan, an eminent leader in business and academics, is the president of the AUAP and the founder and chairman of Daffodil International University. His pioneering work in establishing DIU's Department of Innovation and Entrepreneurship blends education with modern entrepreneurial spirit. He has been involved with the Dhaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Bangladesh Computer Samiti, and the managing director of Global Entrepreneurship Network, Bangladesh. Recently, he was elected as Treasurer-elect for 2027-2030 in International Association of University Presidents, IAUP. His scholarly works and publications contribute to his stature as an academician with wide array of topics ranging from entrepreneurial development to educational strategies. He has received several honorary doctorates, D.Litt awards, and professorships. He is recognized as Commercially Important Person, CIP, by Government of Bangladesh. Today, he will be speaking on integrating university growth and development with sustainability, strategies for the future. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Khan.
Again, good morning, very good morning again. And I'm sure that we already talk a lot. So me and Hari Mohan Gupta, I think, due to cause of our chief guest, we are continuing so that I'm sure that it is also one of the, professionalism, that using the time properly. So anyway, so I think that my topics is integrating university growth and development with sustainability, which I am trying to say a few words in my welcoming speech. And I hope that I'm trying to go through some of these points, which I hope that we'll try to follow. And as I already mentioned, that it is the time to share each other. So everyone, you know that education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. No doubt, as Hari Mohan Gupta has already mentioned in his presentation, how the children should learn morally, ethically, values, and a lot of other things. So definitely without education, we know that it is very tough nowadays. And that is why the whole world is now moving how the effective education can be provided from country to country. So you know that it is time, the current global scenario, if we just consider, you know, the Sustainable Development Goal, which is UN, is already mentioned. But at the same time, you know, that global higher institution, both of them are trying to transforming and to follow the UN Sustainable Development Goal. At the same time, countries to country. If I'm considering the India, I think India has some practices. Once upon a time, if I'm going back to 50 years back or 40 years back, Indian education also facing a lot of trouble because the industry is not coming forward to helping to the education sector. But now the scenario is changed. I think now the scenario is changed, the education and industry, both of them are work together. And you know, the India is already, individually they also focus, as Hari Mohan Gupta is mentioned, jack of all trade, but definitely master should be one. So that is why skill-based university, you know, that various sorts of focus, engineering, and this sorts of segment is identified. So I hope that you know that contribution of higher education in institute, especially the SDG development, you know that research need to be cultivated more focus. As we also mentioned from the AUAP, we are trying our best to emphasize the research collaboration among the partnering university. And of course, the education sector, as I also mentioned in the morning, the lot of the best practices we need to share each other. And you know that leadership, because from the university, it is the one of the sector that where the students should come with their skill, with their ability, with their leadership skill. Without the leadership skill, I'm sure that in the long run, university cannot be sustained. So that is why you see that education is also considered that playing a vital role for economic development of the country. If you go through this Singapore example, I hope that everyone you know that Singapore when got independent, I think they focused first in the health and education. In that time, you know, Singapore economy was very bad. If we consider the Malaysia and Singapore, in that time, Malaysia was more stronger economical country than Singapore. But now, only focusing to the education sector, how Singapore is dominating to the whole world and already positioning their identity in the global scenario. So that is why we must contribute to the Higher Education Institute for the Sustainable Development Goal. And again, you know, that 5 E's, which is also considered the efficacy, effectiveness, ethics, and at the same time, you know, that equity and environment. So we must agree that nowadays, you know, the education sector need to consider to all of this sector. Because earlier, our focus was that to produce the graduate. I'm sure that now universities should not like to identify themselves as a vending machine for graduation certificate. Rather, university need to look after the lot of component, you know, the environment, equity, local community. So these sorts of all of these components, university need to involve in their course curriculum, extracurriculum activities, and student, faculty, admin, and both of the sector need to work as an integral part of our education sector, which is also, as I also mentioned, that this one of the key factor for sustainable development goal. So sustainable development goal, and also you know that socially it was considered that when a university is situated in any places, how they also created the impact to the local society. A lot of cases we found that maybe one of the remote area, the university is established, but slowly, contributing to the social, contributing to the, you know, the local community, the university is play a vital role, and one of the super city or modern city is also developed as the universities play a vital role for looking after about the social equity and the economical visibility also. So that is why, you know, that nowadays a lot of the ranking, lot of this, you know, there's these sorts of organization like Times Education, QS ranking, you know, the green metrics, because everyone is focusing in various qualities. Like Times Education, they are focusing more in research. You know, QS ranking, they are focusing faculty, employability, internationalization, research, and a lot of the component they also bring in. So day by day, I think this ranking organization is also trying to expand their activities so that the education sector need to be proved that they are really sustainable. And at the same time, global education challenges and role of innovation. You know that if I'm again going back to 30 years or 40 years back, I think that university never can focus on the patent, commercialization of their research. But nowadays, you know, in global education challenges, the universities also focus that how much patent they have. I'm sure that Indian university is also practicing. And a lot of university, I personally visited, I found that once upon a time they are highlighted their achievement, how much award they are getting from various organizations. Now the university is focusing how much patent they have, how much commercialization of their patent is already in the market. So that is why you see the innovation need to be cultivated as very focused way, because if the new innovation is not coming, I hope that we are waiting. You know that, as our Anup Sharup is also mentioned, that artificial intelligence, blockchain, you know that ChatGPT, Gemini, these sorts of technological development we are not aware about before 3 years back also. So every day we need to wait that what sorts of new update is coming. As I love to say that in the morning when you wake up, if you find that one of the software update is coming in your mobile, if you don't update it, maybe your mobile can hang. It may not work properly. So that's why, you know, the lot of the innovation is coming every day. Everyone is fighting from their own domain, own business, own sustainability. The innovation need to be cultivated, and definitely the innovation, for bringing the innovation, you know, the lot of the tools and lot of resources need to be adapted in the university. And of course, there is a lot of challenges. As I always love to say, a lot of cases the faculty is still yet not aware. They don't like to change, because a lot of cases, a lot of the university faculty, they are keeping in the fixed mindset. So we need to adapt also the growth mindset, because if the faculty is not coming to the industry, and faculty also not inviting to the industry, and the industry people is not confidently coming to the university, the innovation will not coming from the university. So the whole world now, I think that they are looking the innovation, and of course there is a lot of the challenges, but at the same time, there should be a lot of benefits also coming. Because when the student and the faculty is already involved in the innovation, technological development, I'm sure that the industry is also keeping confidence to recruit students from that university. That is why the university is ranking is going so high. So as a potential, our honorable chief guest is already arriving. Okay, I'm just keeping pause and joining with the chief guest, and we'll come back again.
I request our dignitaries to please light the ceremonial lamp. Thank you, sirs. I request Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Mohan Yadav, Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, our Chancellor, Dr. Mohammad Sabur Khan, President of AUAP, Dr. Andy Puska, President of the Board, Danubis International University of Romania, and Dr. Anup Swarup, sir, to please take their seats on the stage. Thank you very much, sirs. I would now like to invite Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, first Vice President of AUAP and Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, to please deliver the welcome speech.
इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर श्री मोहन यादव जी, मुख्यमंत्री मध्य प्रदेश शासन, आपका एसोसिएशन ऑफ एशिया पैसिफिक यूनिवर्सिटी के तत्वाधान में आज स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है, वंदन है। मध्य प्रदेश में एसोसिएशन ऑफ एशिया पैसिफिक यूनिवर्सिटीज़ का ये पहला कार्यक्रम पूरे न कि मध्य प्रदेश में बल्कि हिंदुस्तान में पहली बार हो रहा है। जागरण लेक सिटी यूनिवर्सिटी इस एसोसिएशन को लेकर के मध्य प्रदेश में आई है और ये हमारा गौरव है कि यह एसोसिएशन जिसके लगभग 200 से अधिक सदस्य हैं और 35 देशों में इसका विस्तार है, वह एसोसिएशन ने अपने पदचिन्ह मध्य प्रदेश में उसकी राजधानी भोपाल में आज चिन्हित किए हैं। आपके यहाँ आने से सारे एसोसिएशन का मान बढ़ा है और हम ये चाहेंगे कि आप हमें इस तरह का एक प्लेटफॉर्म दें जिससे उच्च शिक्षा के लिए हम और अधिक कार्य कर सकें, उसको आगे बढ़ा सकें और मध्य प्रदेश में अनेक विदेश के विश्वविद्यालयों की यहाँ पर स्थापना हो सके। अगर आप ऐसे कोई प्लेटफॉर्म की हमारे लिए पहल करते हैं तो आप निश्चिंत, हमारा ये आपसे वादा है कि हम विश्व के अच्छे विश्वविद्यालयों को मध्य प्रदेश में लेकर के आएंगे। आपके आशीर्वाद में मध्य प्रदेश का विकास होगा और आगे बढ़ेगा। हम एक बार फिर ये कहना चाहेंगे कि जागरण लेक सिटी यूनिवर्सिटी की ओर से, जागरण सोशल वेलफेयर सोसाइटी की ओर से और एसोसिएशन ऑफ एशिया एंड पैसिफिक यूनिवर्सिटीज़ की ओर से आपका स्वागत है, वंदन है, अभिनंदन है।
Thank you very much, sir. It is my honor to invite someone whose vision and dedication have made a profound impact on our state. A leader who has tirelessly worked towards progress, innovation, and inclusive development. We are privileged to have with us the Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Mohan Yadav. Dr. Yadav graduated from Vikram University with a Bachelor of Science degree. He further pursued his academic interests and completed LLB, Master of Arts, Master of Business Administration, and Doctor of Philosophy degrees from the same university. He has been awarded by the President of India in 2011 and 12 and 2012 and 13 for promoting tourism in the state. Before taking the oath as the 19th Chief Minister of the state, Dr. Yadav played a crucial role as the Higher Education Minister in the cabinet led by Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji. His efforts to elevate the glory of Madhya Pradesh at not only national but also international level have been commendable. His responsibilities in the education sector underscore his commitment to enhancing the quality of higher education in Madhya Pradesh, a dedication he undoubtedly carries forward in his current role as Chief Minister, shaping the future of Madhya Pradesh. I would like to request Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to please address the gathering.
एसोसिएशन ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ एशिया एंड पैसिफिक के आज 17वें सम्मेलन में मंच पर विराजमान इस कार्यक्रम के खास करके इस एसोसिएशन के संस्थापक और चेयरमैन डॉक्टर साबुर खान, बांग्लादेश में मंच पर अभी जिनने हमारा अपना विषय रखा, हमारे जागरण लेक सिटी के चांसलर श्रीमान हरिमोहन गुप्ता जी, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर एनडी पुस्का, रोमानिया डॉक्टर अनूप स्वरूप महासचिव, इस अवसर पर मौजूद हमारे एसीएस उच्च शिक्षा अनुपम राजन जी, समस्त आगंतुक अतिथिगण, शिक्षा जगत की स्वनाम धन्य हस्तियां, पत्रकार साथियों, प्यारे मित्रों, आज का जो आपने टॉपिक निकाला, ये टॉपिक ही अपने आप में ये सारी बात कह देता है। उच्च शिक्षा का बदलता स्वरूप और हमारे जीवन मूल्य। हमारे कई सारे घटनाक्रम इतने सी बात में दिखाई भी देते हैं और एहसास भी होता है। और ये भी समसामयिक होगा आज के दौर में ये बात करना, अतीत की काल की कई घटनाएं हमको असामान्य लगेगी। उन बात को अगर दोहराएंगे तो ऐसा लगेगा कि ये उस युग की बात है, आज के युग से कैसे इसका तादाद में मिलाएं। लेकिन अगर हम थोड़ी गहरी निगाह से देखेंगे तो कई सारी बातें आज भी होती उसी प्रकार से दिखाई दे रही, उसके आसपास ही सारा माहौल बना हुआ है। हम सब अतीत के काल में भारत के गौरवशाली पक्ष की तरफ जाएंगे। हिस्ट्री अगर पकड़ेंगे तो ध्यान में आएगा कि हमारे अपने अतीत में हिंदुस्तान के परिप्रेक्ष्य में बात करूँगा तो मैं बांग्लादेश को भी अपने ही करीब पाता हूँ। इस विचार के आसपास जिस विचार से हम बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ विशेष बात है शिक्षा की व्यवस्था के साथ जोड़ करके बात करने के लिए कि यहाँ के लोग, इस हिंदुस्तान की अतीत की कोई भी एक घटना ऐसी नहीं मिलेगी जब यहाँ का शिक्षा पाया हुआ कोई भी शासन करता, राजा महाराजा कुलाध्यक्ष, किसी ने किसी देश पे कोई आक्रमण किया हो। लेकिन ये बात भी सही कि 1000 साल से 2000 साल तक, 2000 से लेके और कई साल तक यहाँ आकर के दुनिया के लोगों ने शिक्षा ग्रहण की, इसके उदाहरण मिलेंगे। इसके उदाहरण तक्षशिला, नालंदा, ऐसे कई और विश्वविद्यालयों में मिलेंगे। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये इससे कोरिलेटेड हो रहा है, जो मैंने बात शुरू की थी कि जो अगर हम जीवन मूल्यों की बात करते हैं, अगर हम मेरिट की बात करते हैं, तो दोनों से तालमेल मिलाने में सबसे अच्छी कोई जगह है वो हिंदुस्तान है, इसकी गारंटी दे सकता हूँ। इस नाते से आप सबका स्वागत करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ। हमारे विचार के लिए सर्वाधिक अनुकूल अगर कोई स्थान 200 से ज़्यादा देशों में है तो वो हिंदुस्तान से मैं बात जोड़ के कर रहा हूँ। लेकिन ये बात भी सही है कि अपने हिंदुस्तान के अंदर भी ऐसे कई उदाहरण मिलेंगे जब योग्यता की तो कोई कमी नहीं थी। रावण में योग्यता की अगर बात करें तो योग्यता में कंस भी कम नहीं पड़ता था, और योग्यता की बात करें तो ऐसे कई शासक देखे गए हैं। लेकिन जीवन मूल्यों की अगर बात करें, हमारा मॉरल एक तरह से जो व्यवहार होना चाहिए, नैतिक मूल्यों की बात करें तो नैतिक मूल्यों में दोनों के बीच में जो अंतर था वो कौरव पांडव में भी हमको समान रूप से दिखाई देता है। कौरव में एक से बढ़कर एक महारथी, रथी सब कुछ थे, लेकिन नैतिक मूल्यों के आधार पर, जीवन मूल्यों के आधार पर पांडव से वो पांडवों को हीरो बनाते हैं और ये विलियन हो जाते हैं। दोनों में जमीन आसमान का अंतर हो जाता है। कर्ण की अगर बात करो तो कर्ण की अपनी योग्यता किसी प्रकार से कोई कम नहीं है। कर्ण का धनुर्धर होना, कर्ण की अपनी जो टैलेंट है गजब का है, अर्जुन कहीं नहीं लगता उसके आगे। लेकिन कर्ण की अपनी दृष्टि, कर्ण का अपना प्रतिशोध, उसके अपने अंदर के भाव, मनोभाव, स्वभाव, उसकी अपनी जिद, उसको अपनी सारी चीजों को चौपट करते हुए डूबते हुए जहाज के साथ खड़ा कर देती। भगवान कृष्ण ने तो आखिरी समय में भी कोशिश की थी उस रहस्य को उद्घाटित करते हुए, जिसके आधार पर वो एक तरह से बहुत असामान्य बात हुई। लेकिन ये जो विषय अपना है, उस विषय का एग्जाम्पल अगर अपन ढूंढेंगे तो कर्ण भी वहीं खड़ा दिखाई देता है। रावण के भी ऐसे ही संसार में बहुत सारे उदाहरण हैं। कोई ऐसा कैसा कोई राजा हो सकता है जिस राजा के बलबूते पर उसका अपना स्वयं का तो ठीक है, अपना स्वयं का महल बना ले सोने का, वहां तक भी ठीक है, लेकिन पूरी लंका सोने की कर दे। अर्थात प्रत्येक व्यक्ति का मकान मेरे मकान जैसा होना चाहिए। अगर अपन कल्पना करें, दोनों की तुलना करें कि रावण के जीवन में क्या उसको कमी थी, जो ग्रह नक्षत्रों को पकड़ के शनि को बांध के पटक ले, कितने उदाहरण भरे पड़े हैं रावण के लिए। लेकिन जिस बात की कमी थी वो हम सबके सामने है, जिसके लिए इस तीनों लोक में त्राहिमाम मचता हो, वो वनखंडी भगवान श्री राम जमीन पे खड़े होकर के नैतिक मूल्यों के बलबूते पर जंगल के जानवरों के साथ, वनवासी आदिवासियों के साथ वो पराक्रम रचते हैं। वो पराक्रम दोनों के बीच से अगर हटा के देखें तो केवल वो मेरिट का और हमारी अपनी उच्च नैतिक मूल्यों की यही लड़ाई थी। इस लड़ाई ने सबका सार दिया और अभी भी हम देख रहे हैं, अपन रूस यूक्रेन युद्ध देख लो, आज के परिदृश्य में देखें, इजराइल का अपना संघर्ष देख लो। ये कहने वाले हो सकते हैं मैं इजराइल के पक्ष से भी खड़ी होकर बात कर सकता हूं, तो लेबनान और मैं गाजा पट्टी से भी जोड़ के बात करता हूं। लेकिन ये बात भी सही कि इजराइल भी तो 2000 साल से अपने देश की जमीन ढूंढ रहा था, उसने भी कीमत चुकाई, उसकी कीमत की भी तो बात करना पड़ेगी। उसके अतीत की जो अंदर की आग है, उस आग की तपन को भी देखना पड़ेगा। और अंततः दूर से कुछ और लड़ते दिखाई दे रहे हैं रूस और यूक्रेन, लेकिन असली में वो लड़ रहे हैं क्या? लड़ कौन रहा, लड़ा कौन रहा है, मर कौन रहा, मरवा कौन रहा, ये भी तो हमको देखना पड़ेंगे। आजकल तो मिसाइल गाइडेड जमाना है, लेकिन माइंड गाइडेड भी व्यवस्था है। अपने घर के अंदर आने वाली लड़ाई को एशिया तक रोक दो, ये भी तो कलाकारी है। आपस में लड़ मर के खत्म हो जाए तो हम सेफ रह जाएंगे, ये भी तो कहीं ना कहीं से शिक्षा ही मिली होगी। लेकिन इन शिक्षा से बाकी चीजों के साथ फिर हमारे आदर्शों की बात आएगी, जीवन मूल्यों की बात आएगी। तो जीवन मूल्यों के बीच में आप ध्यान दोगे तो आपको ध्यान दिखाई देगा। शांति की बात करते कौन दिखाई दे रहा है? जो बाइडेन से भी गले मिल रहा है और पुतिन से भी गले मिल रहा है, वो तो केवल भारत ही मिल रहा है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी मिल रहे हैं, इसके अलावा कोई मिल रहा है क्या? दोनों के बीच समानता के आधार पर, हमारे अपने आदर्शों के बलबूते पर, आज के इस युग में कहाँ की शिक्षा मिली मुझे मालूम नहीं, लेकिन शिक्षा की बात करें तो एक थोड़ा सा एक उदाहरण और ध्यान में आएगा। हो सकता है वो थोड़ा पॉलिटिकली हो, लेकिन मैं उसको पॉलिटिकल एंगल से नहीं कह रहा हूँ, समझने के एंगल से कह रहा हूँ। और समझने के एंगल से मैं नहीं समझ सकता हूँ कि उसको करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए, लेकिन मेरे मन में आ रहा है इसलिए मैं रखने का प्रयास कर रहा हूँ। जनता की योजनाओं के लिए भागीदारी का भाव लेके चलना। हम नहीं मानते कि हमारे जो डायरेक्ट डीबीटी, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट जिसको मिलना चाहिए, केवल कल्पना करो कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभियान, वो कल्पना करें कि 2004 से लेके 2013 तक हमारे जो सत्ताधीश प्रधानमंत्री करके रहे, जिनके पास बड़ी बड़ी डिग्री फाइनेंस की, वो खुद वित्त मंत्री रहे, खुद गवर्नर रहे, जिंदगी फाइनेंस में गुजारी, लेकिन वो कौन सी चूक हुई उनसे कि वो चूक एक चाय वाले के दिमाग में आई कि बगैर पैसे के भी खाता खुलता है बैंक में। बैंक में खाता खुलेगा और जिसका बेनिफिट उसके सीधे खाते में दे दे। ये कहीं शिक्षा व्यवस्था की चूक है, व्यवस्था की चूक है, मन के भाव की चूक है? मुझे लगता कि अंदर की आग की चूक है कि जिसका हक उसको तक जाना चाहिए। तो शिक्षा की जड़ों की गहराई उसी प्रकार से जुड़ती है जिसके आधार पर हमारे लिए अतीत में एक उदाहरण मिलता है चाणक्य और चंद्रगुप्त का। चाणक्य चंद्रगुप्त के महामंत्री हैं, चंद्रगुप्त शासक है, लेकिन ऐसा कोई विद्वान जो शासन की व्यवस्था के अलावा बात करने उनसे मिलने जाता है, और जैसे मिलने जाता तो रात के समय हमारी पद्धति वैसी थी, जब दीप जला करके कोई बात कर रहा है तो मिलकर आए, उन्होंने कहा मेरे को आपसे मिलना है, आइए आपका स्वागत है, क्या बात करना है? मेरे को आपसे थोड़ी दूसरी बात करना है, शासन की कोई बात नहीं करना। उन्होंने कहा कोई बात नहीं करना। तो जो जल रहा दीपक उसको बुझा देता है, दूसरा दीपक जलाता है। वो सज्जन देखते हैं गौर से कि क्या हुआ, ये दूसरा दीपक जला रहा, पहला क्यों बुझा दिया? तो उन्होंने कहा वो पहले शासन का जल रहा था, मैं शासन का पैसा फालतू की दूसरी व्यवस्था के लिए नहीं दे सकता हूँ, ये मेरे देश की नैतिक मूल्यों के आधार पर है। आप निजी बात करना चाह रहे हो तो ये मेरे निजी तेल से जलने वाला दीपक है। ये जो अंदर की आग है, ये हमारे लिए अपने देश की उस गहराई की तरफ बताने के लिए पर्याप्त है। मध्य प्रदेश की धरती पर मेरे इस एसोसिएशन के बैनर तले मैं हमारे लेक सिटी के खासकर यूनिवर्सिटी जागरण के हरिमोहन गुप्ता जी को धन्यवाद दूंगा, जिनके कारण से आप यहाँ ये एक बड़ा आयोजन कर रहे हैं। मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, धन्यवाद भी देता हूँ। और बांग्लादेश से तो हमारा वैसे ही संबंध अलग ही प्रकार का। हमारी गंगा बिना बांग्लादेश के वो जाती नहीं गंगा सागर तक, आपके माध्यम से ही जाती है। हमारे लिए वहाँ हुगली क्या कहते हैं, हमें मुझे नहीं, गंगा सागर तो है, गंगा जी का नाम हुगली कर दिया नहीं बंगाल में। आपके यहाँ क्या बोलते हैं चांसलर साहब हैं? अच्छा अच्छा, हर नाम बदल दिया, आत्मा तो वही है, शरीर भी वही, पानी भी वही है। तो मैं मान के चलता हूँ हमारी अपनी गंगा की धारा अपनी यात्रा में बांग्लादेश को समेटे हुए, और केवल यहाँ नहीं, जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, मैं उम्मीद कर रहा हूँ कि आपका यहाँ बार बार आना होगा, हर बार आपसे मिलते रहेंगे। मेरे अपने भावों को आपने समझने का प्रयास किया। मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की ओर से हमने 2020 में नई शिक्षा नीति लागू की है, जिसके माध्यम से ये बने बनाए स्ट्रक्चर को हमने तोड़ने का प्रयास किया। हमने कोशिश की देश के अंदर, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री ने, जैसे ज्ञान की कोई सीमा नहीं, इसी प्रकार से ये जो सीमाएं बनी हुई थी BA BCom BSc की डिग्री की, इसमें जिसको पढ़ना वो पढ़े, इसलिए हमने उसको भी समाप्त किया और उम्र भी समाप्त की। इसलिए आप हमारे कॉलेज में, यूनिवर्सिटी में अपने दादा भी पढ़ सकते हैं, पापा भी पढ़ सकते हैं और बेटा भी पढ़ सकता है, डबल डिग्री भी कर सकते हैं, 3 डिग्री भी कर सकते हैं अपने मध्य प्रदेश में। इसका ये भी हमने दरवाजा खोला है। उम्र की भी कोई सीमा नहीं, किसी उम्र से भी जाके कोई पढ़ सकता है। बैंक में जैसे जमा करने के बाद क्रेडिट मिलता है, हमारी डिग्री में भी क्रेडिट देने की गुंजाइश है कि आपने 2 सब्जेक्ट यहाँ से पढ़ लिए, इसके बाद और किसी कॉलेज में जाकर के पढ़ना है और किसी विश्वविद्यालय में जाके पढ़ना है, तो बाकी बचा हुआ हिसाब वहाँ से भी जोड़ सकते हो, डिग्री आपको पूरी मिल जाएगी। ये एक एक दिन आपने कोई भी शिक्षा के पावन मंदिर में अर्थात कॉलेज में गुजारा तो उसका हिसाब रखते हुए ये बार बार आपको इस तरह की व्यवस्थाओं में से न गुजरना पड़े, ऐसे कई दायरे खोले। मुझे नहीं मालूम कि अभी कहीं है, ये है तो हमने लागू कर दिया, ये मान लो हमारे दरवाजे बंद थे, हमने ताला खोलने का प्रयास किया। मेरी अपनी ओर से पुनः आप सबका स्वागत है, वंदन है, अभिनंदन है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful and inspiring words. To express our heartfelt appreciation to Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for gracing us with his presence, I would like to request Shri Hari Mohan Gupta, sir, to please present a memento to him. Thank you very much, sirs. I would now like to invite Dr. Anup Swarup, Secretary General AUAP, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
आदरणीय डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी, मुझे तो बहुत ज़्यादा हर्ष है क्योंकि मैं उनके साथ एक हायर NEP को जो हम लोग लागू कर रहे थे मध्य प्रदेश में, तो आप जब शिक्षा मंत्री थे तो मैं उसका सदस्य था, तो लेकिन मैं पहुंच गया मेलबर्न। पहले मैं कुलपति रह चुका हूं भारत में और जागरण में संस्थापक कुलपति भी रह चुका हूं। तो जब मैं वहां पहुंचा तो मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा। आपने जिस उसका मतलब आपको मैं कैसे वर्णन करूं, इतना आपने रुचि ली और भारत में मध्य प्रदेश सरकार जो थी वो सर्वप्रथम जिसने नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को लागू किया, तो आपको बहुत धन्यवाद उसका। और साथ ही साथ आपने अभी जो व्याख्या की पुरातन भारत की, मानव मूल्यों की, आप जानते हैं अहम परमो ब्रह्मा, ये विश्व को सीख जो दी है भारत ने कि देयर इज गॉड विद इन यू, यू कैन अचीव आउटस्टैंडिंग एक्सीलेंस फ्रॉम योर ओन सेल्फ, ये भारत से आया है। तो आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आप हम लोगों के बीच में आए। और मैं एक छोटी सी बात और कहूँगा, मैं उनके साथ एक और चीज़ बहुत शेयर करता हूँ, विक्रम विश्वविद्यालय माधव साइंस कॉलेज, जो कि उन्होंने अभी पहचान लिया मुझे। तो हम लोग साथ में थे, मतलब उसी विश्वविद्यालय से निकले हैं और शुरुआत वहीं से। सो आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत में पहली बार AUAP का यहाँ आयोजन हुआ, मध्य प्रदेश सरकार का आदरणीय डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी का मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। और आपको मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत ने जो पहल ली है, पहली बार हुआ है AUAP का आयोजन। 30 वर्ष हो गए AUAP को, यूनेस्को ने सेटअप किया था 1995। 30 साल के बाद पहली बार भारत में आए हैं आपके तत्वाधान में। सो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sirs. Before we move ahead with our sessions, I would like to invite all of you to please proceed for a short coffee break.
I request everyone to kindly settle down. बोल दो वीडियो का I request everyone to kindly settle down. There's a small video courtesy Taj Lakefront that we would like you to see. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down.
Welcome
This
you
video
to Taj
consists of
Lakefront,
security
Bhopal.
parameters.
To experience the stunning lakeside views blending modern comforts and regional flourishes. We appreciate your choice of choosing Taj Lakefront Bhopal and assure you of a safe, secure, unforgettable and regal experience. While enjoying our facilities, please observe practical safety measures. Avoid distractions such as mobile phones while navigating stairs and corridors. Exercise caution on balconies and rooftops, and ensure children are supervised near pools. Allow elevator doors to close freely, use the hold button when necessary. Secure your valuables in your room safe or by consulting our security team. In an emergency, stay calm and prepare to evacuate upon hearing the fire alarm. Use the nearest stairway for evacuation, avoid elevators. Head to the designated assembly point, following illuminated signs and guidance from our trained staff. Our hotel features comprehensive CCTV coverage and regular patrols by security personnel in close cooperation with local law enforcement. For any medical needs, first aid resources are available, and our staff is trained to assist. Please remember, no mock drills are scheduled during your visit. Should you have any security concerns or need further assistance, our security professionals are available around the clock. Thank you for your attention. We wish you a secure and successful conference at Taj Lakefront, Bhopal.
I request everyone to kindly settle down. I would again like to invite Dr. Mohammed Sabur Khan to please continue with his address.
Not the same screen, this one. I don't know what is the page. No, no, not page. This one. This one. Potential AI tools. Yeah.
I request everybody to please settle down. I request the delegates to please take their seats.
Okay, so we started in the morning. Now it is afternoon. So very good afternoon. And I'm just coming to this slide, and our honorable chief guest, due to cause of his honor, we just pause and come back again. So you already know that as we are talking about the sustainable education, so when we are talking about the sustainable education, we cannot avoid the technology. And the technology is the key component of nowadays for making education sustainable. And that is why all of you may aware about the lot of the AI tools in the market. But the interesting thing is that, as I already told, whenever any faculty or education institute try to bringing the innovative idea in technology, it takes a lot of time. So that is why the best opportunity should be to use the available tools in the market. Because if you think that we will develop the tools, it may take 4 years, it may take 3 years, it may take 2 years or more than 1 year. So it will be very tough to adapt it and to get the benefit of the technology. So that is why I should tell that we should use the potential AI tools for teaching, learning, governance, and again, I must say that once upon a time, student was very much eager to taking the note. But you know nowadays, our young chap, Gen Z or Alpha generation, they don't like to take the note. They are eager to take the picture. So you see, whatever they are seeing, earlier what happened? They write it down. I'm coming to Taj Hotel. I'm visiting the Jagannath Lake University. Hari Mohan Gupta is one of the wonderful leader. But nowadays, there's excuse me, Hari Mohan sir, can I take one selfie? So that means the scenario is changed. So after taking the selfie, they post it down. Hey, I took the picture and I spent few minutes with Chancellor Hari Mohan Gupta. So the picture is first, then feelings coming next. So that is why I should tell that nowadays we need to use the AI tools. You know that already you award that I told my university faculty, I will appreciate that faculty who make all of his course as a duplicate through the AI faculty. Because student nowadays, maybe in the midnight, they like to interact with the teacher. But if they call to the teacher, send the mail to the teacher, teacher will not accept it positively. So, but due to cause of AI, very easily they can chat with the teacher in the midnight. But how? That is why the tools need to involve and practice as much as possible. So that is why few of the tools I am showing. Next, please. My remote is not working. Okay. So again, you already aware about the outcome-based education, which is another sustainable approach. So in our university, we just try to establish. So this is some of the practices I'm trying to show you. You know, Bangladesh usually quality assurance cell. Its government is already mandatory. They imposed 5 years back. Every university must have the IQAC. Anyway, they will be bring the screen. So I hope that in India, perspective is also same. In all other countries, they are now look after about the quality assurance. Because without quality, and I'm sure that every university nowadays, for their own sustainability, they also look after about the ranking and international compliances. So outcome-based education, previous slide, please. Yeah. So IQAC, that is quality, need to be taking a lot of this step. As you already know that every program has some specific objective and develop the program based on the learning outcome. Because if the student, you know that nowadays if they are not getting the job, it is the failure of the university. And once upon a time, as I already mentioned, that no one is thinking that university should be identified, how much they are able to placement or getting their students placement in the market. I hope that, as I mentioned a few minutes back, that QS ranking and other ranking, they are now already bringing the employer's reputation is one of the key factor for your ranking. If the employer reputation is coming less, I think a lot of other side you are quite strong. And at the same time, AUAP, if we consider the AUAP, everything is good, but internationalization you are poor. So that means you cannot bring your university in the top ranking university. So that is why outcome-based education, you need to involve this lot of changes. Because whatever changes will be coming, as I already mentioned previously, that in mobile, in technology, every day there is a lot of changes coming. So that change need to be adapted. You see, our Chief Minister is already mentioned that I'm really very happy that Indian government is already implemented the skill bank. That is the necessary nowadays. One of the student, he don't like to study in Jagaran Lake University. That means he completed 50% of his credit. So that means he will be dropout student? Should not. He should go to the other university. And equivalence committee or the skill bank, he will easily get the credit. As he already mentioned that you can deposit your money in any bank. So same way, you skill also you can earn. Okay, Jagaran Lake University is very famous in law, very famous in business. So few of the subjects they can come to the Jagaran Lake University, and few subject is very strong to the other university. They can go to the other university. So by this way also we can adapt that which is continuous improvement. We need to bring the outcome-based education. So I hope that our academicians need to work for developing this sector. This is one of the model we implemented. And sometimes or always I'm trying to show these practices because I know it was a very tough job. 2010, we took an initiative to give the free laptop to each and every student. So until today, almost 70,000 laptop we distributed to the student. But this model we considered is another key factor of the sustainable education because we are giving the laptop to the student not at the time of admission. Rather, we are giving the laptop after 3 semesters to our student or minimum 2 semesters. But a lot of compliances we set before getting the laptop. So suppose his class attendance should be this percentage, his score should be this percentage, he must need to complete art of living course, he must need to complete the employability 360 course so that the job market very easily they can place their position. And another mandatory thing, we insist our student to develop a video resume to prove himself what exactly he or she is. Once they completed the video resume, only then all procedure when they are completed, we give them the free laptop. So we know that we invested a lot of money, but by virtue or by natural, we are getting some good quality student because those who already fit for the job market. So by this way, we can confirm and make our university as one of the sustainable because once he get the laptop, that means he already comply lot of this micro-credential course, lot of this fitness, and lot of these other factors he already achieved to receive the laptop. So this is one of the model, and I hope that if anyone is like to get it, we will love to share our practices and the policy. And I should say that it is really one of the great sustainable model. So next, teaching-based education. You know, as I already mentioned, that a lot of this technology is coming. Say, COVID time, naturally, we make ourselves bound to depend on the online education. So no one knows in the COVID time that AI will be coming such a quickly. And AI has a lot of diversified of tools. So this teaching-based education now, very easily, we can transform to the artificial intelligence. Because say, suppose learning management system, all of the contents is already in the system. So using the AI tools, with overnight, teacher can bring all of their contents as a AI teacher. So that's why I should say that the market-based curriculum also you can integrate, as I show, that based on the technology. Because earlier, I think we never thought that there should be another program we need to introduce. So now you see, the lot of the universities already introduced Bachelor of Artificial Intelligence. So the market-based education we need to be emphasis. In our university, as I am coming from an entrepreneurial background, from the day one, I am trying to introduce all of the new subject in our university. A lot of people are very surprised. So suppose in 2002 our university started, we started one new department. It's called the Multimedia and Creative Arts Technology. So everyone telling that this subject is not any university of the country. Why you are introducing? For first 1 year, 2 year, we are not getting much student. But now this is one of the popular subject in the country. 100% student get the job because it's the market-based demand is creating. At the same time, 2005, we started the Bachelor of Real Estate. And in 2003, we started Information Communication Technology. And 2005, we started the first software engineering department in Bangladesh. And 2013, we started the first department, Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So that is, you need to introduce the new subject based on the market demand. Then your university will be sustainable. So that is why I'm giving a slide idea. As I already mentioned, the blended education system is now the key tools. And in respect of AI, I hope that we'll try to follow it. And at the same time, online platform of education, that is a lot of automation need to be introduced and practiced in the university. So what happened, one of the faculty, if they left the university, your resources will be with you. That resources can be utilized by the next new faculty when they will be joining to the university. By this way, university will not lose any data, any talent, or any knowledge. So that is the online platform benefit. So in our university, we are practicing, we have the two platforms. One is International Online University and one is GoEdu. So GoEdu is local language. Because a lot of cases, that as today our chancellor and chief guest, they always give their speech in their local language. Why? To get the rhythm of the people or to understand the emotion. So that is why we just developed the two platform. And we also developed this more than 50 various sorts of module for developing or interacting in the automation. Because every day, new technology, as I already mentioned, is coming. So it is our responsibility to adapt the technological development. Say, 7 years back, 2 of our students was suicided in the campus, and when the class is going on. So we try to understand what is the background for their suicide. And then we found that they have the family problem because their father, mother were divorced. So due to cause of father, mother divorce, the rate of the divorce is going to be high in every country. So what happened? Due to cause of his parental problem, he was very demotivated. First 2 semesters, his class participation, his result was very fantastic. But slowly, later on, his result is dropping down. but no teacher, no mentoring, there was there. So we introduced in 6 years back mentoring monitoring system. So we did the mandatory to all of the student, all teacher must monitoring through this system so that before going to any suicide or any problem, we can understand the why he is facing the problem. So now due to cause of technology, it is very strong component now to identify that why his problem. Because you see the university has the ability, as Jagaron Lake University is already mentioned, they have a one foundation or social welfare fund and also the opportunity. So in any cases, a talent student, whenever they are facing the financial problem, because the suicide is happened due to cause of financial problem, because due to cause of the parents' divorce, no one take care about these kids, so he's not getting the financial support. So that's why he was taking this initiative to suicide. So I hope that every university has a lot of financial support, but we need to identify before any problem is occurring. So research collaboration, already we mentioned that our AUAP is one of the key components. We like to make the research collaboration. Last year, we also introduced that research innovation fund, and we hope that our incumbent president will take more initiative, and our Secretary General also taking more initiative, because the research collaboration need to be also more stronger. So maybe 3 university, 4 or 5, 6 university, jointly we can do some research based on the various field or the necessity of the component. So that is why we develop a lot of the research collaboration, and you will be happy to know that our university is not so much, that's old, it's almost 23 years running, but between this time, that more than 100 years, there is a lot of university in Bangladesh, but last years, we become the #1 research-based university in our country due to cause of this joint collaboration. So I hope that all of the university, you should practice, and AUAP is also taking a lot of initiative. So, well, I think I'm also coming to the almost very last part, that as I'm telling that a lot of creative thinking, collaboration, communication, computational thinking, that what exactly the student's outcome. I think we are trying to introduce another system. When student will join in the university, we will make a survey through a automation. So we like to understand that what exactly his or her intention to take admission in the specific subject. So after 3 semesters, we will do another survey. What is his intention after 3 semesters? And before 2 semesters, that is finally, we try to do again this survey. So based on his thinking, understanding, we will adopt the micro-credential course. So maybe few students we found that his father and mother tried to make him as an engineer. But after 3 semesters, we find that he don't have any intention to become the engineer. Rather, he is very much focused to take a job in financial sector. Or he has an intention to become an entrepreneur. So now we are introducing micro-credential course. We are trying to push them, okay, you can complete 12 credit in business or entrepreneurial subject, or you can take some course in the financial management or accounting background. So this one we need to, because we need to understand about the student pulse. Because if you are not interact with the student, I think our education will be certificate based, which I already mentioned earlier. Well, so the goal already we understood, we should need to take the lot of, that a sustainable policy, implement a lot of idea, and maybe I think this is time to the university also to put it down the pillar that how much of sustainable development you are already maintaining and what practices you are doing. So that the other university can also follow, even the student can also learn while they will be studying in the university. If Jagaron Lake University students know on the way of their everyday movement that the Jagaron Lake University is already implemented the food safety or this pillar already implemented, then the student also can learn a lot, and when they will go to the market, they will also spread this information to the outside that yes, my university is comply and look after the sustainable development goal of the UN. So thank you very much. And I don't know if you have any question. I will love it to respond to you. If not, thank you very much. Wish all of you good luck. Yeah, please. Mohammed Delwale, please. Is it possible to give a microphone? Though his voice is very good.
Really?
You understand, he's laughing.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Your
thank you.
Excellency, I would say. Very wonderful presentation you just made. And why I felt I should say something. You mentioned, even though as being the president of AUAP, you were able to also say very clearly and honestly what is required for the association to grow. The point in which is about if you cannot get your students employment, what's the point of educating them? Which is very rare, which is very important. So the importance there is that how, if you're doing that in your university, maybe for other universities to learn from here, if you put it to practice, can you tell us how much industries, businesses, chambers of commerce are working with you to develop your curriculum? Maybe you could give us a light on that. And if not, I think you could also tell us maybe we should be looking deeply into that. Because I want to see here how many people are from industries here. I don't know. If they can raise their hands up. Then I will say, then we are the starting point. If not, I think we need to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just giving this small response to Mohammed Delwale. You see, as I mentioned, because we introduced one program, Multimedia and Creative Arts Technology, in 2004. In that time, not a single university offered this course. So how can we develop the course curriculum? We invited all of the industry people. We asked them, what is your requirement? What do you like to introduce in the course? So you see, around 8 or 9 sitting we organized with all of the stakeholders of the industry. Then we tried to bridging with the faculty and completed this program. Now we are facing the problem. When you got the permission from the UGC, we cannot get the faculty. So again, we invited the faculty from the industry. And one of our faculty, while he was in the faculty of our university, he became the Minister of Information and Communication Technology. So at the same time, we also bringing some of the faculty, those who working in the media house, like newspaper, like television channel, we bring them in the faculty panel. So that is why I should say that, as Delwale is mentioned, that we need to bring the industry. I think it is time not to depend only the other university practices, rather we should invite to the industry people, right people, sitting with the faculty and develop the course curriculum. So lastly, why I am giving this example, then it is very interesting. After 4 years, I just asked my head of the Multimedia Creative Arts Technology, how much student is graduated? He told not a single. And why? After 4 years, not a single student is become graduated. It means we are completely failure. He told them, no, sir. There is another problem. I said, what is the problem? Because all students, after completion their 4th or 5th semester, they got high paid salary. So everyone is got employment opportunity. So they are thinking that I am getting huge salary. So let's do the job and then we'll do the graduation later on. So then we change the mind. Why not we should introduce the industrial attachment with the course. So the student, whatever job, if he is doing the core area of the multimedia creative arts, why not we consider this one also as a course curriculum and involve in the course. So by this way, I think we made our subject is completely successful. So I hope that you got the answer. Thank you.
What percentage of your staff, your lecturers, have worked before in their lives? Because why I say is this, all over universities, majority have never worked outside.
Yeah, that's
university.
a very good question.
And that's a big problem. So if we not, how can we improve that and ensure that AUAP will be able to be the starting point for other universities to start to make sure that at least a percentage, larger percentage of their lecturers should have worked before, and if not, send them out to go and see because when you teach students and they graduate, they're now into a total different world, and that's been very difficult for our students. Second one, sir, and sorry to take your time. Second one is that we have a population of some of our lecturers are consultants. Do you agree, sir? Outside the university. Either to United Nations or to big businesses or to government. Agreed? And if that's the case, can we ban any consultant within university? Support the lecturers to do as much to give the best to our students, our young people, rather than being consulted outside the university, because that itself has hindered the progress of our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think our Anup Sharup is here. Is it in the audience? Okay. So, Brother Hari Mohan Gupta and all of our distinguished guests, and especially Andy Puska and Peter Laurel and our Supapon, I think I'll request to AUAP, we can write it down because yesterday in our board meeting we discussed that AUAP can play an influential role to communicate with the government. So maybe we can write it, one of the letter to all of the country head, especially the education minister or the regulatory authority, that to encourage the faculty must need to go to the industry. I think there should be some policy. If I'm not wrong, India, I think our UGC former chairman, maybe in his keynote speech, he will mention, maybe India is already doing some practices. So this one maybe from AUAP we can urge or we can request to the all country head that to adopt it, that the faculty need to go to the industry. I think these sorts of initiative, thank you very much, we can try to take from the AUAP. So thank you very much and wish all of you good luck.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wisdom and perspectives. As we continue our keynote session, it is my honor to introduce our third keynote speaker, Dr. Dhirendra Pal Singh, Chancellor, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Professor Singh, former chairman of the University Grant Commission, UGC, has nearly 4 decades of exemplary leadership in Indian higher education. As UGC chair, he supervised 8 inter-university centers and played a pivotal role in shaping national education policies. He has served as Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University, Dr. H.S. Gaur University, and Devi Ahilya University, and also as a director of NAC, Bangalore. A former member of the Central Advisory Board of Education and ICCR, he has contributed to key initiatives like RUSA and NEP 2020. With international exposure spanning the UK, USA, and Germany, Professor Singh has been honored with awards like the Nation Builder Award and advises the UP government on education. Today, he will be sharing his expertise on topic higher education ecosystems for developing value-oriented global citizens. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Singh.
Good afternoon. Namaste. Honorable President of AUAP, Dr. Khan, President-elect Shri Hari Mohan Gupta ji, Secretary General of AUAP, Dr. Anup Sarup, the President of Association of Indian Universities, the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, all the Honorable Chancellors, Vice Chancellors, Directors, Head of the institutions, and all the office bearers of the AUAP. First of all, my sincere thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this session. As has been mentioned, I would be speaking on a higher education ecosystem for developing value-oriented global citizens. In the forenoon, the program Specialist Education from UNESCO has already presented the viewpoint of UNESCO related to the global citizenship, but my focus would be on India and how the National Education Policy 2020 of India as a game changer is contributing towards developing global citizens, and also how the Indian culture is showing us the path for the right type of education for developing value-based global citizenry. Friends, higher education institutions constitute a very important ecosystem for developing value-oriented global citizens by fostering values, skills, and knowledge, and enable students to contribute positively to globally connected world. To develop global citizens, we need to inculcate shared values, empathy, and an active commitment to contributing positively on a global scale. Being a global citizen is a mindset that combines knowledge, compassion, responsibility, and action. It involves seeing oneself as part of a larger human family and working to make positive contributions to both local and global communities. This means a global citizen is one who understands global issues, respects and embraces diversity, has commitment to peace and justice, believes in a sense of shared responsibility towards global issues, has skills for collaboration, prioritizes constructive dialogue, and strives towards a more sustainable and equitable world. I feel that higher education institutions, whether they are the university or the other institutions, can be the necessary ecosystem to cultivate global citizens. Through diverse educational experiences, higher education institutions can empower students to address global challenges, appreciate cultural diversity, and be responsible and compassionate. HEIs can be the platforms that raise awareness of global issues like climate change, poverty, human rights, and health disparities. HIs can provide opportunities for engaging with diverse perspectives and studying global challenges, and thereby contribute to developing empathy and a sense of responsibility in our youth towards communities beyond their own. HIs can provide multicultural environments where students interact with peers from various backgrounds and learn to appreciate and navigate cultural differences. And therefore, it is important that today we recognize this role of higher education institutions and leverage the education ecosystem to encourage civic engagement through service practicum, community engagement projects, and internships. These experiences often inculcate community service, equity, and social justice, values that align with values of a global citizen. In recent times, as you are aware, through the National Education Policy 2020, India's education system is uniquely positioned to offer interdisciplinary programs that help students recognize these values of a global citizen. Today, many higher education institutions in India are aligning curricula and research with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which address global issues such as employment, inequality, environmental protection, and quality education. The NEP 2020 has made it possible for higher education institutions in India to take meaningful actions to create an education ecosystem aimed at equipping students with a framework for understanding global challenges and taking meaningful actions towards sustainable development. The NEP 2020 is the guiding philosophy for changing the learning landscape of our country. The foundation pillars on which the National Education Policy 2020 of India is built are access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. Our NEP 2020 aims to transform India into a vibrant knowledge society and a global knowledge superpower, thereby enabling India to regain its position as Vishwa Guru. The theme of India's G20 presidency, as you are aware, was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, which reiterates this vision to have India become a vibrant knowledge society. There is a slok in Sanskrit which is like, Ayam nijam parvabeti gadna laguchit sam udar chartanam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This means, for those who have a big heart, the whole earth is their family. And for those who have a small heart, their thinking is that this is their own and that is someone else. So with this thinking of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the India is going ahead, and particularly this vision is reflected in the National Education Policy 2020 of India. The NEP 2020 says, and I quote, the world is becoming increasingly interconnected. Global citizenship education, in response to contemporary global challenges, will be provided to empower learners to become aware of and understand global issues and to become active promoters of more peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, secure, and sustainable societies. Today, the higher education institutions are the hubs for research that address global issues such as renewable energy, public health, and international peace. By involving students in research projects, institutions inspire a commitment to problem solving on a global scale. Through partnerships with government, industry, and NGOs, HIs also connect students to practical applications and innovations that tackle real-world problems. Now, I would like to dwell upon the contribution of the Indian culture for developing the value-oriented global citizenship. The idea of a value-oriented global citizen aligns naturally with Indian culture, which has long upheld values such as unity, compassion, respect for diversity, and a sense of universal brotherhood. The Chancellor of Jagran Lake University, in his keynote address, has also highlighted these aspects. And these elements are, one of the foremost and prime important is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that the word is a family. The another is related to the non-violence or ahimsa. The third one is the dharma, which refers to the ethical duty and moral responsibilities that guide individuals to act in ways that support justice, truth, and social harmony. The concept of seva or selfless service is central in Indian culture and encourages serving others without expecting anything in return. And there is the text Vedas teach coexistence in harmony with nature and all living beings, which aligns with the goals of sustainability and environmental stewardship. Our Secretary General, Dr. Anup Saru, was also referring to this great philosopher, Swami Vivekananda, who in his address at the First World's Parliament of Religions in Chicago on September 11, 1893, quoting from the Gita, passionately and eloquently conveyed this message of global peace and tolerance. He underlined the importance of education as a powerful tool to infuse higher values in human mind where peace and harmony had the foremost place. By education, Swami Vivekananda did not mean, as he himself said, the amount of information put in the brain and runs right there and register all life. But education is a process of life building, man making, and character making assimilation of ideas. Friends, the Indian culture provides a strong foundation for building value-oriented global citizens, drawing from our texts and philosophies that advocate for peace, compassion, duty, and harmony with all. In an increasingly interconnected world, these principles offer a roadmap for responsible, ethical, and inclusive global engagement. Our education systems must become the hubs for building a human resource that believes in harmonious coexistence and creates a workforce to provide solutions to global challenges. Along these lines, building international education collaborations, which has been highlighted by other speakers also, because now the world, we cannot work in isolation. We cannot work as ivory towers. We cannot work singularly, and therefore we have to collaborate. We have to collaborate in different regions, with different parts of the world, with different institutions. We have to collaborate with industries. We have to establish social connect also. And in that context, HEIs, the higher education institutions, through international collaborations, can best leverage education opportunities for building a global citizenry embedded in values of peace that embrace diversity and contribute to an equitable and sustainable world. Through internationalization of our teaching curricula, research partnerships, and opportunities to take education across national boundaries, our higher education institutions can become the instruments for developing value-oriented global citizens. Now the University Grants Commission have come out with several regulations, including the establishment of the foreign university campuses in India. And similarly, the universities in India can have their campuses outside. So now these dual degree programs or joint degree programs are the reality, and therefore more collaborations are required in this context. With regards to the implementing sustainable development goals, as Dr. Khan had just mentioned, our higher education institutions can partner with education institutions abroad and use the instrumentality of education and research to advance the SDGs within local and regional context. Looking specifically at the Asia Pacific region, this is home to some of the world's oldest universities and higher learning systems and practices, including Nalanda and Takshila in ancient India. Despite rapid economic and social developments in the recent decades, the region is still home to a large percentage of world's poor and illiterates, with many facing livelihood challenges and inequalities. In this space, I feel internationalization of higher education and creating academic collaborations, research collaborations among different higher education institutions of the Asia Pacific region particularly and the world in general can contribute to strengthening the education ecosystem in the region and become a means to integrating communities to have a citizenry that meets global demands and challenges. With this, I welcome and strongly endorse the efforts of the Association of Universities of Asia Pacific and its contribution towards developing value-oriented global citizens. The maxim, think globally, act locally, perhaps best suits this century and demands that we develop two systems thinking, that is, think and act, both local and global. In fact, the world today increasingly recognizes the importance of a globally connected education ecosystem, wherein the youth can help contribute to a peaceful, sustainable, and prosperous future. I would like to conclude my keynote address with a prayer, and that is Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramah, Sarve Bhadyaan Pasyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukh Bhag Bhavet, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. It means, may all sentient beings be at peace, may no one suffer from illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer. Om Shanti, peace, peace, and peace. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful keynote speech you just made. Tata is a well-recognized body in the world. We've said the late Tata may so rest in peace. And the Institute of Social Sciences means a lot to him. And I think you hold a very valuable position. But before I go on, let me commend and recognize the response from the immediate past president of the AUAP earlier when he did something, he did show a leadership trait. When he said something, I think AUAP should take it very strongly. And he has requested that AUAP should think of start developing policy. What are universities for? They're the think tank. They are supposed to support the government by particularly bringing out what we call diverse policies. Diverse in the sense that it should reach larger number of people, not consider a few people, because what we do all over the world, because remember that the World Economic Forum in January 2018 said our world is fractured. And you know what Economic Forum, it drives what the United Nations do. Another concern is that why is it that all universities all over the world does not even raise a eyebrow about this SDGs? Everybody talks about SDGs. But fortunately, the UN was very honest to tell us of reason that we only score 15%. And yet we have spent 9 years. You all remember MDGs, 2000 to 2015. But 2013, the UN brought 3 people together. My Prime Minister then, David Cameron, and also the Indonesian president and Liberian president. And they were very honest with us. They said people-centered policies, and they said people-centered policies and proactive partnership. But the UN failed to use that to be the foundation of the SGS. But however, in the same 2013, we have the working committee set up by the United Nations. And Soros, who then became the president, I'm just giving a line because it's coming back to him. But however, to cut it short, 7 years ago, I was here in Bhopal. And please, sir, excuse me, sir. 7 years ago, I was here, and I spent 4 months in Bhopal. Because why? I signed an MOU with ISTE in Chennai, VIT. And I said, I am going to pick Bhopal to do the first World Film Music Arts Award Festival. Why? Because when you search about Bhopal, they say the city of sadness because of the chemical disaster years back. And I said, I'm going to try and see how we can change it to city of happiness. So I spent 4 months. But unfortunately, then there was only one flight here. There wasn't enough hotels to take the kind of thing I wanted to do, the first World Film Music Award Festival. But however, I heard about Ramoji Film City, which is in Hyderabad. I couldn't travel by flight because I'm spending my money. I have to cut my costs. I traveled 19 hours by train from Bhopal here to Hyderabad and back because we had the largest and most exotic film city in the world. So the question right here is this. Is a system across the world, and I believe Tata can start a process. I saw the poverty level when I traveled by train. And what I'm saying is, sir, why is it a concept all over the world where we talk about smart city? Smart city for who? Those that go and play golf at 11 o'clock? Why is it that people drive from Noida every morning, see the large number of people with pollution going into Delhi? And in the evening, see how they move. The same thing happens in, I told my friend, Washington University, the same thing in Washington, D.C. and Maryland. Why are we building smart city for who? When we fail to develop the communities, rural communities, and create jobs there. As a social science, I believe you could start looking at, if you can develop a policy, just like my dear friend Dr. Khan said earlier, if we develop policies that are good to at least support the larger number of this diversity, we will start reducing and be able to address, like the Dr. said earlier, the Chancellor, the new president of AUAP, about the issue of ensuring that we satisfy, we try to enhance larger number of people. Sir, will you look at Tata? Because your position is very important, social sciences.
Thank you very
Develop
much,
policy on that
Dr.
level.
Dilwale. Your observation and comments are valuable, and I think AUP may consider whatever is possible. Other things are related to the university-to-university collaboration, and that should be looked by those institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wisdom and perspectives. To thank Dr. Singh for sharing their valuable insights, I invite Mr. Abhishek Mohan Gupta, Pro-Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, to present a memento as a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. As we move ahead, it is my privilege to introduce our fourth keynote speaker, Dr. Vinay Pathak, who is the President of Association of Indian Universities, AIU. Professor Pathak is currently the Vice Chancellor of CJSM University, Kanpur, and has over 25 years of rich experience in the field of higher education. As the President of the AIU, he contributes to shaping national education policies and promoting collaboration amongst institutions. His leadership has been instrumental in fostering innovation and excellence across Indian universities. As Vice Chancellor, he has led transformative initiatives that have significantly enhanced the university's global standing and students' experience. Beyond academia, he is committed to social causes, particularly in the areas of education outreach and skill development for marginalized communities. His forward-thinking approach to integrating technology in education has positioned him as a visionary leader in the academic world. Today, he will be sharing his expertise on impact of technology and digital platform on value-based education, a paradigm shift in higher education. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pathak.
Sorry. So, thank you very much, and it's good afternoon. I'm already eating time into the lunch time. So about value education, first we should honor the time. I think I will be more faster than anybody else. And if anybody has got question, we can accommodate him on the lunch time. Thank you very much, and thanks to the Honorable President-elect for a wonderful hosting in the city. I know this Jagran Lake city for a long time. I came for the first time to accredit this university from the state of Madhya Pradesh. I really think, and I congratulate Hari Mohanji for having this wonderful university to a different dimension. As a mathematics student, I always say from a Cartesian coordinate to a spherical coordinates he has brought. Thank you very much for bringing such a good university to that scale. For value education, I always quote this kind of a thing from father of our nation, who always said, and he has got a lot of values of education at times, which he has said for his mother in the Experiments of Truth. I have known many Indian women who, though illiterate, have proved themselves to be wise and courageous. My own mother was one such. She was illiterate but wise. This fundamental verse tells about the difference between the literacy and education. And of course, a lot of people, when we talk about as a vice chancellor, as a person who has developed some policies, everything, that kind of a thing, they must be talking about literacy. They're not talking about education. What our epitome, one of the person whom I always praise, Professor D.P. Singh, has thought about the education. And we in Indian civilization has ever thought, Sa vidya ya vimukta. The education is what which liberates you, kind of a thing. One of the friend was asking about leaders in education. In India, we have never talked about leaders. We always talk about ladders. And India is known for making ladders to other people to grow and grow in the society. We are not publishing, we are not in the business of making leaders who thinks for themselves. Leaders are the people who come first, thinking about removing everybody. But we are not leaders. We don't never produce leaders. In India, we produce ladders, and ladders are the fundamental ethos of this country. I remember one more important thing which I have not put. If you go to the Asia or go to the world, the maximum number of statue of a person which is there from modern India is Gandhiji. And if you go across the world, the maximum people who hate a person is named as Hitler. So Hitler and Gandhi were contemporary. What was the difference? India was bad in economy. India was ruined by the Britishers for their things. India was not very literate, but then also India produced Gandhi for the world. Extemporary, Germany was best in the technology. They were having best GDP. They were having best technology at that moment, and they were the world leaders, but still they produced Hitler from their country. So this is the difference of an education and the literacy. And we always prove, we always see about the education. We are always concerned, as our Honorable UGC Chairman earlier, whom I don't know, think about the post, but I honor him for the spirituality and the thoughts. He told what education we are fostering about. We are not in the rat race of QS World Ranking or THE ranking and all those things. We are only in the race of producing the best human beings for the world, not only for the mankind, but for the world kind and for the world and for the nation and for the globe and for this earth and for all the things we are trying to do. So that is our thought in India. With that, I still want to put some more slides which you can look upon. Those I have made. I think these are the strength and the basics which we are trying to do is the strength-based characters and value education program. I think our country has done in past, our country is trying to do in future. This is the country which has given the world the most valuable kind of education. One of my friends was talking about SDG goals and all other things. We don't talk about goals, we don't talk about UN declarations, we don't talk about all those things. In all the SDG goals, if you look what we are talking about, it was done by the most illiterate person in our country for years, not for decades, for centuries together. People don't know, when India was taken by the Britishers, we have got more than 75% gross enrollment ratio. And that gross enrollment ratio was not by somebody else. It was by all these things. If you go, if you want to see, you just see and tweet and Google and see what the West Bengal presidency, what the presidencies have to say, and what the Britishers and the other people have given. And it is written in the Dharmpalji's book, Indian People, Science and Technology Education. So these are the characteristics of value education: to collective identity, critical thinking, cooperation, social skills, global visions. I think all of us know, so I don't want to invest more time on the slides, but this is what, in my mind, are the characteristics of value education, which we are trying to foster. I think Honorable Prime Minister has also taken, and our roots were in our education for value education, but I think more decently we came out, and if all of us correctly read the Deller's report, which is, I think, is defined where we say that learning to know, and the last pillar is learning to be. In that is learning together and all those things. Learning to be is the actual thought of Indian ethos, which was built in the education from a longer time. It's not only in last 60 years, but in the centuries we built that kind of a DNA. And with that kind of a DNA, we could produce this new education policy. That is what I feel along together. So these are the important points. So we talk about, and health education, environmental education, personality development, and skill development. For the sake, I have made all these 4 points, but point number 1 is important, which is character development, because all the tree comes from that kind of a thing. And we really do work in our education system for making the character. So character building is basics of an important kind of a thing. And if that is lost in our ethos, then everything is lost. So our country looks, we are not like other South Asian countries, which I don't want to know, that by any hook or crook, we want to be number 1. Neither in GDP, nor in any world ranking, nor in anything. Because we know that if we will be at number 1 at some point, we will be number last also at some point. So we don't want to just take out everybody. So we want to be number 1 with everybody. That is what is important for us. Looking to the opportunity of technology, and why I'm talking about the technology, I feel as a computer science professor, this is very, very new opportunity for us as an Indians to have this opportunity of technology. Although technology has got its own divide, it has got a digital divide, it has created one more divide for us, but still, as a person, I feel that it is the biggest social equalizer which we have seen in the modern world. I know we have seen Corona, and we felt after Corona that brick and mortar structures are also not very important to create knowledge. The knowledge can be created beyond the brick and mortar structures. We also felt that beyond the kind of things, nations, languages, creed, and all those things, still the technology can make us one. And that is what we wanted to use. I don't want to say exploit, because exploit is a word which in our Indian ethos is never used. So we want to harness the technology for making its future kind of a thing. So all of us know about this role of ICT in value-based education. So we are looking for all these kind of things. So this is what personalizing learning experiences. And one important thing which I want to suggest, that once we were talking about Gurukul in our Indian ethos, the technology has again given us power to create those personalized Gurukul with the use of technology. This country has created Gurukuls where we have thought that we will not be making education like an industry kind of education or a vanilla ice cream for everybody. But we thought the people who want to learn whatever kind of a thing, and all those credit banks, credit kind of a thing, people reading here and there, I think because most of our education and most of our scientists were rishis in the earlier ages. If you look, the rishis were doing knowledge creation, they are also taking care of health. They were also scientists to do researches in physics, chemistry. Actually, the maths and chemistry were never actually subjects for us. We were mostly researching on astrology, astronomy, and maths were used in that. So I think this is, with the technology, we are having the new kind of experience, which is known as personalized learning experience. And this is what we can use. Empowering teachers for LLM-based tools, and this is new. Artificial intelligence and the kind of investment we are seeing in artificial intelligence is mind-boggling. It is 3 times the GDP of the country. I think this is the technology which has moved very fast. In 30, 40, 50 days, and on daily basis, if you look in the evening, you get a new kind of language framework. Yesterday, China has launched this one of the biggest open-based, free of cost, open-based kind of a LLM, which is just beating ChatGPT and all other kind of a platform. So this is what we have thought, and I think professor from Bangladesh has also written. So value-based research in times of AI is one important thing which I have made a slide, which you can look upon, and this can help us in making this kind of, this can actually help us in doing the research, because we can know what is happening where, and people can use and try those kind of things. So AI is also for ethics and values in the society. So it can also help us, maybe surveillances, we can make new tools for personalized learning and surveillances. We can have an autonomy, we can have a privacy, the bias and discriminations also can be automated and can be seen in that. So AI can be also used in the society for ethics and values in the society. This is what has come, I think, 5-10 days before. That if we don't change ourselves, then we may fall. In this lifetime, when we were there, we have seen the fall of Nokia, we have seen the fall of Kodak films, and now we have seen the film of this one. This ChatGPT has crossed a 4.48 billion education empire like anything. And the missed opportunity, and the reason was they have not used free AI tools like ChatGPT, which outperform. Do you know about AI platforms? They said, yes, sir, we know about our AI platforms. We wanted to use, but our teacher has not told to use. But I know what I can do with this model if you leave it to me. If you leave the other, then I told the school teachers, these are the students who knows about AI. We don't know about AI. We are not using AI. So let them use and let them collaborate with us so that they can give us the new knowledge. And that is important today. If we will not do this thing, India is going to lose another opportunity, because then we will buy all the AI tools from the world and leave our economy in the kind of thing. Because we have got the maximum data. We have got the people, we have got the youngsters, and we have got the most people to use AI platforms. So this is what is paradigm shift. If you look to the traditional classrooms, and if you look to this kind of things from the US, this is a sample study in US. So you can see the 85% students are using mobile. These are the adaptive technology. These say the technology helps. Students say technology helps to save us time. 90% of teachers say they have computers in the classroom. And this is what actually is a paradigm shift. And this paradigm shift we are seeing in the world. This is what is the new kind of a thing. So if you look to 1990 and 2020, post-secondary we are going to get 970. So we are 2 billion more learners between now and 250. So this is the data. So this is what we can expect from. This is what is the new industry which we have seen and which we will be using for. So if we look, this is for Holon QS kind of a thing. From 2.8 trillion, we are going to have a 17.3 trillion kind of a thing. So education is one of the largest industry, making up more than 6% of the GDP. So my friends who have not invested in education, and they want also to run industry, this is a golden chance for them. Actually, Hari Mohan ji has already diversified in this one. Some of our other friends can diversify. This is the new education kind of a thing. So these are the tools which we can look upon if we have not that these are the attract trends. Competence-based learning, blockchain in education, more advanced video technology, metaverse, classrooms, harness power of big data, cloud platforms, virtual reality. And virtual reality and augmented reality is one new thing which is going to come in all these schools and classes. So these immersive technologies are of use. These are the other things which you can look, massive AI adoption and other kind of things. So this is what we are looking. So we are looking on more kind of languages. AI has already done in these kind of languages. In fact, in our country, if we want, and if we want in other countries, we have to get more education tools in more languages. This is one. So let me have 2 minutes. So I will show slides. This is what leading to variety and diversity in contents. If you can look upon, this is what we can have in the things. So we have got Rodo Traverse, we have a virtual lab, simulation, immersive, AR, VR, 3D content, and these are the other things which we have. So we can also help differently abled people in doing these things. So augmented reality is one important thing which we are vouching for, and I am working on this. So we can do in history, we can do in theater, we can do in science engineering, we can do in medicines also. So let us importantly think, this is what is the new kind of things. AI in education. So AI in education is going to come, it will come, and it has actually come. So it's right time to work, and AI with new values is very, very important. In the last, I want to read a sloka from Rig Veda, which is very important and which is the ethos of the foundation of our country, which says that the starting is, which you can read, Ano Bhadra Kratva Yantu Vishu Tapso Apratyam Udita. It means, may good concept come to us from every side, unwillingly, unhindered and beneficial, that the God ever may be with us for our benefit, our guardians day by day, unceasing in their care. So let thoughts come from every side. We welcome you, and thanks to this conference which has hosted me, we really want to work with this conference people, work with this association, and all of our associations, even with AIU, we want to work with your associations in developing new technologies, developing new values, new ethics, and want to create a better world for our successors, for our young people. Thank you very much for hosting.
I request Dr. Pathak to please stay on stage. Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. In recognition of this thought-provoking address, I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Nilanjan Chattopadhyay to please present a memento to Dr. Pathak. Moving ahead, it is my pleasure to introduce our fifth keynote speaker for today's session, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Dr. Mittal is the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, New Delhi, and is the second woman to hold this role in its 100-year history. She has over 3 decades of experience in senior positions at the University Grand Commission of India. Dr. Mittal is also the Chief Commissioner of Bharat Scout and Guides. A Fulbright scholar, she has an MSc and PhD in Agricultural Statistics from IARI, New Delhi. She served 2 terms as the first regular Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Haryana, and has received numerous honors, including the President of India Award for Digital Initiatives in Higher Education, Honorary Doctorate from Karnataka State Women's University, First Padma Shri Shubhasini Devi Award 2018, Kimpro Gold Standard Award for Leadership in Education, and Srimati Sushma Swaraj Stri Shakti Samman 2020. She has represented India internationally at academic conferences and published extensively on higher education and women empowerment. Dr. Mittal will speak on a topic of utmost relevance in today's evolving educational landscape, Rethinking the Role of Values in Higher Education Towards a Holistic Approach. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mittal.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all of you. I think I am the first and the only woman speaker in the whole conference. Maybe one name I saw, I don't know whether it is a woman or a man, but I was seeing I am the only one. So at least some gender balance I'm trying to maintain. So thank you, first of all, thanks to AUAP for inviting me here and for allowing me to share my thoughts with all of you. As you all know that I am going to speak on value education, like the paradigm shift in higher education relating to values of life. And since morning we are talking about value education only, so I will try to be a little different, a little more simplistic language, and a little more maybe not interactive because the time won't allow that. But I will try to be fast also because we are waiting for the lunch. Now, when we talk of value education, what are the aspirations of the children today? What do the students want? So students want lifelong learning. They want to have success in their life. They want to have success at any cost, and they want to have success very, very fast. They want to take risks. Now students are not afraid of taking risks. They want to take a risk. They want to take challenges. They want to commit mistakes and then learn from their mistakes and then start again. They want to do teamwork. They want to be team leaders eventually. They want to contribute to the society. They want to sort of contribute in sustainable development of the society as a whole. They want to be global citizens, which is also talked about in the national education policy. Now, are our higher education institutions equipping our students for this? Are they sort of providing them the knowledge or the skills which helps them to fulfill their aspirations? So what are the higher education institutions doing? So most of the higher education institutions are primarily associated with transferring knowledge, or maybe I should say information, to the students. They are imparting skill education, that too to a certain extent, because many of our employers say that the students are not employable. They are providing the skills which lead to critical thinking to the students, and they are more worried about the placements of the students rather than making them a global citizen or a right citizen or a good citizen of the country. So most of the institutions, I mean, because we are talking of higher education institutions, most of the institutions are not concerned with imparting values in terms of empathy, concern for community, sustainability, civic sense, righteous values. I remember Professor D.P. Singh, who was the chairman when I was in UGC, he started a special course on this, that how to instill human values in the students. So that was a very, very important course, because most of the universities are not thinking about values at all. And what is the result? The result is we are facing many global challenges. We are talking of global warming. We are talking of right attitude of the students, which is not visible when they grow up as a citizen of the country. There are social inequalities. There is crime everywhere. There's, for example, in Delhi and all, there is a road rage. In the road rage itself, there are many students or many people are sort of pointing knife or gun also at others. Lot of crime in which best students, best engineering students are involved in many crimes. So what is the reason? They're not even respecting their elders, parents, teachers, doctors. They're not respecting it. Everything is materialistic. They are only worried about money, and they feel that with money you can purchase everything. So this type of an attitude will not lead to a healthy society, and we want a healthy society. So what is the need of the hour? So need of the hour is paradigm shift to value education. Education must prepare students not only to excel in their careers, but to be a good citizen with a good civic life, with a good value system, with empathy. With you cannot think that a good student is there, he is very intelligent, but he is spreading garbage on the road, or he is spitting on the road, or any small thing. I mean, in a country like India, the Honorable Prime Minister of India had to start a mission called Swachh Bharat Mission, that everybody should keep the surroundings clean, which should be something which should be self-driven. I mean, everybody should be thinking that, yes, I should stay in a clean environment, which is there in most of the countries. So why this is there, and why we are not able to impart? value education in our higher education institutions is because higher education institutions are not oriented towards this. So what we should be, what we should inculcate in our students is that they should have ethical choices like value over money, not money only. They should develop empathy and compassion. I remember seeing a video of Japanese students, school students, in which the students are made to travel in a bus, and then whenever a old man or woman enters a bus, the child will get up and give a seat to her. Whenever a pregnant woman enters the bus, the child will get up and give a seat to her. So empathy is taught to them from the school age, and that too through experimental way, means in experiential way, not taught in the classroom as a theory. We want them to have integrity, civic sense, and become responsible and global citizens. So what can we do? What can higher education institutions do? First and foremost is interdisciplinary learning. We have to embed value education in each and every subject, in each and every course which they are studying. We should be talking about Panch Kosh. I'm sure you must be knowing about the Panch Kosh Yatra, which basically is consisting of 5 koshis, which is Anmay Kosh, which is talking about the physical body. One should have a physical body, healthy body. Second is Pranmay Kosh, which is talking about the life force, virtual sheath, vital sheath of the body. Third is Manomay Kosh, which is talking about the mental sheath, like emotional part of the body. Next is Vigyanmay Kosh, which is talking about the intellectual wisdom, and Anandamay Kosh, which is talking about the absolute bliss. So it is important that every student knows about this Panch Kosh Yatra, these 5 koshis, Anmay Kosh, Manomay Kosh, Pranamay Kosh, Vigyanmay Kosh, and Anandmay Kosh. That is very important. Second, service learning. If we are only teaching in the classrooms and the students are not even aware that what is happening in the community around the student, that will not prepare a good citizen who has respect for the society. Therefore, it is important that the component of service learning is there. I will just give you an example of from my own university where I was the Vice Chancellor. It was a rural women university in Haryana, BPS Women University. So most of the universities, the centers they open is Center for University Industry Linkages or International Studies. But the first center we opened in that university was Center for Society, University Interface and Research. We wanted to see how the society and university are interfacing, because the universities, I mean, even when the first university was established, which was fortunately in India, the purpose was that because of the university, the society around the university should develop. But then there was a de-linking between the university and the society. People who were inside the university, they thought that we are much better off. The ones who are outside are lesser mortals. So we needed a bridge between the university and the society. So that is why we opened the Center for Society, University Interface and Research. And what did it do? We had courses like, say, microfinancing, which were add-on courses. So in microfinancing, 50% of the course was inside the university and 50% was in the community. So our students used to go to the community, talk to the, say, village women. They formed self-help groups, told them how to do microfinancing, how to take small loans. And as a result, they formed small groups, and somebody took loan for, say, opening a shop, opening a Bengal shop, ration shop, something. One woman even bought a buffalo, and they had a pride that we are becoming self-sufficient. And I will tell you that what happened was that in one of the shops, there was a girl called Bala. So she opened a shop, and we made a board from the university side saying Bala Perchune Store. And when she saw the board, she started beeping. We said, what happened? She says, can there be a board in the name of the woman also? I thought only men name should be there on the board. So this type of women empowerment we saw in such small experiments. Even how to have a ATM card and go and get out money from the bank. That itself provided so much of empowerment to those rural women. Then we have a course in folk medicine. In folk medicine, our Ayurveda students used to go and collect information from the village women, old women, about how to treat cattle as well as men. Like there was a woman who said that whenever cattle has this type of a symptom, we do this type of a treatment. Rather, they said we tie one plant with her tail and our buffalo gets all right. but she doesn't know what is the name of the disease, she doesn't know what is the name of the plant, and she doesn't know the process by which she gets okay. So our students did that research, they documented it, and they produced a document that what are the medicines for human as well as cattle in the sort of traditional medical system of India. So that was something which we did. So learning by doing or learning by connecting to the community, we even opened small technologies which are not rocket science. For example, we made a machine called Upla making machine. Upla, I don't know how many of you know, but Upla is a cow dung cake which is used as a fuel in, say, ovens as well as in hookahs. So we made a machine because the village women, Upla is something which is required in a rural household, but it is a very messy affair to make it. So the women, and normally women have to do it, and women don't like to do it. So they wanted some alternative. So we made a machine, small machine, in which you put cow dung and husk and all, and out come the dried uplas in the form of a small soap cake. So they were so happy to see it, not because it is a rocket science, because they felt that the university thinks about us. The university is concerned about us. The university wants to help us. So this type of an attitude of a university for the students is very, very important. So second thing which I was talking about is service learning or the community engagement, which is very important. Third is mindfulness and well-being. Mindfulness and well-being is again very important. There are centers like Heartfulness, there are centers like Isha. They hold many, many programs to sort of do the mental health, to improve the mental health of the student. That is also very important. And fourth is, somebody was talking about the SDGs. So in AIU, we spent 1 full year on SDGs, that how higher education institutions can contribute in implementing SDGs. And we found out 5 ways in which they can contribute. One, they can create awareness among the students on all the SDGs, all the 17 SDGs. And this awareness in one student will help not only that one student, but the whole family of the student, and it will have a cascading effect. Second, it can be included in the curriculum. It can be like how to implement SDGs can be a part of every curriculum. Third, there can be a research in SDGs. Fourth, there can be a impact study of the various schemes which are being run by the universities in SDGs. And lastly, but there will be many more, but from my side, lastly, the university can practice SDG on their own campuses, whether it is solar energy, wind energy, sort of saving electricity. So there are many ways in which the universities can do the SDG implementation in their own university. So these are some of the ways. I am going very fast because I am fully aware of the time. Lastly, I will talk about these are the ways where we can do it, but what are the challenges associated with it? Why are the universities not able to do it? What type of challenges they face? So challenges first and foremost is lack of teacher training. Teachers are not trained to impart value-based education or do community engagement or for SDG integration. So first and foremost is lack of teacher training. And the solution is whole workshops for them, whole training sessions for them, so that they are trained on how to impart value-based education. Second is curriculum constraints. We say that yes, curriculum should have all these aspects, but many times curriculum is overloaded. Sometimes there's a resistance from the children, from the teachers. Sometimes the curriculum design and sort of revising the curriculum, making it value-based itself is a challenge. So curriculum constraints are there. Third is the parental support. If we want to have value-based education, especially at the school level, parental support is very important, and that sometimes doesn't come through. I do remember that some of the university vice chancellors sharing with me that nowadays this drinking, smoking, drugs, it is becoming common in many university campuses. And when the parents say when the university tells the parents that your children are indulging in this, many a times the parents say, we don't bother about it, you also don't bother about it. So that type of a parental support is not there. Fourth, assessment challenges. So if we are doing the value-based education, how to assess that the values which we were trying to impart have actually been imbibed by the students. So that assessment challenges are there, for which we need to have a holistic 360-degree assessment of the students, both at the university level, at the home level, at every level. Then resource constraints are there because resources sometimes are not available. Like if you want to do community engagement, you have to travel. If you have to have training and workshops, you have to have some money. So resource constraints are there. So these type of constraints are there, but I'm sure if the university has the right type of policy, a right type of vision, a right type of attitude, all these challenges can be taken care of and we can proceed towards value-based education. Thank you very much and thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts with us. To express our heartfelt appreciation, I now call upon Professor Dr. Nilanjan Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, to present a memento to Dr. Mittal. Thank you, sir. We will now break for lunch and will reconvene here promptly after 45 minutes at 3:15 to continue our keynote sessions and panel discussions. Please enjoy your meal and we look forward to welcoming you back shortly. Request all the delegates to please settle down. I request all the delegates to please settle down. We'll be starting with our panel discussion shortly.
I request all the delegates to please take their seats. I request all the delegates to please take their seats. We are extremely delighted to have Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shri Rajendra Shukla ji amongst us. I request sir to please take his seat on the dais. I request Hari Mohan Gupta sir to please accompany him. I also request Dr. Mohammad Sabur Khan, Dr. Andy Puska, and Dr. Anup Swarup sir to please join them on the stage. I would now like to invite Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, First Vice President AUAP and Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, to please deliver the welcome speech.
आदरणीय राजेंद्र शुक्ल जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री मध्य प्रदेश शासन, आपका एसोसिएशन ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज़ ऑफ एशिया पैसिफिक के तत्वाधान में स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है, वंदन है। राजेंद्र शुक्ल जी प्रोफेशन से इंजीनियर हैं, मध्य प्रदेश के रीवा क्षेत्र से आते हैं और एक बहुत ही सूझबूझ के विज्ञ नेता हैं जिन्होंने रीवा की कायाकल्प करके रख दी। रीवा वो स्थान है जहाँ मेरा जन्म हुआ था और वहाँ से मैंने 25 साल तक देखा बड़े बड़े नेता वहाँ से आए, वहाँ कुछ विकास नहीं हो पाता था, मगर जब से इन्होंने कमाल संभाली है, मुख्यमंत्री तो अब बने हैं, उसके पहले मंत्री थे और विधायक थे, तो इन्होंने रीवा को बदल के रख दिया और इसके लिए आपको मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। और इस तत्वाधान से आपका मैं इस काम के लिए, उस उत्कर्णीय काम के लिए स्वागत करता हूं। अभी अभी रीवा में एरोड्रोम का भी उद्घाटन हुआ और रीवा से भोपाल के लिए अब फ्लाइट चलने लगी है। कई सालों बाद ये सौभाग्य रीवा को मिला और उसको भी प्रदान करने वाले हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री जी हैं। तालियों से उनका स्वागत कीजिए। ये बड़े हर्ष का विषय है कि कोई नेता, राजनेता अपने क्षेत्र का इतना ध्यान रखे, उसके उत्थान के लिए अपनी जी जान लगाए। ऐसे व्यक्तियों में से ऐसे कम हैं, मगर उनके अंतर्गत आज हमारे समक्ष राजेंद्र शुक्ल जी प्रस्तुत हैं। मैं उनसे ज़रूर निवेदन करूंगा कि 2 शब्द बोलें ताकि हमारा हौसला बढ़ाएं। आपसे मैं इसका परिचय करा दूं। एसोसिएशन ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ एशिया पैसिफिक, जो कि लगभग 35 देशों में विश्व के फैली हुई है, इसका हेडक्वार्टर बैंकॉक में है और ना कि मध्य प्रदेश में बल्कि हिंदुस्तान में पहली बार इसका सम्मेलन जागरण लेक सिटी यूनिवर्सिटी के तत्वाधान में किया जा रहा है। अब इसके चरण मध्य प्रदेश में पड़े हैं, तो ये मान के चलिए कि मध्य प्रदेश की यूनिवर्सिटियों का भी अब कायाकल्प होगा। ये एक बहुत बड़ी विश्वस्तरीय एसोसिएशन है जो अमेरिका से लेकर के चाइना से लेकर रोमानिया, कनाडा और बहुत सारे मुल्कों में जैसे मलेशिया, इंडोनेशिया, सिंगापुर, मकाऊ, कई जगह फैली हुई है। चाहे इसके रूट जर्मनी में भी हैं, ऑस्ट्रिया में भी हैं। तो एक बड़ी एसोसिएशन है और शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में बहुत उत्कर्णीय इसका कार्य है और शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में बहुत बड़ा नाम है। आपसे निवेदन करूंगा कि 2 शब्द हमारे लिए आप कहें ताकि हमारा मनोबल बढ़ सके। धन्यवाद।
AUAP, एसोसिएशन ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज़ ऑफ एशियन पैसिफिक के 17th जनरल कॉन्फ्रेंस जो भोपाल में हो रही है हम सबके लिए बड़े गर्व की बात है। इसके सूत्रधार आदरणीय हरि मोहन गुप्ता जी, जो जागरण यूनिवर्सिटी के चांसलर हैं और इस AUAP के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं। आदरणीय साबू खान जी, आदरणीय ND पुस्का जी, आदरणीय आनंद स्वरूप जी, यहाँ पर उपस्थित लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आदरणीय हरि मोहन गुप्ता जी को मैं इस बात के लिए बधाई देता हूँ क्योंकि पहले जैसा उन्होंने बताया कि जब वो रीवा में थे तो वो एक जर्नलिस्ट के रूप में, एक प्रमुख समाचार पत्र के मालिक के रूप में काम करते थे और हम लोग उनको उसी रूप में देखते थे। लेकिन इन्होंने डाइवर्सिफाई किया अपने आप को और एजुकेशन के सेक्टर पे उन्होंने जागरण लेक यूनिवर्सिटी की स्थापना की। और जब कोई ये फर्स्ट जनरेशन इस सेक्टर के अपने परिवार के व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने इस सेक्टर में कदम रखा और उसको एक ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूशन इस्टेब्लिश किया जो लैंडमार्क के रूप में आज देश में भी, प्रदेश में भी और देश में भी जाना जाता है। लेकिन इनके जो प्रयास हैं वो देश की सीमाओं तक सीमित नहीं है। देश की सीमाओं के बाहर पूरे वर्ल्ड वाइड क्या हो रहा है, क्या इनोवेशंस हैं, क्या रिसर्च हैं, एजुकेशन को किस तरीके से हम इस प्रकार से बना सकते हैं कि देश की और दुनिया की परेशानियां दूर हो सकें। इसके लिए जो ये ऑल वर्ल्ड लेवल पे जो काम हो रहा है उसका जो एक ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन भी वो कर रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि एजुकेशन जो किसी भी देश के नक्शे को बदलने के लिए सबसे ज़रूरी है। आज दुनिया बहुत तेज़ी से इकोनॉमिक पावर बनने की होड़ में दौड़ रही है। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत भी इस दिशा में बहुत तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ा है। हमारी जो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन थी वो 11वें नंबर से 5वें नंबर पर पहुंची है। हमने ये सारी दुनिया मान रही है। अब सिर्फ जापान, जर्मनी, अमेरिका और चाइना हमसे आगे हैं। आने वाले 5 वर्षों में जापान, जर्मनी से भी आगे निकल के भारत तीसरे नंबर पर पहुंचने वाला है। सिर्फ अमेरिका, चाइना बचेगा और सुपर इकोनॉमिक पावर 2047 में भारत बने, इसके लिए हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं। सभी को करना भी चाहिए। लेकिन सारे डेवलपमेंट का अल्टीमेट गोल एजुकेशन और हेल्थ को बेहतर बनाना है। यदि हमने इस धरती पर रहने वाले हर व्यक्ति को अच्छी शिक्षा उपलब्ध करा दी और सभी को अच्छी हेल्थ फैसिलिटी को उपलब्ध करा दिया तो हमारा सारा जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का प्रयास है, जो इकोनॉमिक बेहतरी हो जाए उसके लिए जो प्रयास है वो सार्थक हो पाता है। मैं भी, हम लोग भी मध्य प्रदेश में तेज़ी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं मेडिकल एजुकेशन के क्षेत्र में। हमारे यहाँ पहले मात्र 6 मेडिकल कॉलेज से आज 17 मेडिकल कॉलेज हो गए हैं। अगले साल 3 और ऐड हो रहे हैं। उसके बाद अगले साल 5 और ऐड हो रहे हैं। 12 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हम लोग PPP मोड में भी लाना चाहते हैं। अभी हमारी लगभग गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट सेक्टर को मिला लें तो 5000 MBBS की सीटें हैं। PG की सीटें लगभग 2000 हैं, 2200 हैं। लेकिन आने वाले 4 वर्षों में हम इसको 5000 से बढ़ाकर 8000 और PG की सीटें को बढ़ाकर 2000 से 5000 तक पहुंचाने के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री भी आने वाले 5 वर्षों में MBBS की 75000 सीटें पूरे देश में बढ़ाने वाले हैं। 75,000 MBBS seats are going to be increased in next 5 years. इसका मतलब ये है कि यदि हेल्थ सेक्टर में समाज के अंतिम छोर पर दूरस्थ इलाके में, रूरल एरिया में यदि हमको हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज़ को बढ़ाना है तो हमें वहाँ डॉक्टर्स को पहुँचाना पड़ेगा। इसलिए MBBS और PG के जितने ज़्यादा लोग तैयार होंगे, शॉर्टेज होती है तो फिर फैसिलिटीज़ को की आउटरीच नहीं हो पाती है, फिर उसका एक्सपांशन नहीं हो पाता है। इसलिए इस दिशा में मेडिकल एजुकेशन के क्षेत्र में काम हो रहा है। लेकिन आज देश में स्किल्ड मैन पावर की ज़रूरत है। बेरोजगारी के लिए हमारे पास, बेरोजगारी यदि समस्या है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट इज इफ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट इज अ प्रॉब्लम, तो बिकॉज ऑफ लैक ऑफ स्किल्ड मैन पावर। और इसलिए मोदी जी ने जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति बनाई है, तो उसमें प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन को उन्होंने ज़्यादा जोर दिया है। लोग पढ़ाई करें और लोग उनको पिक कर लें, उनका प्लेसमेंट हो जाए। कैंपस वहाँ पर किस तरीके से ज़्यादा लोग वहाँ पर पहुँचें। लोगों को आदमी की ज़रूरत है। जो लोग इंडस्ट्री के क्षेत्र में हैं, जो लोग टूरिज़्म के क्षेत्र में हैं, जो आईटी सेक्टर में हैं, आज लोगों की आवश्यकता है। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ उस तरीके से काम नहीं हो पाता था, तो कभी कभी ब्रेन ड्रेन जैसी इशू प्रॉब्लम को भी हम लोग झेलते थे। हमारे यहाँ लोग पढ़ के तैयार होते थे, काबिल होते थे, और उसके बाद उनको या तो यूएस या ब्रिटेन या कहीं भी चले जाते थे, क्योंकि यहाँ पर अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ नहीं थी। लेकिन अब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ भी हैं, और आप लोग जो कर रहे हैं उससे वर्ल्ड क्लास एजुकेशन भी हमारे देश के लोगों को मिल रहा है। और सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं कर रहे आप 70 देश के लोगों को यहाँ पर बुलाकर आप उनके यहाँ क्या हो रहा है उसको भी यहाँ पर डिस्कस करके और अपना एक ऐसा रिजोल्यूशन पास कर रहे हैं, रोड मैप बना रहे हैं, जिससे कि जो कमी है, जो दुनिया में हो रहा है वो हमारे यहाँ यदि नहीं हो रहा है तो हमारे यहाँ भी होने लगे। और यदि हमारे यहाँ हो रहा है, दुनिया में नहीं हो रहा है, तो दुनिया के लोग हमसे लेके और अपने यहाँ करें। क्योंकि हम लोग तो उस संस्कृत के लोग हैं जो सारी दुनिया को अपना परिवार मानते हैं। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, ये नारा हमारी भारत की संस्कृत का है कि सारा दुनिया एक परिवार है। और सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु माँ फलेषु दुख, भागवत गीता। सभी सुखी हों, सभी निरोगी हों, सभी का भला हो। और इसलिए इस मंत्र को, इस संस्कृत को लेकर चलने वाला भारत इस एजुकेशन के मामले में भी एक परिवार की तरह काम करे। इसके लिए एशियन पैसिफिक एसोसिएशन जिस तरीके से काम कर रहा है, मुझे बताया गया कि शायद पहली बार ये कॉन्फ्रेंस भारत में हो रहा है, और पहली बार भारत में हो रहा है, हमारे मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहा है, और वो भी भोपाल में हो रहा है। इसका श्रेय अब इसमें आदरणीय हरि मोहन गुप्ता जी को यदि हम बधाई नहीं देंगे तो फिर किसको बधाई देंगे। सुबह माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी भी आए थे यहाँ पर, और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को लेके एजुकेशन के सेक्टर में काम करने वाले लोगों के मन में काफ़ी इस बात की जिज्ञासा है, उत्साह है कि इतना बड़ा कॉन्फ्रेंस, इतने क्रीम लोग जिन्होंने इस सेक्टर में काम करते हुए अपने आप को एक स्पेशलाइजेशन जिन्होंने हासिल किया है, वो इस सेक्टर को बेहतर बनाने के लिए जो ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग कर रहे हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से जो बात निकलेगी वो काफ़ी सरकारों को भी काम आएगी। लोग अपने पॉलिसीज़ में इसको किस तरीके से हम शामिल करके और इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करें, क्योंकि यदि एजुकेशन सेक्टर सुधर गया तो फिर बाकी चीज़ों को ठीक करना हमारे लिए बहुत आसान हो जाएगा। और इसलिए मैं एक बार फिर से पूरी टीम को बधाई देता हूँ, शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। और ऐसे मौके पर आपने मुझे अपने बीच में बुलाकर सभी से मिलने का अवसर दिया, इसलिए हरि मोहन भाई साहब को मैं धन्यवाद भी देता हूँ। और आप तो अब अपना क्षेत्र जो है, जो भोपाल में आपने एक बड़ा इस क्षेत्र में बड़ा काम खड़ा किया है, अब आप प्रदेश के अन्य हिस्सों में आएँ, आप रीवा भी आएँ और रीवा में भी एजुकेशन का एक ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूशन स्थापित करें, क्योंकि भोपाल में आपने काम किया है और आज सारे दुनिया के लोगों को यहाँ पर बुला के और आप ये कर रहे हैं, जब भोपाल में आप अपना कोई यूनिवर्सिटी और इस तरह की चीज़ें रीवा में शुरू करेंगे तो फिर आपको अपने बचपन के दिन याद आएंगे और आपको लगेगा कि हमने अपना जो मातृ ऋण और पितृ ऋण और जन्मभूमि का जो ऋण है उसको भी पूरा करने में आप को संतोष होगा। और हम लोग यहाँ पर आपको जहाँ कहीं भी हमारे स्तर पर चीज़ों को आगे बढ़ाने में आवश्यकता महसूस होगी तो आपका जो भी कहना होगा उसको हम लोग आगे बढ़ाएंगे। एक बार फिर से इस बहुत बृहद, बहुत व्यापक, बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल होने वाला भविष्य में एजुकेशन के क्षेत्र में किए जाने वाला ये कॉन्फ्रेंस के आयोजन के लिए मैं आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for sharing your invaluable insights with all of us. To express our heartfelt appreciation to Sri Rajendra Shukla ji for gracing us with his presence today, I would request Sri Hari Mohan Gupta, sir, to please present a memento to him as a token of our appreciation. I would like to request Anup sir to please propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. आदरणीय, सॉरी डॉक्टर रोली, थैंक यू सो मच। आदरणीय उप मुख्यमंत्री जी श्री राजेंद्र शुक्ला, आप जैसे कहा था आप एक इंजीनियर हैं और ये हम लोगों का सौभाग्य है कि अपने आशीर्वचन आपने दिए और अपने इतने अच्छे उद्गार श्री हरिमोहन गुप्ता जी के लिए। और मुझे मालूम है जो एक काम शुरुआत हुई है जागरण लेक सिटी यूनिवर्सिटी से भारत के लिए, और भारत को एक जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बात कही और वही चीज़ आज मुख्यमंत्री जी भी बोल रहे थे, भारत को अगर विश्व गुरु बनाना है तो हम लोगों को पहल लेनी होगी। और ये पहल बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है कि भारत में भोपाल से, मध्य प्रदेश से, जागरण से शुरुआत हुई है। तो जितने भी विश्वविद्यालय हैं इस पूरे बोलना चाहिए मोस्ट डायनेमिक रीजन साउथ एशिया और साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, जैसे बोलते हैं एशिया पैसिफिक एसोसिएशन, 7000 विश्वविद्यालय हैं इस क्षेत्र में। और विश्वविद्यालय को रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए जो एसोसिएशन है ये आज पहली बार हमको सौभाग्य है कि भारत में आई है। अगले 2-3 दिनों में बहुत बड़े काम होंगे, बहुत अच्छी चर्चाएं होंगी, परिचर्चा होगी, स्टूडेंट एक्सचेंज, फैकल्टी एक्सचेंज, लर्निंग, अनलर्निंग, स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी जो आजकल आपने सुना है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एआई, और उसमें यूनिवर्सिटीज़ का क्या योगदान होगा डिजिटाइजेशन में, तो बहुत कुछ ये सोचा जाएगा, समझा जाएगा। और मुझे मालूम है इसका बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव हमारे विश्वविद्यालय में पड़ेगा, हमारी शिक्षा पर पड़ेगा। और भारत जो विश्व गुरु की बात करते हैं हम लोग, वो बात सच होगी। मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा। आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके उद्गार के लिए, आपके आशीर्वचन के लिए। धन्यवाद आदरणीय राजेंद्र जी।
I request Dr. Peter Laurel to please join the dignitaries on stage. I request Dr. Stephen Morgan to join the dignitaries on stage. I also request Dr. Joseph Lee to join the dignitaries on the stage. We would now be moving towards our first panel discussion titled Developing Global Citizens, Social Responsibility and Cultural Awareness. This is a vital conversation in today's interconnected world where fostering understanding and respect for diverse cultures is essential to nurturing responsible global citizens. We are honored to welcome three esteemed panelists for this discussion. Our first panelist is Mr. Vijay Kalantri, Honorary Consul of Republic of Uzbekistan, Chairman of Honorary Consular Corps Diplomatique in Mumbai, and Senior Vice Chairman of the Honorary Consular Corps Diplomatique in India. Mr. Kalantri is the Chairman and Managing Director of Balaji Infra Projects Limited, is a renowned industrialist with expertise in finance and infrastructure. A self-made entrepreneur, he spearheaded Maharashtra's first greenfield port at Delhi at Dighi under the DMIC and DFC projects with $1 billion investment. He is the president of the All India Association of Industries, chairman of the World Trade Center, Mumbai, and director, International of World Trade Center, New York. Honored with Russia's Pushkin Medal and Poland's Commander Cross of the Order of Merit, he serves on advisory boards of RBI, SEBI, and SIDBI, shaping national economic policy. Our second panelist is Mr. Abu Bakr Hanif. He serves as a chancellor and chairman of Washington University of Science and Technology in the USA and founder and CEO of People and Tech Institute of Information Technology. He is a trailblazing educationist, IT trainer, and entrepreneur from Bangladesh with decades of experience in global organizations like IBM, DoD, IRS, FDIC, and Oracle Corporation. He has pioneered skill development models that empower individuals to excel in IT careers. His innovative training institute has been recognized by the State Council of Higher Education for Virginia and New York State Education Department and has transformed over 10,000 lives worldwide. A recipient of numerous prestigious awards, Mr. Hanif is also a community leader and philanthropist dedicated to fostering education and global innovation. Our third panelist is Mr. Jay Jetwa. Mr. Jetwa is a multifaceted professional excelling as a medical research scientist in neuroscience, a lawyer admitted to the Supreme Court of Victoria and High Court of Australia, and a director of various healthcare IT companies developing advanced software solutions for the global healthcare markets. He serves as Vice President of the World Federation of United Nations Association, representing Australia globally, and is a board member of the United Nations Association of Australia. He is a member of the advisory board of the AUAP. Moderating this session is Professor Dr. Nilanjan Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal. Professor Chattopadhyay impressive career spans 3 decades and includes significant contribution to the higher education in India and abroad. He has held prominent leadership positions, including Dean of the School of Management, Bennett University, and Dean roles at the Presidency University, Bangalore, Manipal University, Jaipur, and Manipal University, Dubai. He has also served as a faculty member at the prestigious institutions such as IMT Ghaziabad, SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, Mumbai, and the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi. His international experience includes visiting faculty appointed at the universities in Israel, the UAE, Thailand, and the Cook Islands. He holds a doctoral degree in management from the University of Rajasthan, an MBA from IBS Hyderabad, and is a merit holder from the Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India. Please join me in welcoming our panelists, Mr. Kalantri, Mr. Hanif, Mr. Jetwa, and Dr. Chattopadhyay to the stage.
Thank you. It's an honor, it's a privilege to be with 3 eminent gentlemen on this. And you have heard their introductions. They belong to complete different profiles. They belong to different countries. And they have done different kinds of work in their own domains. And they are successful in their own ways. But here, there is one common connectivity between all of them. That is, they are equally passionate about building the human beings and working for the mankind. And since morning, we have been hearing about value education. Since morning, we have been hearing about the importance of values in human life and particularly to build the young generation. And all three of them, they have contributed and they have experienced this value education. And I'm not talking about literacy, as previous speakers were mentioning about. Because global citizenship in education, you must be aware that it's being talked about now, but it's not a new term. UNESCO gave us this hint way back in 1947. And from there, we have been talking about it, but of late, we have started talking about this particular issue of global citizenship, social responsibilities, and cultural awareness. These three different domains, they have come into picture very recently, and there are reasons for it. When we talk about the UN SDGs, then SDG 4, which is about quality education and lifelong learning, that brings us all of these closer to home, and there is an importance to talk about it. So what we will do is, I will ask them certain questions, and then let it be a free flow where we'll open to the floor also. And I'm sure in the next about 30 to 35 minutes, we will have a free-flowing discussion in the room. Because this is very rare that in the audience also we have such a galaxy of academia, and there has to be a free flow of interaction so that all of us can take home certain learnings from this discussion. So let me start with Dr. Kalantri. You have, in your career, you have seen a huge amount of foreign trade. And in your role as the World Trade Organization and also in your role as Consul General to different countries, international trade or foreign trade is going on for last thousands of years. And never we have talked about global citizenship. So why it's being very important now? What is the change?
Today, world has become a global village, which was not there in the past. We were too much of ourselves. Now we are growing out. We want to innovate ourselves. We are talking about artificial intelligence, we are talking about innovation. Similarly, we want to innovate. Human being also wants to innovate. It's a human being which will innovate. So we are looking at scenario what's happening in other places. In education system, we want to know what's happening in this country, what's happening in that country. Now, AUAP is a collaboration of over 70 countries. So, such conferences make you interact globally. You want to know what's happening in Morocco, what's happening in Africa, what's happening in China, what's happening in India, and what India can learn, what others can learn from us, what we can learn from them. There are teachings everywhere. So global connectivity with education and industry go together. Like in Australia, in the morning, somebody else also spoke that we call trade and industry people. I think you spoke about it. And we call people from trade and industry that what type of syllabus, curriculum we can have so that you can get the employment in that institution. In Australia, this happens. The partnership between university and industry and trade. So global trade or whatever trade you call, but it's partnership. Similarly, in Bangladesh, they are trying. Similarly, in other countries, we are trying. In India also, we should try. Recently, I'm a member of the Senate of Mumbai University. So I told my Chancellor, Governor of Maharashtra, that why don't you do like international institutions or international other countries that have industry representative on the advisory board or Senate member of every university in Maharashtra. Because he's a Chancellor for Maharashtra. So I told him, why don't you have that? And he agreed with me. It's a good suggestion. Like I am in Mumbai University because Governor nominated me. Not as a otherwise. So I said, why don't you do that in Maharashtra? So, similarly, we go on advisory board of international school. Like I'm on the board of World Trade Center, New York. There are 330 World Trade Centers in 90 countries. And World Trade Center also believes in education training, skill development. We also have in Mumbai skill development center within ourselves. So what I feel that tribute about globalization. Just now I was in Uzbekistan, which country I represent. And we are looking at education system from India. I'll be happy if Jagran wants to go to Uzbekistan. Government is giving a lot of incentive, a lot of support. You can start a university in Uzbekistan or anybody else who's interested. But Jagran, if you start, I'll get you all the support. My ambassador will come and receive you, and we'll be happy to take you there. So that's one place where you come. So many of the CIS countries want us from India, and they feel that Indian education system is very good. Under ICAR, we take about 20,000 students every year from abroad on scholarship basis. India gives. Similarly, if Jagran goes there, it's a big thing. Similarly, in the hospital industry, healthcare, they are looking at Indians. So I feel that globalization is now a key word. We have to become global. People learn from us, we learn from people. That's an innovation. Mind of globalization. Let's change our view. Let's not talk that he's from China, he's from Afghanistan, he's from Philippines, he's from Bangladesh. No, we are all one. Because all said and done, we are first a human being and then anything else. Thank you.
That's a very, very important point, that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that first of all, we are all human beings. And fortunately at this university, Jagran Lake City University, we thrive on innovations. Fortunately, we are doing a lot of innovations which in different fields, starting from engineering and artificial intelligence to business management, to media, to law, to everywhere. But here is one person, Mr. Hanif, who has taken innovation to a different level. I mean, bridging the gap between developing countries and developed countries. So what is your experience on this?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, as a global citizen, I can mention a quote. The Kofi Annan said, we may have different religion, different language, but we are belong to one human race. So definitely when we'll be thinking something to solve the problem, we'll be thinking about the globally, like respect diversity, and then also try to think positive change into the whole world. So I was in USA and did my master's in computer science with 4.0 GPA. That time, I was trying to find a job, even entry-level job. It took me 6 months to get finally a mid-level job, because right after my graduation, I did some skill development course, like Oracle DBA, Sun Solaris, and Java J2E, and then I found a job. Then I thought, finding a job is easy, but people doesn't know that. Maybe I can contribute a bit to the community. And I invited, I am from Bangladesh, and proud citizen of Bangladesh. So I went to USA, and then I was asking the community people who finished their bachelor degree, master degree, did not get a job, so I invited them. So, and in my apartment, I just trained them. Within 6 weeks of my training, one of my trainee got job, $25,000 more than what I was making at that time. So I thought that it is working. Let's explore it. And that's how I create the People and Tech Institute of Information Technology, who is served more than 10,000 people in American mainstream corporation. And one thing I found while I was training, I saw that people graduated from different university, very prestigious university. They were looking for entry-level job. They couldn't find it, so they enrolled to my program. After 6 months, they were getting like 6 figures of job. So by the time a student finished their bachelor degree, master degree, they have $60 to $100,000 student loan. Right now, $2 trillion federal student loan, $1 trillion private student loan. With that, when a student could not get even entry-level job, then definitely that leads them to frustration. And another thing is also, every year US government were bringing 85,000 skilled workers from all over the world through H-1B, whereas citizens and green card holder with their bachelors and masters struggling with entry-level job. So I think something is missing, and I found out that skill is missing. And then as a CEO of a company, or hiring authority of a company, when you will be hiring 10 entry-level people, you will be putting your resources, paying them salary, and by the time they will be contributing into your company, after 6 months, 1 year, you will see that they join to your competitor's company. That will lead you to frustration, not to hire even entry-level people. So in USA, Monostar, Dice, Career Builder, all those job search engine, you will see that not ever even one entry-level opportunities are there. Everyone is looking for mid-level. So I thought that, I think creating a university where triple mission, degree, skill, job, that can serve this purpose, and then mostly skill development. But if you are saying that creating the ecosystem between industry and academia, how you will be doing it? You cannot bring industry people to train in your classroom settings. Only way, I thought that maybe if the professors, faculty members are scholar plus practitioner, then that will work. So in my university, more than 150 faculty members are there, and they are, maximum PhD. They are a scholar plus practitioner. So they were bringing the industry things into the classroom settings. For example, if I can give you one example, like traditional university, when they are teaching Java, they will be teaching maybe programming, little programming, and then students were given to develop the application. They couldn't do it because they did not do it. But in our system, professor will be teaching Java through application-oriented way. They will be developing 1 or 2 applications while they are teaching syntax or programming of the Java. Then a student will be given the application at their workplace. They will be able to implement it. This is what we are doing. Means student or employee will be contributor from the first day of their job. So this is what I am doing actually. And now we are doing MOUs with different countries, different universities. In that way, they can learn how we are doing it. Definitely, there are other universities also implementing the maybe same thing, but whoever's are not doing it, they can have the proper exposure so that what we were doing it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's very encouraging, because here is one initiative which is bridging that global citizenship gap through skills and innovation. Now, Jay, you have a complete different experience. So this is a very, so far we have talked about something which is more broad. Can you make it a personalized experience?
Global citizenship, right? Okay, Uganda. How many of, well, in fact, I won't even ask that question. I will just say Uganda is in the heart of Africa. It's one of the most beautifully set countries in the world, with the most beautiful people in the world. That's the country. It's actually situated, I think most of you will know, on the equator itself. But imagine that you've got mountains, snow-covered mountains in the middle of an equatorial country. Okay, and that is in Uganda. River Nile, one of the longest rivers in the world. The source of River Nile is in Uganda. And it actually meanders its way all the way up Africa through many countries, and then it decides to empty itself out in the Mediterranean Sea. So I think you're getting the picture of how beautiful Uganda would be, right? Now, the reason I'm telling you about Uganda in a global citizenship context is I was born in Uganda. I was born in Kampala, actually. And wonderful childhood, wonderful. Yeah. So, a lot of things that actually occurred after that, okay, is what perhaps made me into some form of a global citizen, okay? Now, I think early 1970s, I think we had some problems within Africa with certain, what you may call dictators. Some people might call it something else. But we were asked, my family and I, we were asked to leave Uganda. Okay, and I think I was around 14 or 15. So somehow, as refugees, you know, we were sort of let go out of Uganda within about 24 hours. Everything that our family and our childhood, two, 3 generations in Uganda, okay? So we had to leave everything behind within 24 hours. So, cut a long story short, somehow we ended up in the UK because none of the countries wanted refugees from anywhere, basically. Now we stayed in army camps in the UK as we arrived. Yeah, so here we are back in England, okay, and I was around 15, ended up going to school somehow in the UK, separated from my family, obviously. Now, the interesting thing here is, if you're going to talk about culture and cultural awareness within this particular topic and global citizenship, so already I was sort of brought up in a culture that was quite unique in Africa. Wonderful culture. And not just one culture, there were many, many cultures. And here I am at the age of 15, or 16 rather, just turned 16, in the UK, okay? And here I'm confronted by a different culture, okay? Not better, not worse, but a different culture. So, okay, I go to school, then I qualified in whatever I qualified in, and I started practicing as a neuroscientist, okay, at one of the premier institutes of neurology in the world, okay, in Queen Square in London. And again, the culture of work is obviously very different in a scientific manner than in other professions, I guess. You know, we are more evidence-based in neurosciences. Okay, so that is the second component. Now, I'm telling you all this because it may lead to talking about global citizenship and cultural differences, but how we are actually one. So please bear with me for another couple of minutes. Okay, so I practiced as a neuroscientist and published many papers and all that sort of stuff, okay, in the UK. And I married my wife, who's an Australian, again, from a different culture. And we migrated to Australia many, many, many decades ago. Now, in Australia, I decided to go and change my profession, and I became a lawyer. And I practiced in the Supreme Court in Victoria and the High Court of Australia. And again, the mindset is different. It is not evidence-based like in neurosciences, but it is more factual-based, right? And we rely on case laws. So again, the culture, and I'm using the word culture in a very broad sense of the word, okay? The culture of scientists is different. The culture of lawyers is very different. The cultures of countries are very different. So here I am. This is for the third time, okay? A different cultural sort of exposure. And through that, somehow, I practiced, as I said, you know, in the courts in Australia and represented very, very large clients, okay? Somehow I was exposed to the United Nations system, okay, and through luck or whatever else you want to call it, I ended up at the end of the day in representing Australia at the United Nations World Federation in New York and Geneva. Okay, and again, that's a different culture. So this is now the fourth or the fifth sort of cultural differences that I'm finding in my head, okay? But I'm getting used to it now. Now, coming within the UN system, okay, we are talking about the global citizenship here. Obviously, I met many, many different types of culture, almost 180, 190 odd countries being part of the UN, and I have to constantly interact with them, okay? And we have undertaken many projects, okay, through the UN system itself, aside from the sustainability and the sustainable development goals of the UN. So within my own country, I undertook to at least start the advocacy in many different spheres, whether it is the legal sphere or whether it is in the scientific sphere, because I always kept up with my neurosciences, okay? Started advocating for sustainability in everything we do in the legal space, in the scientific space, and in every other space that I've been involved in, okay? Then, having been involved with all of that, sustainability became one of the key components through my experiences with the United Nations system. So, our job at the United Nations, the World Federation, or in fact, the entire UN system, is not to implement the sustainable development goals within each country. UN is composed of nations, it's composed of states, and it is the states' responsibility to make sure that the SDGs, or previous to SDGs was the Millennium Development Goals, which were already unsuccessful at that time, okay? So, there are many people, you know, who might say that, look, maybe there are some issues with the UN system itself, and they blame the UN for the failure of the sustainable development. But they fail to understand one key concept. It's the states that actually implement. Each state is given targets. There are 169 targets under all of the SDGs, right? Some countries, in fact, most of the countries are not meeting their obligations, right? For many reasons, particularly after the pandemic that took place a few years ago. Everything just fell apart. And so, you know, I mean, maybe that is an excuse or whatever. Coming back to global citizenship, meeting all these different people from around the world actually broadened my space here in my head, saying, hang on, you know, speaking different languages. I speak about 4 or 5 languages now, okay, including Turkish, obviously English, Swahili, which is the African language, and I'm learning Chinese at the moment, okay? Why? Because I know that unless you travel, for example, or you speak another person's language, you may not understand the full breadth of that particular culture. So it's very important if we are going to talk about, you know, the global citizenship, then I think we should try to understand the next person. Whatever color they are, whatever size they are, whatever hair color they have, try to understand by traveling. Try to understand by even the language if you can, okay? And we all have the capacity. As a neuroscientist, I know our brain is underutilized quite extensively. And I know we can learn languages. I know we can become tolerant. You know, in fact, I don't like the word tolerant. It means that it exists, but, you know, I'm not happy with it, but I'm tolerant of it. That is, I don't like that word. So I would rather use the word, I understand where you're coming from. Okay, it doesn't mean that I'm tolerant or intolerant, right? So I've come to experience all these things over the last, you know, few decades in my various, you know, experiences. So I think the topic, the second component of the topic is what?
I'll come to that.
Yeah.
I'll come to that in a while. That's a very, very, very personalized kind of an experience which he has lived through his life. And that gives us, or that reminds us of that famous Confucius saying that if you want to make your scholar learn, make him travel. So he has actually traveled and he has experienced those different cultures, and that's what probably a global citizenship is. And interestingly, he was talking about sustainability. And sustainability, I'll come to you, Mr. Hanif, because in your country, particularly now with Mohammad Yunus being there, and he's talking about the 3 zeros. So why don't you talk something about that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, definitely in the world you will see 1% of the richest person are belongs to 47.5% wealth of global wealth. So when Dr. Yunus, a Nobel laureate, he mentioned about 3 zeros, zero poverty, zero unemployment, and then also zero carbon emission. Definitely, it says about the global world, global citizen, as a global citizen, what we need to do in that situation. So when we'll go for any solution, we have to think globally. As an institutional, like university arena, we should think about for our student study abroad program, or creating the course curriculum so that it can cover the world history and world culture, and then anyone can work or do something in any corner of the world. Like the previous speaker, he said that, yes, you are not limiting yourself only one language. You also try to learn multiple languages, plus also, go for multiple languages, cultures, and all those things. So whenever we'll be thinking, definitely it should be thinking broad. And in my university, 121 countries students are studying in there. We are also going to initiate 30 clubs in our university. We have more than 50 clubs already in there, so that in that way, exchanging their culture and their food and other things are there also. So I think in this arena, definitely we need to focus on diversity. Diversity is important, and global problem like environmental problem, right? And those kind of problem, if we can teach our student to think globally and solve the global solution, that could help. Because you may spend $1 billion to get a solution, but that could be earned with million taka, or with no cost. It's like sharing information with others. This is how, because the world is a flat. We should not think this is a country. Whole world is a country. Absolutely. If we think that, absolutely, then definitely that is the meaning of global citizens, I would say that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Quickly coming to you, Dr. Kalantri, I was going through some UNESCO documents on global citizenship and the related issues, and they are talking about the ethical issues, that the global citizens must be ethical and engaged. So what is your opinion?
Very important, because ethics is a part of life. If you are ethical, whether in your work, whether in your business, or whether in your character, it speaks volume about you. So one has to be ethical. Without ethical, you cannot be a human being, because you cannot be ruthless. You have to be a genuine person. See, once I meet you, I met you today, I found you to be very genuine. When you call me anytime, anywhere, I'll say, yes, sir, what can I do for you? But if you been ruthless to me, I may not do that. Yeah, he behaved with me like that, so leave it. So, as I said, world is a global village. We all have to learn from each other, teach each other, and behave with each other. We divide ourselves to caste, creed, community, which will lead us nowhere. Any country, forget India, but any country, it will lead us nowhere. So it has to be. You see, when Swami Vivekananda went to USA, they used to always call in the meeting, gentlemen, this is this. He said, ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers. Before that, they never learned that word to say to the lady is lady in a speech.
Absolutely.
Same thing like one Britisher told him to Swami Vivekananda, you should dress like a gentleman. He said, your tailor has made you a gentleman if you talk about the dress. My culture and character makes me a gentleman. Very big thing. If you understand the meaning of this.
Absolutely.
So, ethics is this what? Ethics does not come from dress or money or wealth. It comes from education. Here the education is very important.
Absolutely.
Your culture and education makes you ethical man.
Very true.
Or a gentleman or a big man.
Very true.
Nothing else.
Very true. Very true.
That it leads to.
Great.
I hope I answered your question.
Absolutely. Jay, one last question to you because I have already got a sleep for 5 minutes more. So we are talking about cultural awareness. That's the second piece of global citizenship, cultural awareness. And you have seen so many different cultures. So how do you respond, that cultural awareness?
Yeah, so I'll answer that question secondly. The first one is the topic itself, developing global citizenship. I would rather have named it experiencing global citizenship rather than developing. Because without experience, without the experiential knowledge that you gain by doing all those things that we talked about, languages and traveling and all that, you cannot develop it by yourself watching YouTube at home, okay? I mean, you can understand it, but I don't think you can actually experience it as much. So now, developing a cultural awareness, right? That is also an extremely important thing. What Professor Abu Bakr said about diversity, okay? I think that's very important that we celebrate the diversity of humanity, whatever it is, all the languages and everything else we talked about. So diversity is very, very important. And some people talk about unity in diversity, okay? And I think, we are united. And as I was saying to someone once, after experiencing quite a few things in my life, deep down in the core of your being, at least I have experienced that each and every one of us is the same. If you look at us genetically, scientifically, whatever else way that you want to look at it, we are actually the same. Just our outer clothes and our outer skin, under the skin, we are all the same. So awareness is, again, something really, really critical. And everything you do in your life, be aware that, look, okay, that particular culture or that society or that person or whatever else, okay, I'm aware of that and I celebrate that. I'm not against it. I celebrate that. That is what that person is.
So with that, let us close this. I'm afraid we don't have time for some audience round. Maybe offline we can always interact. But what a fantastic closing line, that whatever we are outside, but internally we are all the same. Absolutely the same. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you for your valuable contributions. And thank you, lovely audience. Thank you.
I would request all the panelists to please remain on the stage. To express our heartfelt appreciation for such an insightful session, I would like to invite Dr. Sachin Rastogi, Dean, Faculty of Law, to present a memento to Mr. Vijay Kalantri. Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Dr. Prasheel Suryavanshi, Pro Vice Chancellor, Science and Technology, to present a memento to Mr. Abu Bokor Hanif. I would again request Dr. Prasheel to present a memento to Mr. Jay Jethwa. Thank you again to all our panelists and our moderators for such an insightful session. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Gabriel Bellinger, Director of the International Office at Hochschule Mainz, University of Applied Sciences in Germany. Dr. Bellinger has a Master in Media Studies, Psychology, and Cultural Anthropology. From 2012 until 2020, he was head of the incoming division and responsible for international marketing in the International Office of Johannes Gutenberg University, Mainz, before taking over as director of the International Office at Mainz University of Applied Sciences in 2021. In addition, he worked between 2012 to 2018 in a startup with a focus on science communication, designing various formats in the field and coordinating and implementing Germany-wide Science Slam event series. Until today, he is active as a moderator and organizer of various formats around science communication and knowledge transfer. Today, Dr. Gabriel Bellinger will share insights on overcoming global challenges, achieving common goals, strategies of a German University of Applied Sciences. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting for a little moment to get the presenter in order to start my presentation, but I want to start by saying it's a big pleasure and an honor to be here representing a German university, and it feels like a big privilege to talk to you, to network with you, to cooperate with you, and to learn about your perspectives. And when I was asked about delivering a speech here today, I was really wondering, what could I do? What can I do as a German university representative, being here with Asian university representatives, in order to add some added value? But in the end, I thought maybe this is exactly what I can bring my perspective from a German university on topics that have been discussed just recently, global challenges as we see it as a German university, and what we want to do in order to overcome these challenges. So let's see if my presentation starts. Well, before it starts, oh, it does start, okay. Great, perfect, thank you. All right. So, which perspective do I bring as a German university? University of Applied Sciences. I want to introduce our university system shortly, a little bit. In Germany, you have a broad majority of universities being public universities. Private universities only is a small minority. And among the German universities, you have normally, probably you picture the big big traditional research universities. Universities of Applied Sciences is a little bit of a different type. We consider ourselves to be very much apply-oriented, very close to industry. We have about 350 partner companies with which we cooperate. And of course, we offer bachelor, master programs, but also something that we call dual studies, which means basically an executive bachelor program maybe, where students get nominated while they are a trainee by their company and sent to our university in order to do a bachelor in the night and in the weekend. So we consider ourselves to be very modern with this format, with this structure, very future-oriented, and our mission is shaping change. This is what we want to do, and we want to put meaning in something that what we do. So I think a lot of what I'm going to say has been mentioned before, but we as a university want to understand why we do, what we do, and why we want to do it. So Germans maybe sometimes are very much looking at effectiveness. Maybe that's a stereotype, and some of it is true, of course. So that's what we want to do. That's what we did, and that's what I want to report. And when I say I want to talk about challenges or questions or situations or approaches, of course, this is all only by a small university in Germany, questions we raise to ourselves or answers, approaches that we try out ourselves. So our university last year ended a process in order to define a new institutional strategy. In Germany, we call it Hochschulentwicklungsplan. It's a very German word. University Development Plan is the translation. And this is the result of a long process with a lot of workshops, bottom-up process, but at the same time, the university leadership had clear ideas. We worked together with two agencies. One of them has competences in designing future scenarios. So they were guiding us in order to talk about how might the future, how might the reality look like in the future for us. And the second agency, of course, accompanied us in defining a strategy. How do we want to navigate in these scenarios that we see in the future? So I think everything has already been mentioned today. Things that will define the frame that we as a German university will have to navigate in the next years are climate change, of course. It's a global challenge. It will need us, it will, of all of us to rethink, to find answers to how do we want to actively contribute in the future. We want to educate students, we want them to be aware and to feel responsibility. Digitization, AI, something that has been mentioned here before. We will have to rethink the way our university was before. Everything is changing. We will have to think about our structure, our processes. We will have to think about our study profile. Is it relevant? Will it help our students to be prepared in the best way? We will have to think about teaching styles. And then, of course, and transformation means so much more. This is something that came out of our analysis. It will be a competition, and we expect that in Germany, the number of universities, the number of public universities will maybe decrease a little bit, and it will be a competition between German universities of who can adjust better, German universities are very traditional, so we have to still find ways to be flexible and navigate through this very big challenges as we see them. We also think that traditional borders between academic disciplines will dissolve, will merge, that's probably the much better word, and we will have something that we call transdisciplinarity. We want to bring the different faculties, the different competences better together and try to find ways for that. And then, of course, we have political change, societal challenges. In Germany, in Europe, maybe globally, you have some nationalist tendencies at the moment, but we want to think internationally. We want to focus on cooperation, and we will need to try to find ways to overcome these dynamics that we have at the moment, same as lack of personnel or skilled workers, which has also been mentioned 1 minute ago. So we as a university, in order to find a vision, in order to find a strategy, we asked ourselves, like, do we play a role? We are just a small university, you know. Is it a bit too big thinking to address these global challenges and want to contribute? And what can internationalization bring in? So, in order to understand that, I quickly want to talk a little bit about our university, so you understand the situation in which we raise these questions. Let me shortly introduce who we are and where we are. So, our university was founded in 1996, so we are rather new, while other German universities are hundreds of years old. We are about only 30, less than 30, sorry. 15% of our students are international, and we have 3 schools. We have a very clear focus in our study profile. 3 schools: business, design, engineering. Quickly want to mention the different departments that we have: business, international business, business law, information systems. About half of our students are business students and are normally thinking very internationally. We have a high average of exchange outgoing students that we send to our partner universities. Interior architecture, communication design, media design in our School of Design, and then School of Engineering with architecture, civil engineering, applied informatics. Also important to see where we are located. I don't know if you have been to Germany before. On the right-hand side, you see the map of Germany. And then in the southwest, you see something blue. Germany has 16 departments. Mainz is the capital of Rhineland-Palatinate, and is close to France, close to Belgium, close to Luxembourg and the Netherlands. So we consider ourselves to be in the heart of Europe, second oldest city in Germany, founded by the Romans, international history. So we want to maintain this, and we want to make this a visible part of our profile. So back to the questions. How can we act? Like, what role do we play within these challenges as we identify them? And together with this institutional strategy, we developed an internationalization strategy. Also last year, both combined together, interacting, because we really wanted to have this clear path in front of us. We want to put meaning in what we do in order to have a clear goals, clear strategy. 3 main goals in our internationalization strategy, which I shortly want to introduce. One is sharpening the profile. We want to shape change. We want to know who we are, and we want to know who we are when we are cooperating. And we talked about values. We are talking about values the whole day, and we also talked about values within our university. For us, it meant our values rely to freedom and democracy, and we want to add values that fit to this very general, broad position in order to make sure to be recognized for these kinds of values. We want to bring depth in our network, in our international network. We want to have our network grow, of course, on the one hand. On the other hand, we want to bring depth in our existing network. We want to have more than student exchange, more than interaction here and there. We want to find ways to use our network in order to reach goals that our partner universities have and goals that we have. Also, we want to bring in our local network with industry. As I mentioned, 350 partner companies that we have. They also face internationalization as a challenge. They also face climate change as a challenge. They have a global competition. They will have to think about resources, about sustainable way of production, and so on, the transformation of markets. And we have an international network. We have competences. We have students all over the world, professors all over the world. And also you, as our partner universities, you have partner companies. What can we do? How can we make something new out of it? How can we unleash potentials? And then, of course, sustainability. We as well said we want clearly to focus on SDG. We want to focus on the Sustainable Development Goals. And I want to show you in a minute an example of how we think it could work in order to bring everything together. The other 2 goals, I don't really need to mention them too much. International campus, international structures is something that we all consider, and we all try to improve ourselves. It's an internal goal. And then the third one is the education of our students, and it has been just recently discussed as well. We want them to be excellent in academia, but we also want to add something more. We also want to add something, it has been discussed as 21st century skills. We focus very much on global citizenship and made our own definition of what it is. So just to make it short, for us as the German University of Applied Sciences, we said we do a lot of things, and we do a lot of things successfully, but we need to know where we want to go, and we want to find ways to take all these tools, the partnerships, the network that we have, the challenges that we see, the goals that we have, and bring it together. So finally, I want to show you 2 examples of what we could achieve with this approach of completely rewriting a strategy as a university, really defining the next 5 years. We talk about 24 until 2028. So this strategic process led to 2 successful funding applications, which we just recently received. DAAD, the German Academic Exchange Service, is a big scholarship holder and offers different programs. And with this clear vision that we had it was easy, or surprisingly successful for us to really be one of in this case, one of 10 universities in whole Germany to get funding in this application. We called it GOAL, Global Outreach Through Action and Leadership, trying to bring a lot of these things together. We want to work with 5 selected partner universities with which we cooperate very deeply in order to establish a network dedicated to SDG. With a lot of different activities, we cooperate very deeply, as I said before. It's at least 2 out of our 3 faculties. It's more than student exchange, and for all of them, they have a similar profile, yet they are different, which is a very good combination. And for all of them, SDG play a significant role. St. Joseph University representatives are here today, and it's always great to see them and to meet them and to discuss these kind of things with them. Also, our partners are Xijian University in Taiwan, Christ University in India, Universidad del Desarrollo in Chile, and Coastal Carolina University in the US. So we focus on 2 aspects. One is the one that we call leadership, which means we want to bring the university's leaders together to discuss about, again, about a vision. Where can we go with this project? Where can we go with this network? Is it something to last after the funding period? Is it something to contribute? Is it something to grow, to open for other universities? Where do we want to go? The second one is called action. We will be able to fund student mobilities. We will be able to fund research, lecturer exchange, virtual exchange, COIL project, international student teams working on SDG-related topics and questions. The second project I shortly want to introduce is called International Young Professionals Academy. Again, we were successful in an application, a DAAD application. This is more something that is Germany-related, but maybe also since the lack of skilled workers is something that is not only a German problem, it also seems to be a global phenomenon. We have a lot of international students at our university, but they have trouble sometimes to start in Germany to work, mostly because of language, of course. German language is complicated, and a lot of companies still speak German. But on the other hand, it is difficult to understand how do I enter the job market. And that is how we wanted to combine, again, certain of these things I mentioned before, combine in order to overcome these challenges. Starting with a focus on study success, German courses, courses in academic writing, presentation, as well as a mentoring program, and then a cooperation with the local job agency here in Mainz, in Germany. Let's say, introducing the German job market and giving an idea how to navigate through it. And then we have our network of partner companies that are open to hire international talent and in order to maintain a successful transition to the job market. So I tried to keep it very short in order to make something good regarding our timetable. Now I know that I have 2 minutes more, but it's already my last slide. But still, I try to make it under 2 minutes. So I wanted to say that for us, that I bring a very own perspective, as mentioned before, but I hope what I wanted to point out is how helpful it was for us to give meaning to what we do, to have an institutional strategy, to make the things come together in a way that helps us to have a university-wide vision. Talking about SDG, maybe an example or something that I like very much about it is that it is interdisciplinary. It invites the 3 different faculties that we have to come together to maybe work in the same project or in the same SDG, what they have never done before. So this is something that is a big progress within our university, but still it's something that we all face and that can bring all of us together. That's where I see a huge potential. And this is why we think cooperation is so important, and that is why it is such a pleasure to be here today with you. So thank you very much for your attention.
I would request you, sir, to please remain on the stage. To express our heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Gabriel Bellinga, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Vivek Khare, Pro Vice Chancellor, Student Welfare, to present a memento to him. Thank you, sir. We are now moving into our second panel discussion, Technology and Ethics, Navigating the Digital Frontier. We are honored to have a distinguished panel of speakers to share their perspective on this important topic. This session will be moderated by Dr. Sandeep Shastri, Director of Academics at NITTE Education Trust in Bangalore, former Vice Chancellor of Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal, Jain University at Bangalore, and a faculty in the Department of Political Science at Bangalore University. He has been a consultant to the United Nations World Bank and the Forum of Federations. Our first panelist is Professor Dr. Stephen Morgan. Dr. Morgan has been rector of the University of St. Joseph since 2020. Originally from Wales, UK, he is an associate professor of theology and ecclesiastical history. After a career in finance in London and Hong Kong, he served as CFO, COO of a large UK not-for-profit for 15 years. Returning to academia in 2009, he completed a DPhil in theology at the University of Oxford and was a research associate at St. Bennett's Hall. Our second panelist is Professor Dr. Joseph Lee. Dr. Lee currently serves as the Vice Chancellor of INTI International University, Malaysia. With a PhD in economics from the Washington State University, Dr. Lee has extensive experience in strategic planning and partnership development. He has successfully led collaborative initiatives with universities across Asia and beyond, fostering impactful academic and cultural exchanges. Our third panelist is Dr. Andy Pushka, President of the Board, Danubius International University, Romania. Dr. Pushka graduated from its School of Law in 1999 and also earned a degree in Administrative Sciences from the National School of Political and Administrative Studies in Bucharest. After a career in law, they returned to teaching, contributing to esteemed institutions such as the National Institute of Magistracy and the Police Academy. Since 2008, they have led Danubius University, driving its growth through innovation and strategic initiatives. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Morgan, Dr. Lee, Dr. Pushka, and Dr. Shastri to the stage.
Distinguished participants in this conference, it's indeed a delight for me to be part of this very, very special panel with three distinguished education experts, Rector Stephen Morgan, sir, Vice Chancellor Joseph Lee, sir, and Board President Andy Puska, sir. We have people with a rich array of experience with us, and our theme for this session is Technology and Ethics, Navigating the Digital Frontier. I was lucky to have a word with all the three panelists today, and we decided that we would make it very short interventions from each of our side to a range of questions. So we'll have 2 rounds of questions, and after that, let each panelist raise a question about what another panelist has said, so that there is a small dialogue among the panelists, and finally we will move to the audience. I think in our theme, there are 3 key words that we are using: technology, ethics, and navigation. And I think our dialogue will be revolving around these 3 words. We will definitely be speaking of information ethics, internet ethics, ethical tussles, ethical issues, academic honesty. While everybody is talking about artificial intelligence, I would alert the audience's attention to the first word in artificial intelligence. The word is artificial. So let's remember, we are talking of artificial intelligence. We are also talking about active intelligence. We are also talking about academic intelligence as part of this dialogue. So let me open to my first question to all the 3. And I would request them to take a minute or 2 each to respond to that question. My first question, and let me start with Rector Stephen Morgan on that question. And my question is, how has he seen human and technology interface? What are the critical issues in human and technology interface?
Thank you very much, Dr. Shastri. I think one of the things that strikes me very much about the point that we've reached in the interaction between human beings and technology is that until very recently, technology has been a product of human ingenuity. It is human artifice. However, we now find ourselves at a stage where technology itself is able to innovate, to become its own artificer, its own maker. And I think that poses real questions for us. We're used to being in control of technology. We're used to being able to determine how technology develops, and yet now technology is developing itself. And that strikes me as posing real questions for us, both in terms of ethics, but actually simply in terms of how we accommodate ourselves to it. Human beings are very flexible, but we don't accommodate, we don't adapt to new environments very quickly. Generally, we have a long time and many generations to do that. We don't even have many hours to do it sometimes with modern technology. So those are some of the things that I think are key.
I think the point about human ingenuity and technological ingenuity, and the question mark about human adaptability, but then the smoothness of technological adaptability is an important question. I move now to Vice Chancellor Joseph Lee. And Vice Chancellor Joseph, we have been talking about digital ethics. That's been a huge question of dialogue, where I read that digital ethics is doing the right thing at the intersection of technological innovation and accepted social values. Doing the right thing, which is at the intersection of these two. But do we have a challenge of what is accepted and accepted by whom in terms of social values?
First of all, let's recall the advancement in technology. And I think in the early days, we would never imagine that television can be very flat And we will not think the hand and phone are actually in one word, handphone. And we will not be asking you when I call you to say where you are, because once I call you, I should know where you are and when it's wire connected. And now we very commonly to hear, let me scan you and to get your contact on WhatsApp or whatever. So technology advancement has been changing our life. And I think it's very important. Okay, I'm back. Okay. The point I'm trying to make is that, yes, there are a lot of interruptions, disruptions. So I think the key word here is making adjustment. Even the social standard, the behavior, and we need to make adjustment to it. But the most important principle when you talk about technology and ethics and this, that we must keep the things in the norm that people can accept that. But there is a basic principle: integrity, professionalism, honesty. We do the right things in the right way. As long as that is in check, and we should be okay with all the technology advancement. So I will say that the fundamental principle about the ethic never change. Do the right thing in the right way. But how do we behave may require adjustment when there are technology advancement. I think that will be how I see it.
I think it's been an excellent point about technology, life changes, and human behavior changes, and the connection between the three. President Puska sir, change seems to be the flavor of life in the world of technology. In that context, how do you see in higher education disruptive technology-driven change? Change that is driven by disruptive technology. We talk about technological innovation today, but what is the real test about technological innovation's impact on the lives of people?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I think it's needed to clarify the terms. What is technology? Yeah, techne in Greek means arts. You remember liberal arts? Yeah, first school of liberal arts. Sciences, tools, how to do it. Yeah, always Homo sapiens. This is why sapiens, sapientia, is looking for disruptive things because it's very adaptable. This is why it has a cortex, a big one, yeah, in order to adapt. Ethic, it's one of our keywords. What is ethics? Yeah, ethic, it's a philosophy. It's each of us question about what is good, what is wrong. Yeah, so you can imagine how many answers you can give on this. Each of us could have one answer. Morality, it's more broad, and morality is about rules somehow, yeah? Social rules, religious rules. And I would add, being a lawyer, the law is also a rule, but mandatory rules to be punished. So my answer to your question is yes, we prefer to use tools. Remain to answer if AI is, and the agents using AI, it's a tool or a person. Just a question to be answered. And being adaptable, as Stephen said, we will do it for sure in the future. We are looking for these opportunities to answer to disruptive situations.
Wonderful. Let's move to our second round, and as I suggested here, we will raise questions with a co-panelist on an issue that he spoke about. And let me start and let me raise a question to Rector Stephen Morgan. You talked about ingenuity and adaptability. Now, what would be the ethical fault lines in this whole dialogue on technology and higher education?
Well, of course, we're all living with what I called in our own university about 18 months ago, the AI moment, where suddenly we went from having this theoretical awareness, or this semi-conscious awareness of artificial intelligence, to it actually being in front of us. Actually, our students using it before we woke up to the fact it existed. And one of the things we spent a lot of time talking about in the University of St. Joseph was not should we use it or should we stop it. There's a great English story which I told the students and I told the academics in Macau of a king of England 1,000 years ago called Canute, whose courtiers kept telling him how powerful he was and that he could do whatever he liked. And to demonstrate the limits to his power, he had his throne taken down to the seaside and put in front of the sea. And he commanded the tide to stop coming in. And of course, in no time at all, the water was around his chest. And I think that's where we are. We can't stop the tide of artificial intelligence. What we need to do, I think, in our universities is to inculcate in our students those principles which we've heard talked about in so many ways in this conference so far. A dedication to truth, dedication to honesty and integrity, and to use these tools wisely. Wisely. Andy used the word sapientia as the Latin word for wisdom, but it's also, the Greek word is sophia, from which we get philosophia, to teach wisdom, to teach, wisdom is defined in Catholic theology as the right use of right reason. So using your reason correctly. And I think if we inculcate that, then there's a chance, I don't put it any better than that, man is very good at messing up his opportunities. But I think there's a chance that we will produce students who are natives in that world. I examined chaired an examination panel for a PhD in psychology in our university a week ago Saturday for one of our young lecturers. And she proposed that no longer should we call humanity Homo sapiens, no longer wise man, but Homo nubibus, man in the cloud. And I think that's what we have to try and produce amongst our students.
Dr. Morgan, would you like to raise a question to your fellow panelists on what they said?
Yes, I would actually, and it's a question I'd like to ask Joseph. Joseph, you were talking about the way in which we engage with change. The man whose thought I work on academically, a man called John Henry Newman, wrote a sentence in October 1845. He wrote, "In a higher world it may be otherwise, but here below, to live is to change, and to be perfect is to have changed often." Do you think that's a relevant approach to the subjects we were talking about?
Thank you very much. Definitely that I think is really relevant. I'm economist as introduced. I will imagine that from one technology to another technology is just like we are in one equilibrium and something happened and we need to find another equilibrium in the disequilibrium. Okay, so it's an adjustment, it's a journey itself. So, I mean, once again that, some of you will remember that probably 20 years ago we will be debating about whether we should allow students to use a financial calculator in the examination, and whether students should be allowed to access textbook And then now the debate is about whether students should be using technology such as AI to support their homework, to do research and all that. So I think your question is, your comment is really relevant. I think change is going to be there, and we just need to make that kind of adjustment to make it happen. But then, as I said earlier on, the fundamental is very important, okay? So the principle of being the human being, and we need to be thinking about we are no longer in isolation in the forest, and we are in the interconnected world. Whatever things I do will affect my neighbors and all that. And so I think this brought me to a point I made just a few days ago back on my campus about empathy. Okay, we need to relate to people. We need to relate to each other. We need to think about that. What I'm doing here will affect the people, the person next to me, and maybe far away as well. So that is something that I think is challenged, but I think there is a right way to do it. Yeah.
That's right. Vice Chancellor, would you like to pose a question to either Andy Puska or to Stephen Morgan on the questions they raised?
It will be my pleasure, but I do have many questions I want to ask. But anyway, I think, let me start off by saying that we have artificial intelligence. It happened in such a way artificial intelligence help us, especially in academia, to write a lot, okay? But the problem is that, the problem for me, artificial intelligence help people or students to write, to correct grammar, but they're supposed to help us to do housework, to do laundry, to do cooking. So we have time to think and we have time to write. So what do you think, how the development of artificial intelligence will eventually change the philosophy of teaching and learning? I think it's a big question whether you will be a driver or you will be a destroyer, or I think it's kind of a thesis already.
It's addressed to me. Thank you for the question. Yeah. Students are thinking like this, in my opinion. I'm also a professor. How fast can I reach the answer? Let's ask ChatGPT, for example. And in my opinion, it's very good to do this because it's already the wave, Stephen already said, we cannot confront it. They are doing by DNA because the new generation come with artificial intelligence devices and so on. So through empathy, let's understand them. If I will get an answer, let's confront it to what I think, not analyze. So with my emotional part of the brain, not the rational one, not the mathematical one. Yeah? So I can add some questions. I can put many other issues to complete the answer. And let's innovate in order to transform this in applied science. So I will give you an example. One of my students asked me a question. And I used my phone to respond using ChatGPT. He was so shocked. Why, professor? You told us not to use it. No, it's okay. But the question addressed was like this. If you are in a mountain, high mountain, and you look in your right, it's an ocean of ketchup. If you look in the left, it's an ocean of cream. And the wind is blowing. What do you prefer? Where do you prefer to go? In the ocean of ketchup or ocean of cream? Previous artificial intelligence didn't know how to answer. And he said, oh, of course, in the ocean of ketchup. Why? Right now, the modern one knows the answer. But my students didn't understood. So I told the story of how the artificial intelligence was produced. We created the first computer who beat Kasparov. After we created assistants, Google Assistant and so on. After we put it some memory and we created what we named AI. But in the future, could exist another layer of AI programming AI? This is the question. Because if you are a software programmer, you know that all the computers has database, software who is making the analyze, and the interface. But another layer is processing data, and another one is authorizing. Who will authorize this? Man or machine? This is the fear of us. And to respond to you, all this starts in this sense, going through all the layers. When you reach the top layer, you will decide if the machine, the washer machine, will function in your advantage or not. If you will do abstract things and transforming in applied sciences with the using of AI, or just observe what the computer is doing and is no sense for you, as in my first example.
Thank you so much. I'm reminded of what our Chancellor said in his address in the morning, where he talked about the DNA, about the skills of life, and he talked about nurturing emotional intelligence and an awareness which is 360-degree. And that is some of the issues that are coming up. Now, I think it's but appropriate after this feast of ideas that have come up. We have a response from our audience and we have questions from our audience. My only plea is let it be a question and not another comment. So I request questions from the audience, and please mention which of the three experts the question is meant for. I, of course, very happily take myself out of the domain of questions. But then the three of them, please raise the questions to our experts sitting here. So there is our first question, hand going up. So can somebody help with a mic, please? If you can quickly introduce yourself also in a sentence and then ask your question, please.
Hello to the panelists. Thank you for such an enlightening discussion. My name is Isha. I'm from Madhyanchal Professional University, Bhopal. My question, honestly, is open to any one of you who would like to answer. I think one of the challenges with artificial intelligence is that the learners are ahead of the teachers. And a quick example would be last week we had a resource person from Google come deliver a lecture to the students. And at the end of it, he spoke about a lot of artificial intelligence tools. And there was a raise of hands in terms of how many of you are using this. And there were more students that raised their hands than the teachers. So in a scenario like this, how do you think we overcome this challenge, especially within the teaching learning process of where the teachers and learners are together picking up on the technology of artificial intelligence, and maybe it's the learners that are ahead? How do you see us within the teaching learning process countering this challenge?
Wonderful. Who would like to take the question first? Please, please.
Shall I just bellow? Ha-ha! You can get me in stereo, Isha. I don't think that's a problem at all, actually. I don't think teaching is fundamentally about knowledge transfer. I think it's about teaching skills of critical thinking, of creative thinking, of rigorous thinking, of wisdom. It's not about the imparting of knowledge. It stopped being about the imparting of knowledge when we invented printing, and that's 600 years ago in terms of movable type. So I welcome it. I have conversations with my own doctoral students, and I come away from every single one of them discovering a new AI tool. So I now have lots of research assistants that are artificial intelligence that can help me find information that I need too. So I wouldn't see it as a problem at all.
Thank you, sir. Would Vice Chancellor Joseph or Dr. Andy like to respond?
Just very quick comment. I was a student in the East, so we were in such a way, we are the student, we come to the classroom and worship the teacher as the wise man, we don't challenge. But however, I think things has changed, and we welcome the student to have such as creative thinking, challenge. This is how we advance our knowledge. So if the learner are ahead of teacher, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. And another comment I want to make is that about ChatGPT, the most important part of ChatGPT is you need to ask the right question. And that reminds me that my PhD supervisor once told me, if you know how to define and ask the right question for your PhD thesis, you are 90% done. So I think those are the two things I think all of us as in the education sector should think about that. Why should we be afraid of our learner afraid of us? Yeah, right?
Yes. There is no difference between teachers and learners. We are all learners. Actually, the best teacher is the best learner. Yeah, learning all lifelong. Let's use as a partner AI, because it's more objective. Get rid of emotions first. Let AI to put the theme. It's more objective, not subjective. Yeah, subject is a person with emotional brain also. Let him, her, or it, yeah, AI, put the stage and debate on it, critical thinking. And interiorized, get through your emotional field, yeah, emotional field, mental field, yeah, etheric field, and so on, in order to find the truth of yourself. Remember, ethic, what is good, what is wrong, but it's your good or wrong perspective. So it's a reverse, like today.
I think that's been a brilliant response to a question. To summarize it in a sentence, we are today in a learning paradigm and not a teaching paradigm. And one of the fundamentals of a learning paradigm is everybody who is part of that paradigm is a learner. My three distinguished panelists who are people with years of experience would definitely agree with me that in the last half an hour, they are taking away something which they had not thought about earlier to this half an hour. And that's the example of the learning paradigm. Organizers, can we just take one more round of questions before we conclude? Is that okay? Okay, yes, there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for all your sharings. I'm Rosula Reyes from Adamson University in the Philippines. So when Dr. Morgan mentioned about man in the cloud, I actually recall Shigata Mitra, who started in 1979 or 77, I think, about the hole in the wall, and that's the use of technology. And from there, we already have a different methodologies from teacher-oriented to individualized learning and through the use of technology. Now, this technology has brought about all the changes that we are having. And in his philosophy, he actually mentioned something like a school in the cloud. And what do you think about this? And so it's actually any one of you who can answer that. Are we in that stage where we are going to move the school in the cloud? And what would happen in the educational system?
So who would like to move to the school in the cloud?
What is a cloud? Because we are naming higher education or superior. What is higher or superior? You remember liberal arts, yeah? Astronomy, astrology, yeah? It's deeper, actually, not higher, because high or it's only on earth, yeah? So a deeper understanding of the cloud is that we are all together in a common space, invisible somehow, because in the logical part, cloud in computer science means silos of servers, hard disk, yeah, and chains relating them, and AI analyze each data. This is on Earth, realism, yeah? But in the sky, it's a philosophic way of being together, going deeper in the senses of each thing, because us humans look for sense in life.
Okay. Last question, but sir, you have to address it to one of the three, because we won't have time for all three to answer.
Thank you very much for Andy. So how we will ensure oversight, safety and security when recursive self-development of AI means AI is developing AI?
Okay, thank you for the question. So, you remember I said there are 3 levels in informatics, computer science, databases, interface, I'm not a computer science, yes, logic, algorithm, yeah? And 2 more, we added 2 more for the AI, yeah? Capturing data and analyzing abstract, but mathematical, algorithmic way, and authorizing. Don't let the authorizing process, the decision, to be made by machine. This is the only thing we are fear of. If the machine will authorize to other machines, all will go down and it will be a virtual world. So we should stay in cybersecurity, in different other sciences, we should stay on top as humans for the decision of each process. This is my question, my answer.
I think it's too late. I think we've missed the opportunity for that. And I think what we have to do is we need to develop skills of empathy. I think we need to develop a proper sense of human solidarity in the face of a technology that has probably already outgrown us. And we need to live lives of profound humility in the face of that. I really think it is simply too late.
I think it's complementary what we said. How to stay on top through empathy, through moral.
Friends, there will of course be a formal thank you, but my job as a moderator was made very, very simple by the 3 experts that we had. And I'd like to thank them for the inputs that they provided. And also I would like to profusely thank them for agreeing to the format which I suggested, which I think allowed for a dialogue among them, a dialogue beginning with them, and of course a dialogue ultimately concluding with our audience. So thank you all for your involvement, and thank you to my 3 panelists for a brilliant narration on a very, very difficult theme.
Thank you, everyone. To express our gratitude for this wonderful session, I would like to invite Dr. Bhavna Adhikari, Dean, Faculty of Management, to present a memento to Professor Dr. Stephen Morgan. I would again request Dr. Bhavna Adhikari to present a memento to Dr. Joseph Lee. Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to request Professor Divakar Shukla, Dean, Faculty of Journalism and Communication, and Faculty of Humanities, Arts and Design, to present a memento to Dr. Andy Pushka. I would again request Professor Divakar Shukla to present a memento to Dr. Sandeep Shastri. Thank you, sir, and thank you to all our panelists and moderator. We will now proceed to our third panel discussion titled AUAP Way Forward. We are privileged to have an esteemed panel of AUAP leaders joining us for this session. This session will be moderated by Dr. Anup Swaroop, Secretary General of AUAP. Our first panelist is Dr. Peter P. Laurel, President of the Lyceum of the Philippines University. He is an advocate of effective leadership in the higher education system, being the former president of Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities. He was also a Gio Negosoyo Awardee for Outstanding Entrepreneurship, as well as a Golden Juran Awardee for Outstanding Leadership in 2015. Dr. Laurel is the former president of the AUAP and currently the chairman of the AUAP Advisory and overall chairman of AUAP committees. A PhD holder in business management, he earned his master's degree in business from Asian Institute of Management and bachelor's degree from the London School of Economics. He is the founder chairman of Southwell International School and Colleges and the chairman of the Government Academy Industry Network. Our second panelist is Dr. Mohammad Sabur Khan, current president of AUAP and founder and chairman of Daffodil International University, Bangladesh. Our third panelist is Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, first vice president of AUAP and founder and chancellor of Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Laurel, Dr. Khan, Mr. Gupta, and Dr. Swaroop to the stage.
Very good evening, everyone. I know this is the fag end of the day, so please cheer up. If you are happy, just raise your hand, say cheers. Great, that makes it wonderful. So let us welcome the very distinguished panelists. They have years of experience behind them. And as you can see, my friend, Professor Dr. Peter Laurel on the extreme right, followed by Professor Dr. Mohammad Sabur Khan, who is the current president, the outgoing president, with years of experience. And of course, your very own Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, the chancellor here. So, of course, the mandate given to me is a little different. I would say a little more challenging. But I know with so much of experience, there is a lot which we can do. And the question is the road forward, the future forward, the road ahead. So I won't say much, but I had a very informal, brief discussion with each one of them on a personal basis. And Professor Peter Laurel told me, and I could see the scribblings on your notepad. You have prepared. So he was mentioning that I would like to talk about the best practices we can all share amongst the universities of Asia Pacific. And you know, one of the most important pillars for AUAP is learning and sharing, best practices. And that is where we can make a tremendous difference to all the universities in the region. As I said, this is a this is a forum where we have got the largest university network anywhere in the world. 7,000 universities in the region. So there is a lot which we can share, learn, unlearn from each other. Then we have got Professor Dr. Mohammed Sabur Khan. And Dr. Sabur Khan, as you know, he had an industrial background, a business profile. But then he turned into an academician. And he has brought so much, he has done a lot of innovation in his own university, Daffodil University, as you know. And I can tell you the last annual conference was held at Daffodil in Dhaka. So I'm sure that he has got a lot to share. And I made a personal request to him. I said, please talk about technology. Because all over the world, the fear is what will happen next. In a technology-driven world where AI is making so much of difference. And when I talk of AI, I cover the entire gamut of technology which is impacting the higher education world. So he is going to share what we can do as a university association, the largest in the region. So I'll request him. Then you have Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, and we have heard him earlier. He has got, I would say, an excellent, outstanding, if I use that word, experience of his own life's experience. And when it comes to lifelong learning, values, human values, I should say that particular theme of this conference was his idea. The paradigm shift in higher education. And it comes to human values ultimately. So I would like him, in the end, to cover that aspect. So may I request Professor Peter Laurer to start with the best practices. And I would also mention this much. After your talk, maybe it would be, the idea would be there amongst the audience, they can ask a question, maybe 2 questions at best. 2 questions each, we'll limit it at that. Followed by Professor Sabur Khan and then Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta. So please limit yourself to 2 questions, raise your hand, introduce yourself at the end. Thank you, Professor Laura.
Thank you very much, Noop. Before I begin, I'd just like to thank our hosts for a wonderful conference this whole day. It was a stellar group of speakers, and before we let Dr. Sabur Khan off, we'd like to thank him for his presidency of the association over the years. But briefly, to answer let's give Dr. Sabur Khan a warm round of applause for his presidency, as we welcome, of course, Chancellor Mohammed Hari Gupta. Briefly, to go straight to the point, every time I attend these things, the association reminds all of us of the important big picture, the frameworks that we've all talked about. And it has been an incredibly rich exposition of those big things that we would like to know. I think moving forward to strengthen the organization, I always ask the question, what can I take home to my university from this? Aside from the big things on AI and all of these very important issue, I think the strength of AUAP is really the membership. And if you'll know, from all the people here, we need a full inventory of the strengths of each of our individual institutions. For instance, I'll just take the case of DIU, where we had the privilege of visiting. I think this is a fine example of an entrepreneurial university, where a businessman is able to bring the academe to a higher level. I think that's something that we can all learn in our respective institutions. And the strength of AUAP is that if we can come here and learn some of those best practices, not just in a general sense, but in a very specific sense. Whether it will be in technology, as he will elucidate a little bit. In fact, I've even approached him that I have a new school in Davao, which I'd like to benchmark more closely with DIU, because it's only a 5-year-old school. And there are things that we can learn. So I think the richness of AUAP is to be able to pluck, to be able to cultivate the wealth of knowledge and experience from specific universities. The second point I'd like to make is the theme of this conference, which focused also on values. As we all know, values are nothing new, but the reminder in the wake of AI that AI cannot teach empathy, nor can it teach compassion, nor can it teach a sense of humanity that we're all aspiring for. And yet it is the theme of our JLU-sponsored conference today. And so what we would like to find out, and what I'm struggling to learn when I go back home, is to find out what are the metrics that I can use to measure empathy, compassion, humanity. Those are some of the, whether it's through AI or whatever it is. So if the way forward is if we can organize ourselves in little groups, and I would like to give credit, where's Jay? Jay is here, and he started to organize us on some small groups on AI. If we can do that on specific topics, I think automatically the strength of AUAP will come out, our membership will grow, the prestige of the organization will be strengthened, because within this group, you have a powerful combination of leaders, not just leaders, you're all leaders in your organization, but specialists. And many of us are seeking certain best practices that we're all here. It's really, I suppose, a matter of organizing it well. And I suggest that this be one of the ways forward for our beloved AUAP. Thank you very much.
Hello. So may I request a brief question, no comments, no lectures, just a brief question. But please introduce yourself before you ask. Anyone? May I see your raised hands? No one? I thought it is the wrong time of the day. It appears. Okay. If there is anyone, otherwise we'll move ahead.
Can I just add one thing, Anup? Just a 20-second. My wife, who also runs a fantastic school in the Philippines, one of the questions that was asked, simple question, and I could not answer it, was, how do I put up the best innovation lab? A simple question like that. If AUAP, whether it's through its website or whatever, can point our members to direct themselves that, go to this school, it has one of the best innovation labs, or it's one of the best programs, one of the best college of law. So this will help all the members and create a spirit of improvement and leadership so that AUAP becomes an actual lab of what we would like to do. Because we really don't need to look too far,
Peter,
right here.
You want to answer to that? Okay, I'll attempt. In fact, many of you must have heard about, this particular question has been asked to me. And in one of my keynotes, I think it was somewhere maybe in Beijing, and I was talking about the Cambridge Innovation Labs. And maybe in India, some of us have learned about the tinkering labs. Have you heard about the tinkering labs in the schools? Where kids are, yes. Can you explain? I think it would be better to be from the audience, please. What is a tinkering lab?
You know, this tinkering lab is a superb innovation done by, led by the government of India, where we call it Atal Tinkering Labs. What happens is, instead of giving a lecture or a demonstration to a student on how a machine works, it's the student can actually work on a machine, and he can tinker with the different components of it and rebuild it, re-engineer it. And in that way, he can understand how that machine works and how the innovation works.
Good. So I think you've said it all, but let me explain. Children who are in kindergarten, their brains are the most fertile, you must have heard. And it's best that you start from there. So many schools are following an innovation practice where they put some trash. It might be a throwaway trash in the garage or maybe in a kindergarten school, where the kids learn to play and to do certain things with those. So that is the first and foremost step when it comes to innovation. So the minds can be more innovative. I always wondered why in the Eastern world we are not as innovative as in the Western world. Then I realized one thing, that the entire teaching is not on knowledge, learning. Not at all learning. You've got Google Guru, you've got this WhatsApp factory. You don't need knowledge nowadays. You don't have to be, you call it as, the 3 hours. You don't have to go into that. What you need is a critical mind. That is a word which was coined by me. Critical is you can join 2 words, critical and analytical. So an individual, when it comes to the university, and we are concerned with the higher education, so let me say that the teacher or the faculty member is dealing with fertile minds who are already very innovative. You have to give them the green pasture. And that is through application of analysis, of critical thinking, and the teacher's role is that of a mentor. So that is what we have to inculcate amongst our faculty members. And that is how we can improve innovation. I hope I am clear, sir. Thank you. Any more questions? Otherwise, you'll have to ask another one. One more question.
Just a quick one. Maybe another possibility, and this is by way of suggestions, to our leadership here in the future of AUAP. If we can run certain master classes on specific topics, and maybe we can get a survey from the members, what are the things that they would like to? So at the end of the day, when we all go home, there are specific things that we can really pass on. I think the big picture, the UNESCO, these are very, very important. But then the how-to part, the how-to, which is also equally important, maybe spending a little more time there would be very effective for AUAP.
Good. As he said, in fact, it was mentioned, the Atal Innovation Experiment. That is, by the former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And he has introduced that in all the schools. And many schools got very good grants. And it is all about thinking out of the box. So that is about tinkering, about innovation, about creativity, about critical thinking, about analytical thinking. So I think, thank you so much for sharing this. And we can all learn from the best practice. Yes, Jay, please.
So, Peter, can I just ask you for your views on how do you inculcate human values? I'm not talking about just values, but human values within the curriculum system of your particular university.
Yeah, that was the topic which is, I think, best covered by...
Without, let me finish, please. Without overpowering the students with the value systems. How would you actually inculcate those values without overpowering the students?
Yeah, actually that's one of our challenges, one of our struggles, to be quite frank. We're always teaching the knowledge, the skills, but when it comes to attitude, which are the values rather, there's always a little ambivalence. How do you actually, measure it? And this is one of the challenges for us, no? In our university, we have the usual transcript of records, but we have developed a second transcript. We call it the second transcript. And in that second transcript, we're trying to track the extracurricular activities, the co-curricular activities, everything outside the classroom, including values. And this is where we're struggling to be able to really measure those values. And this is precisely the reason why we can't quite perfect that second transcript. So I'm looking to, of course, our beloved AUAP for guidance from all of you, and you're all experts here. And perhaps, I don't know, with the use of AI and JLU, the theme today is fantastic. It's values in the era of AI. So how do you teach, how do you show empathy and all of these things? So that's our struggle with this second transcript. So I wish I had the answer for that, and I'm looking for the answer to take home from AUAP.
Thank you, Peter. Now let me request Mr. Saburda, as I call him affectionately. So Saburda, it's for you to take on the challenge of technology, because all of us are challenged by technology, especially our faculty members. So over to you.
Well, I'm just like to give this some practical experience. I hope all of you have the mobile phone. All of you have the mobile phone. So I thought that it will be better if I'm speaking, a lot of speaking already I done. So I don't like to speak more. So if you go to your mobile phone, if you search forum.daffodilvarsity.edu.bd, just give the forum.daffodil, I think you will find it in the Google search. So you just click it and you will find that there is a few 100,000 title. This is one of the technological development we started in 2006. Because suddenly it came to my mind that there's a lot of the idea is going in everywhere. So if I'm not putting them in a system, once upon a time I will die. Who will disseminate this information to the other people? So then in 2006, I established this forum. So now it is a very powerful forum, and if I'm not wrong, it is the world's largest university forum now. Because there is whatever topics is coming to the market, AI, blockchain, blah, 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 all of the new thing is coming, I am sure that you'll find it here. So this is the one of the technological development we already implemented. So this is one. Second, also you have the mobile. You go to the YouTube. And 4 years back in Colombia, I just told to the audience, they go to the YouTube and see how technologically we developed our student. So YouTube, if you just search top 10 video resume, you can try now. Top 10 video resume. In that time, world top 10 video resume, 6 was from my university student. Nobody trusted. And when they search it, I said, yeah, wow, how it is possible? So now I search again. After 4 years, I found that at least 2 still yet they are keeping the ranking. Top 10 video resume, I'm sure you will find that at least 2 Daffodil University students. The whole worldwide, keep in mind, there is more than 20,000 universities in the whole world. So this is number 2. Number 3, I should tell you that another background, that when we shifted our university from the city area to outside of the city, because you know the city is very, very clumsy, we cannot give the proper space. So we found that our faculty, maximum time, whenever 1 o'clock is finished, everyone is trying to skip to the campus, close their operation, and come back to their home. That is their maximum home is city. So I am trying to implement one technology. You know that we introduce one card. Use one digital, that is ID card. We transform with the technology. So we give one campus incentive. All of the faculty in US dollar, it is around 80 US dollar. And admin staff giving the 50 US dollar. But the condition is that this is only the plastic money. And this money they must need to use in the campus. They cannot use it in the outside of the campus. So we develop one circular economy inside the campus using the technology. So all money, whatever we are giving to them, money is spending inside the university. After implementing this, we found that all teachers are staying to the campus until 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, because they don't have any hurry to go to the home because they're using this plastic card and sweep this QR code or something and getting the food and whatever they needed and they can use it. So these sorts of lot of technology, whenever we are facing any problem, I think in my presentation I already gave some example. So we are always try to do it. And the same thing, lastly, another example I will just give it to you. If you just search to the Google, online courses of Sabur Khan. Because I'm trying to give the lot of the lesson of my staff, my teacher. A lot of cases I found that someone felt sleepy, someone maybe after next day, if I ask them, what do you really learn? Sometimes they cannot recall. So now I introduced another technique. Whatever I'm trying to give the lesson to my student, my staff, my faculty, I develop few courses. So that's why if you search the online courses of Sabur Khan, I think you will find that there are plenty of online courses which I develop. And now I'm giving to my people, tell them, oh, you have a problem about the positivity. So can you complete my positivity course? So they completed it and I can assess them, they are really completing it or not. Sometimes you know that a lot of cases you will find that a lot of the team spirit. And a lot of cases you know that people think I'm the boss. They don't like to become the leader. They don't like to become the doers. So it is very tough to make them understand in every day. So then I developed the course boss versus leader. I developed the course be a doers, be a leader. So whenever I'm finding that any sorts of problem, I refer them, can you please do this course? So then next, after 2 days, they call, sorry sir, we realize what is exactly our problem. And at the same time, student has also the severe problem. You know, there are a lot of cases student coming to the university, they don't understand what exactly their career mapping. I told in my presentation, few minutes in the morning. They do not know what exactly, oh, my parents, my friend is told me to take admission to the computer science. But he don't have any intention to become a computer programmer or the system analyst. But his parents or friends is already referring him. After a few semesters, he realized that he's not in the right track. So I am become tired. So then I developed a course. It's called the Focus, Goal and Target. Be focused, need to have a specific target and to reach your goal. So by this way, what happened? The course develops. So anyone I'm finding the problem, I'm just referred them, can you please do the course? So why I'm telling this thing? Only the reason is that this is the beauty of the technology. This is the beauty of the technology. If you can use the technology frequently, then it will be very easier for us to, I think that to uplift the university position, and slowly, I think we'll get the result. Because as I told that the forum, if you go there, I'm sure if you go to the bottom side, you'll find that the few hundred people is taking, the whole worldwide people are taking the lot of this information from our forum. The reason how? Because in the Google search, you know, it is the top search engine, search optimization now. So anyone search any topics, I think this forum is coming to the front line. They do not know that it is the Daffodil University forum. Because there is a million titles is already in the forum. So that is why I should say that whenever you are facing any problem, I'm sure that the God is already sending to this beautiful world to facing some problem. Otherwise, maybe God will not send it to us to this world, keeping us in the heaven. Now let's take the food as Hari Mohan is already giving us plenty of food. Whatever food you're liking, you see, you are in the meeting, but if you're going to the outside, you'll see there's a lot of food. So that you don't need to hungry. So Hari Mohan is very smart. I think that his team member also gets appreciation because they did a wonderful job. So that is why I should say we need to face a lot of problem. But whenever we'll face the problem, please try to use the technology. And don't try to develop the technology, as I already mentioned in the morning. Try to grab the opportunity, say, we can ask to the AUAP forum, hello, Andy Puska, whatever technology you have, oh, I have this technology already developed, or I purchase it. So maybe we can share each other. Maybe we can ask to the Peter, hello, Peter, you have plenty of institute. What technology you already developed? Can you send it to us? Let's try to negotiate. Even that if he take it from Abhishek, he can refer to the Abhishek. Okay, Abhishek Gupta is already supplying me this technology, and I'm very happy. It's okay, you can take it from the Abhishek. So this way, I think that we can utilize the technology, making our network strong, and make our universities as a proud university and technological development university. I hope I'm giving some...
Your point is very well made, so I should compliment you. Give a big hand to Saburda. By the way, how many have heard about the Khan Academy? I can see quite a few hands from the audience. Now please follow the Sabur Academy. I'm going to check. So that is wonderful. Thank you. Any questions now from the audience? Anyone, please feel free. Because, as he said, it is all coming out from his heart. Practical experience, experiential learning, that is what it is. So, Anybody is free to ask any question. You're all welcome. Just introduce yourself, ask a question. Okay, please, sir.
No, I would compliment Dr. Sabur because I was just going through the courses for a multilingual country like us, and his courses primarily I saw there in Bangla. So it's not only English, but multilingual. That's also very important for us to keep in mind when we are in a global forum.
Thank you. We are working. I think that if you write it down in English, I think already 4 courses already in English. So slowly, everyone is coming in English and other platforms because AI is now in our door. So we are hopeful that multilingual will also do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
One more.
Yes, sir, please.
In AUAP, sir, have you tried to assess the different universities' competence and then the kind of networking to supplement and empower different universities? Any effort on that direction?
Already, AUAP took one great initiative, and you know that it's called the Happy Model. I think that's thank you, Jagaran Lake University, who took the initiative. So we are hopeful that, of course, our Chancellor Gupta is taking the responsibility to implement it, and I am sure that as his leadership, we will be able to implement. And of course, I agree with you. Maybe we can also implement or involve some other component, because based on this today's conference, and of course I think that he can also, or Anup Swarup also send some of the questionnaire to the other member, that what other things we can need to implement or integrate to this this model which already developed. I think officially AUAP is already acknowledged and we already approved it in our board meeting, and we are trying to implement it in the other university. Of course, I hope that you will agree with me. In the morning session, I already mentioned that when we Times or QS ranking, I think they're the commercial entity. I think the way they are already keeping us bindings, we need bound to follow them. Because now people without knowing nothing are saying, hey, Peter, what is your ranking? But it's a commercial entity, Times Education and QS. But how can we already ask him, hey, Peter, what is your university ranking? So that means that slowly, they already capture all of our, and they already buy our, our head, already they buy it. We cannot avoid right now. So that is why AUAP is taking this initiative. I think it will face some problem because a lot of cases, maybe a lot of people may not be accepted promptly. But again, I'm sure that in near future, whenever AUAP is an entity which do not have any commercial intention, I'm sure that it will be accepted in the near future. But of course, again, it will take some time.
Yes, please. There are just 2 questions, but you are an exception, please.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. Wonderful tips, practices, best practices. So I had the opportunity to visit Daffodils International University. Now it is one of the best university in Bangladesh. So my question is, how did you build the incredible teams and the leaders who is taking your university in the world-class arena? Thank you.
Well, this is one of the good technique. I hope that everybody is following it. As a Jagaran Lake University, I also say, also observing. From the day one, I am trying to depend on my alumni. Because as a university, I think we should believe it. If my alumni is not successful, how can I tell that my university, our university is successful? So this is the one of the key area. We are investing a lot of money to developing our alumni in administration, in faculty, in all component area. I think all competent area we are trying to flourish our faculty. So that is the one of the key secret I should tell that, because faculty has the ownership. I'm sure that you will realize that they have the ownership. And I tell you one practices which I'm doing. When I started the university, the first day, I restricted my people, don't give any banner, any poster, or any advertisement to the television. Give only the news media, that's okay, to let inform, but no other media. So people ask me, why, sir, all other universities doing? I'm saying, no, my advertisement will be through my alumni, my student. They will carry my identity and testimonial. No news media, no banner, no printed poster or electronics media.
Here we believe that it's the word of mouth which is.
Yeah. So now you see, sometimes I found that a lot of the students is proudly say, my family, 65 member is studying in Daffodil University. So that is the one of the key area I focus from the day one to look after my alumni. And definitely I should say that almost everyone is practicing. So you can keep some budget also. So suppose another strength of our university, I hope that all of you will follow it. And I will humbly request you, will be happy to help you also, because of student exchange. We are the number one. I think I don't like to undermine any Bangladeshi university. I'm sorry, no one please take it personally. Bangladesh has 117 private universities, 60 public university. All 170 university, whatever student exchange they are doing, I think alone Daffodil University doing more than this. But why? Because we send our student wherever possibilities have. So we love to send our student to Bhopal University, and usually we give the money to the student. Okay, take it the money, go there, try to learn it, and share the practices with other peers or other of your friends. So I hope that all of other university can follow it, because if you send the more student in the various university, that means you are really double. And AUAP can play the very good role. I think that's Secretary General, I think that you should also give the best award next year in annual general conference, the topmost. I'm sorry that maybe Daffodil get the best prize, but I will not participate in the award. The topmost student exchange university of the AUAP member university. Please do it so that all university will feel proud to exchange, because for the globalization, it is the necessary also. So this is the few of the strategy. I think you are clear.
Yeah, I can see, I mean, we are already at the fag end, so I won't delay it any further. And at the end, I'll use the jargon which Saburda has been using, Harida. Now we'll request Harida, and to the most important theme, that is the theme of this conference, the paradigm shift in higher education, values for life. And as you all understand, I can explain it to you that there cannot be an individual much more profound, much more experienced than Harida to speak on this. And when it comes to values for life, it is about man-making. It is about personality development. And he has done an immense lot of work when it comes to the schools under his umbrella, not only the schools, but the university. And now he has taken it up further with Shrewsbury. So let me request him to come up with his profound knowledge, and that is the fag end. So I'll request him to, sum it up in a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anup Sarupji. Well, I will speak on a different trajectory, much away from the technology, university. I'll rather focus on the universe. Well, past, present, and future are sitting together today. In Hindi, we can say kal, aaj aur kal. The past president, Mr. Laurer, the present president, Saburda, and the future president, H.M. Gupta. So, well, as per the subject of today's conference, values for the life, do one practical with me. All of you, if you can. I write every week and I send to my friends. And many things which I have written you can find in my book also. Do one practical with me. For few minutes, close your eyes, everyone, close your eyes and disconnect yourself from everything around you. And ask yourself a simple question. A simple question. Who am I? Just do it. Just for few seconds. Who am I? I am a soul. I am a creator of every thought. I am the creator of every feeling. Pleasure or pain. I am the energy. So I am the eternal being. I am the universe. This is the fact. Away from all the good practices, universities, all the preachings and teachings which we are talking about, though they are very important in this modern world, no doubt in it. Many a time I raise a question while talking about the artificial intelligence. When it is artificial, why we are discussing so much? It will give you a reply which is already present somewhere. In some computer or some lab or somewhere, somebody's thought, somebody's equation. What is new you are going to get it? Only you can quench your mind's quest by knowing what your mind do not know, but it exists. Let us think about something which does not exist. As we were talking about, my Vice Chancellor was telling about the tinkling lab. What is that tinkling lab? Innovation. What is innovation? Which is not present today, which can be. Tinkling lab is tinkle your mind and produce something new to be learned. Why we are doing this artificial intelligence, artificial this and that, QS ranking we are talking about, talking about many things, the whole day we have talked. We started with the values, we ended up with the quality of education, the quest of satisfying our mind. Tell me one thing, you can ask AI some question and you can quench the quest of your mind. Can a little baby of 1 year minds can be quested and quenched with asking from AI? No. It will be only a human touch. His mother, his father's touch can calm down. So we are human being. First of all, if we are human being, we have to live in such atmosphere, ambience, where each one of us are connected. Each one feels for another person. Each one have empathy, have sympathy for each another. If we do not have, then what we are talking about? Why we are living? Most of us are living with a FOMO. You know FOMO? Fear of missing out. What FOMO? I don't have this. I don't have that. I don't have that. I don't have this. I want this. That is FOMO. We don't have this. Or I have this tie. I have this microphone. I have this mobile. If it goes out, I'll be ruined. This is fear of missing out. Think again. Hold your nose and mouth, one hand in your mouth and one hand on your nose. And think. I say you do not breathe for a minute or 2 minutes. I'll give you $100 million. What you will say after 2 minutes, 1 minute, you will say, no, I don't want. I want to live. Then again, your wife is leaving you. Close your eyes. Is it? Again, you will say, no, I want to live. The ultimate truth is you want to live. So we have to, if we have to live, we have to have values in us. If we do not have values, we cannot live with each other. We will live with ourselves only. So, it's already too late. As I told you, I write. So I'll read out 1 or 2 quotes which will make my thoughts very clear to you all. And thereafter, even if there are any questions, let me know. I'll answer. We were talking about the global world, where Mr. J said that below the skin, we all are one. What is blocking us? I wrote once, our perception that things should be in a certain setting causes pain in our mind. Our perception that the things should be in a certain setting causes pain in our mind. The cause of distress is our own set of concept in the mind. Let's keep a wider vision. That's what Jay was trying to explain. If you are confined it to yourself, if you are not able to understand what he is saying, then there is a problem. Then there is a problem. So it is your own set of thought process which will lead you to the pain or a pleasure. It's your decision what you want to do. Then I'll read out one quote from Upanishad, the ancient scriptures of this world, I will rather say. It says, Om Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purna Bhavatu, Sarvesham Mangal Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. That means, may there be well-being in all, may there be peace in all, may there be fulfillment in all, may there be auspiciousness in all. Om, peace, peace, peace. Ultimately, we are human beings. We need peace. Whatever invention we make is for our living being, making our life more happier and feeling fulfillment. So that is peace. And what we are doing today, what we are seeing in the world, we are seeing today, I was telling in the morning, the fragmented world. Let us try to bring it together. Let us heal the damaged feelings in our brothers who are fighting together and we are fighting with each another. They're the feelings. We have to nurture them. We have to support them. We have to heal them. And how we can heal? Giving love to them, giving forgiveness to them, being kind to them. So I say and appeal, I forgive you, my friend. I love you, my friend. In return, would you love me? Would you forgive me? Would you be kind with me? And that is how the world should be. This is what I want to put up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. I think you have so well summed up the overall theme of this conference. It is all about human values, man-making. In fact, many years back, I was heading the largest youth organization for the government of India. And, it was felt that time we were coming up with the national education policy. So it was, one question which was asked was, in one statement, what is the overall theme of education? And the statement was man-making. If you are able to, focus on the individual, you can focus on the society at large. And if you can focus on the society at large, you can focus on the entire world. And as I said, and the Honorable Chief Minister was here, I am Parama Brahma. That is the word from Swami Vivekananda. That is a sentence from him. That means the God is within you. Everybody has the capability to achieve greatness, capability to be the supreme being. And that is what is actually the overall idea of education. So thank you so much for summing it up. Now very quickly, 2 questions. Anyone? 2 questions. And I leave it open to the, sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. In an ideal world, fantastic. In an ideal world. It's so unfortunate, and you're close to the answer, and it's how can we do it? We all know that the United Nations came up in 1945, the same year that George Orwell wrote the book Animal Farm. And believe you me, it's a great satire, and that's the world we've been living in since 1945. At the Conference of International Universities in Italy, we sat down, and I said, do we all realize that most of the students, the young ones, call us academic tourists when we have our conferences? When we have a theme for this year, we bring experts to come and speak on how we can be able to turn it into policies that will make the world a better place. But unfortunately, all over the world, including World Economic Forum, when experts come and speak with great ideas to change the world, we realize that when we have the next conference next year, we're totally away from last year's topic. But however, and I saw that because of the lack of having the structure, universities do not have the structure to process those information. But what we do is start thinking about, it's like come to my party, I come to yours. That's the way it's been turned to. How can we make sure that when we have a team, we can now call for expert papers, then by the next year we're going in, we look for those who have been able to practice it so that they can come forward and say, this is how we have been able to apply that, but these are some concerns so that we can all learn and grow. These are the issues, because what you said, like I said, fantastic in an ideal world. And it seems that a lot has been bad. You've mentioned fragmented last speech. Now you said again, just like the World Economic said, we're in a fractured world. And the UN Secretary General said, he said we do not have sustainable structures. And when you don't have that, definitely, what can you do? How can we save our society? That is a very important thing that we need to be addressing, or else just forget it. Thank you.
There was one saint known as Bulle Shah, very famous. What he writes, have your answer. I'll read out in Hindi, then explain to you in English. पढ़ पढ़ किताबां इलम दिया, तू नाम रख लिया काजी, हाथ विच फड़ के तलवार, तू नाम रख लिया गाजी, तू नाम रख लिया गाजी, मक्के मदीने घूम के तू नाम रख लिया हाजी, कहे बुल्ले शाह तू हासिल की कित्ता, जे तू अपने आस पास दे लोगों को ना रख सकिया राजी. This means by reading many spiritual books, you become a Kaji. Kaji means the priest. You have become a priest by reading a lot of spiritual books. By holding a sword, you become a Ghazi. Ghazi means the warrior. You go to Makkah and Medina, go round and round, and then you say that you are a Haji. You have gone to Hajj. Then good Bulle Shah says, Kahe Bulle Shah tu hasil ki kitta, tu je tu apne aas paas ke logo na rak diya raji. Bulle Shah says, doing all this, you have failed incredibly because you are not able to keep the persons sitting beside you satisfied and in good humor. So this is what is happening, my dear Mr. Abdul. We have learned enough. Our mind have been trained to that trajectory where we don't want to return back. We don't want to offer forgiveness to others. We don't want to offer love. We are fighting for ourselves. I am white, you are black. I am Hindu, you are Muslim. This is my land, this is your land. And we are talking of global world. This is very paradoxical, what we are talking. And that is the main crux of the problem, what the world is facing. So we have to resolve this, understanding all this, and that's why the theme of this conference was paradigm shift in higher education. values for life. Should we build these values to life? I personally believe we should inculcate the values for life in our higher education as well. We teach in this school, we forget in the universities. So we should build these things in our higher education also. That is how we can try to mend the world, heal the world. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Now I'm getting very frantic messages. We are overshot the time. But I've got a very important message, and I've got this slip. And let us give a big hand to Professor Amrika Singh. He is here. He has become a lifetime member. This is one of the rare honors for the association. Thank you so much. Please. You please come here. Please come to the stage. Please come. Lifetime member. Lifetime member. Please come. So, let me thank you all. I think this was a very, very energetic session at the end. So, let me thank my friends, Professor Peter Laurel, Saburda, Harida, for making it a grand success. So, as Professor Amrika Singh comes to the stage, let us again cheer him up, give him a big hand. Everybody, please. You can say a few words. But
your contribution will be reflected in our
association development.
Oh,
yes. Thank you so much. But say just 2 words. No? Yeah, you can stand here.
I am Professor America Singh. Basically, I belong to Uttar Pradesh Technical University. After retirement in 2020, I have been offered post of Vice Chancellor in Udaipur University in Rajasthan and served 3 years in that government university as Vice Chancellor. After that, I have been offered post of Pro Chancellor in NIMS University, and currently I am working as Vice Chancellor of Vikrant University, Gwalior. So I have joined that position 2 days back, and when I came here, Supra and my dear friend Anup motivated me to be a permanent member of this organization. So I accepted your offer, and our Chancellor Rakesh Singh Rathore ji has approved, and he has transferred 6 lakh rupees today, and rest amount will be transferred within few days. Thank you very much for your kind support. My personal regards to all of you. Thank you very much, sir.
So, as I conclude, can we start the next session straight away? Or
We have our tea break.
so we keep standing here, sitting here? Okay.
Thank you, everyone. It's been an enlightening session with our AUAP leaders. I now request Sri Hari Mohan Gupta ji, Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, to present a token of our appreciation to Dr. Peter Laurel. I would again request Chancellor Sir to present a memento to Dr. Sabur Khan. Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Nilanjan Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, to present a memento to Dr. Anup Swaroop. Thank you, everyone. We will now take a short break for high tea. We would assemble back here after 15 minutes. Thank you. ceremony, I would like to invite Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, Professor Dr. Stephen Morgan, Dr. Joseph Lee, Professor Dr. Anup Swaroop, and Mrs. Supapon Chwangchid to please come to the stage. I would now like to hand over the proceedings to Professor Dr. Anup Swaroop.
So let me request all the dignitaries to be installed, to be on the stage, please. या थोड़ा नीचे रखते हैं बहुत ऊंचा हो जाता है. Okay. All those who are outside, please be inside the hall for the installation ceremony. किसी को बोलिए सब अंदर आ और डोर्स बंद कर देंगे सब अंदर आ.
Hello.
So we come to the formal closing ceremony today. And I would again thank each and every dignitary who have come from far and wide. Again, a very warm felicitation to each one of you. You are what makes AUAP outstanding association. And when it comes to AUAP, today we are going to have the installation ceremony. This is the penultimate ceremony. Tomorrow we have got the MOU signing ceremony. And let me, again remind you that the MOU signing ceremony will be at the campus, followed by lunch. So this is a very important event. May I request everybody to come inside. We are just waiting for the former president of AUAP, Mohammad Sabur Khan. So as soon as he joins us, we will start. I think he was out. He was here only, no? Sabur Khan.
Yeah, I think he's signing something.
That he can do afterwards.
Gabriel.
Can you call them?
No, he sent something.
Somebody. Can you call? Body problem. He's coming? Again. A big hand to Professor Sabur Khan from all of us. So we come to the concluding ceremony of the day. And I was told to introduce Saburda. But as you know, he needs no introduction at all. When it comes to AUAP, he has been with us, one of the most outstanding presidents we had. We have, reached new milestones. A number of, new initiatives have been started. If I start counting them, I think it will take time. But still I should mention, one is the faculty development program, which you have initiated. The credit is entirely yours. And the research fund, which, honors the most outstanding researchers across the Asia-Pacific region. So that is another achievement. When it comes to memberships, our membership has gone up like anything during his tenure. So our heartfelt thanks to you. Also, he has introduced a number of initiatives. We call them 18 initiatives. Those have been already shared, exchanged during the general body meeting. So I'm not repeating them at all. I'll also mention that he has been taking tremendous interest not only in AUAP, but also ensuring collaborations. And he also is presently the president of Bangladesh Private Industries Association, the treasurer of International Association of University Presidents, and the list goes on and on. So let me thank him on behalf of all of you. So I think I might be missing a couple of points, but Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So a lot of achievements. I'm not going to, but now I'll request. I was told that there is a AUAP video. Would you like the video to be turned on right away? Because that speaks volumes about the achievement. I don't have to speak it then. Please turn it on. We can be on the side, please. Yeah. Just a few minutes. Hold your breath. Maybe you can rest also. Take a deep sigh.
Over the past years and general conferences, the leaders of the prominent educational institutions have put their... Since the AUAP was founded in 1995 in Thailand, more than 500 universities have contributed to its development. Over the past years and general conferences, the leaders of the prominent educational institutions have put their all-out effort into making AUAP a fruitful organization.
Who is the next president of AUAP?
15th AUAP General Conference.
New AUAP President, Dr. Mohammed Sabur Khan, by immediate past President, Dr. Peter P. Laurier.
As Association of University of Asia and Pacific President, my vision was to establish AUAP as the world's largest university association, empowering nearly 6,000 universities across the Asia Pacific. Through the reforms we introduced, and we have reached some incredible milestones together. Our membership has reached an all-time high with 184 institutions from 35 countries. And over 1,200 memorandum of understanding were signed in various AUAP events. Together, we have hosted and participated in over 44 impactful events, traveling to 18 countries, and over 3,500 participants from around the world participated in AUAP events in 2023 and 24. Looking forward, I am confident that AUAP's new leadership will build on the momentum with a strong focus on artificial intelligence in education, research collaboration, and exchange program. To the Vice President, First Vice President, Board, Advisory Council, various committee members, and of course the Secretariat, with all AUAP members, I must thank you for your wonderful support. Your trust has been our greatest strength, and together the future of AUAP is bright and prosperous. Thank you very much, and wish all of you good luck.
Now may I request Dr. Sabur Khan for a very brief farewell speech.
Now no need the speech, lot of speech we already conducted the whole day. I don't like to make any disturb, so wish all of you good luck and thank you very much for your wonderful support to the AUAP. Please keep this connection and communication active and alive so that in near future we can see that our incoming president Hari Mohan Gupta should be the very successful president and he can bring the power, energy and human values, what he believes in AUAP. So I wish his wonderful success and definitely Jagaron Lake University team member, it is your time also to help your chancellor so that he can make history of his successful leading AUAP. So that is my wish and that is my speech. Thank you very much and again wish all of you good luck.
So the task given to me is to request the President, Dr. Sabur Khan, to give a gown and a necklace to all those who are present on the stage as a token of appreciation from the Association of Universities of Asia Pacific. And it is also a tradition, I should mention. Yes, please. And all those who are holding a post, they are here. So let me, first of all, the President. Necklace is very important, as we all know. So this is a necklace ordained on the president from the former president.
He is the king of Bhopal.
In Bhopal we have Nawabs, not kings. Thank you. Thank you. So the next, who is the next? Yeah. So the first vice president first, then the second vice president. Yeah. Okay, please. The green color is very good. It has been made to order. First the necklace, yes. Then the Professor Joseph Lee, please. No, I think, that is for the Secretary General, I think. Acha, okay, that's fine. the necklace. Is there a gown for you also? I guess now it is my turn. So, please. So let me follow the sequence. I forgot the paper because the sequence is very important. Now may I invite all the advisory council, all the executive board to be on the stage, whoever is present today. So may I request the advisory council members to join us and all the various committee members also. So I think all those who are here who are on various committees of AUAP, please be on the stage. I'll take the names. AUP Advisory Council, Dr. Mohammad Sabur Khan, Dr. Peter Laurel, Associate Professor Andy Puska, Mr. Jay Jethwa, Mr. Dilwale, please. Then Professor Dr. Amrika Singh. Yeah. Will. Dr. Kunwar Shekhar Vijayendra. Then Dr. Vijay Kalantri. Then we have got the AUAP Research and Innovation Committee, Mr. Qazi Mezbah Rahman, Dr. Deepa Zoz, Dr. Rasul Ray. The AAP Communication Committee, please. Mr. Abhishek Mohan Gupta, Professor Diwakar Shukla, AAP Country Chapter Committee, Mr. Qazi Rahman, Associate Professor Dr. Yathon Srikul, Professor Dr. Vivek Khare. Then AAP Digital Artificial Intelligence and Transformation Committee, Mr. Abu Bakar Hanif, Professor Dr. Aura Cindy Balabar. Then AAP Internationalization Committee, Professor Dr. Alvaro Manuel Mendez Barboza, Associate Professor Dr. Juan Lobrina, Dr. Rodilla Max Peck, Professor Madhushri Shekhar, Professor Dr. Amrika Singh. Dr. Amrika Singh is not there. Oh, you're here, sir. Sorry. Then AAP Accreditation and Ranking Committee, of course, again Professor Dr. Amrika Singh. So, let me welcome you all on the stage. Now, I am supposed to administer the oath. So, if you can hold the oath paper, I will administer the oath. That will be followed by Dr. Sabur, who will be presenting the flag and the seal, plus the banquet to Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta. Then we have got Dr. Sabur to give a plaque to Hari Mohan, followed by Dr. Hari Mohan to give a plaque to Dr. Sabur. Oh. then followed by, in the end, a photo session. So please hold your oath papers in your hands, and I'll read it out. You have got extra copy, no? Oh, okay. Okay. So I'll just read out the oath. I'll read out the oath, and this is the oath of office at the Association of Universities of Asia Pacific. So you can take your name, and I'll just read the later portion. So you can take your name, having been appointed as of the Association of Universities of Asia Pacific for the calendar year 2025 and 2026, do hereby solemnly pledge to discharge my duties and responsibilities to the best of my ability, that I will faithfully execute my functions as provided for in the Constitution and bylaws of the Association, and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily, without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So I'll request all of you to read, to sign it, and keep it as a copy with yourselves. Thank you so much. Can you hold this? Now we come to the most important final stage, and I'll request everybody to be on the stage, because here Dr. Sabar would be presenting the flag and the seal along with the bouquet to Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, the incumbent president of AUAP. The flag and the seal. I think it might be a good idea if we make a semicircle, so that the former president and president are in the center, and we can all make a semicircle so we are all covered. So please, can you go a little backward? Sir, please. A little, yeah. That's it. Can you come to the side? You are hidden behind others. Come here. Come here. So a bouquet to be presented by the former president to the incumbent president, Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta. A big hand, please, from all of you. Okay. So let me now request for the flag and the seal to be presented. You may like to show the seal. That's right. Thank you. The next, Dr. Sabur is to be given a plaque. He will give a plaque to Hari Mohan Gupta ji. A plaque, sir. He's coming.
Maybe. Who knows? Control is in Anup Sharaf.
The control is behind the dais, actually. So thank you, all of you, for being a part of this very august, very important ceremony of AUAP. Thank you. I'll request Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta to give a plaque to Mr. Sabur Khan as a token of our thanks and affection.
Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
There would be a small photo session, and then you'll be giving a acceptance speech. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Photo session, please. request Mr. Hari.
Now we can go to the
Yeah, I think so.
podium because
We're going to stand over here.
You stay here.
Very hot. I told them to come away.
You stay here.
They shut it off. I don't.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sabur Khan, to handing over the responsibility to me as a member of Association of Asia and Pacific Universities. I commit to AUAP the pledge which I have taken, and I will make it sure to perform my duties to the best possible ability which I possess. I'll be needing the support, the guidance from all my preceders like Dr. Peter Laurel, Dr. Sabur Khan, and my colleagues who have been sworn in just now, the first Vice President, Mr. Stephen, the second Vice President, Mr. Lee, and all the committee members of various committees. From 1st of January, I am told that I will be taking the charge. It's going to be an uphill task to stabilize AUAP in India. But I assure you, I'll keep no stone unturned to establish its roots in India as well. And I'll move along each corner of this country to make more membership, and membership, not only membership, but fruitful membership which can contribute to AUAP. In the first or second week of January, I will request a meeting with Dr. Stephen, Dr. Lee, and Secretary General Mr. Anup Sarup, so we can meet at some common place and we can discuss and decide the SDGs of AUAP for 25 and 26. And not only to decide, but to enact, because we have limited time of 2 years, and alone I cannot do it, but with the support of both you and the committee members, we can. So we will try our best to prove and show the world that where AUAP stands and what can it bring to the universities, to the community, to the humanity. The subject which you have seen, the values for the life, is most pragmatic in today's fragmented world, and we will try our best with the universities which we have in our fold to heal it. I am thankful to all of you, all the delegates who have come from the various countries to attend this conference and make it successful. I am really obliged. You have traveled a lot. And I am also thankful to all the faculty members, the Vice Chancellor and the Deans and faculty members of Jagran Lake City University who have made this event very successful. Without your support, it was not possible. And I appreciate your efforts and I appreciate your engagement with AUAP. And all AUAP at the forum, at the platform of AUAP, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will also request the first Vice President and second Vice President to speak for a while and address the gathering. Thank you so much.
I have here with me two delegates from my own university in Macau, Professor Alvaro Barbosa and Mrs. Paula Motta, and they know that I don't go in for long speeches. Like the Vice-Chancellor of Jagran Lake City last night, I like to keep things very short. So all I want to say is to thank our hosts for this conference, to thank Jagran Lake City University, to thank our new president and his excellent hosting, to thank his wife, who's borne most of the brunt of the hard work, and his son, who has done everything he's been told to do by his father. Harry Mohan, you're very lucky to have such an obedient son. I wish I did. Thank you.
I think just a few words here. It's really an honor, and it is also a responsibility for me to assume this position and under the leadership. I think AUAP, we have a strong foundation and to build upon based on the achievement and effort of the previous leadership team of AUAP. And we will continue, and based on that foundation and legacy, we will make it stronger. And I hope that everyone here will be supporting us. And thank you so much.
So thank you, Mr. Hari Mohan Gupta, the incumbent president. Also, okay. Acha, please. Okay, please. So Mr. Joseph Lee and also Mr. Stephen Morgan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a part of this very important event to all of you. Thank you. So no vote of thanks. Okay. No, leave it. Okay. You can hold it. So no formal thanks right now from me. Tomorrow, after the vote-taking ceremony, I'm supposed to give a formal vote of thanks to the hosts and to each one of you as delegates. Let me now invite you for a good dinner and also for a musical night. So you're all welcome to join us. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Now the time, yeah, there she is.
Before we proceed for dinner, we have a cultural program for all of you.
Yeah.
So
What time?
Right now.
Right now?